huh. Sis, huh.
네, 여러분 큰 박수와 함께 시작하겠습니다.
Let's begin day 2 of the World Cities Forum with a big round of applause. Thank you very much.
2023
Good morning. Welcome to
주신 모든 여러분을 진심으로
the 2023 World Cities Forum.
주셨고요. 또 지금
There are many people who are here with us
를 통해서
in the hall, in Kintex, and also joining us online over via YouTube.
저는 어제에 이어서 살자로 함께하게
Thank you very much for your participation. My name is Lee Seung-hee. I'll be your MC for the forum, following on from day 1.
네, 어제 저희 개회식에 이어서
Thank you very much.
문을 열었고요.
We had the culture session yesterday, and today we also have a variety of sessions, so please stay with us till the very end and share with us your ideas and experience.
안내 말씀을 드립니다.
Let me make a few housekeeping announcements. For those of you who are with us offline,
채널 1번 영어는
Channel 1 on your interpretation receiver is for Korean, Channel 2 for English. So please make use of the simultaneous interpretation receivers. And we are holding this event as a paperless conference. So if you
연사
scan the QR code up on the screen,
받으실 수 있습니다.
you can download the
시간이 되시길 바라겠습니다.
presentation materials of the speakers.
네, 미래를
So please make use of the QR code as well.
2023 세계 도시 포럼 지금부터는
We will begin session 2 of the World Cities Forum on the theme Great Transformation Era Urban Innovation for the Future. And this session is the economy session, and the topic is development of future industrial ecosystem and urban economy.
대해서 함께
So we'll be looking at the commercial and economic ecosystem, and we will be looking at industrial clusters
네, 지금
and ecosystems.
부장님과 패널분들 착석을 해주셨고요.
We have with us a great panel,
함께 해주실
as well as the chair of the panel,
부장님을 소개드립니다.
who is Dr. Kim Young-woo, who is the president of the National Cancer Center of Korea. Please welcome Mr. Kim Young-woo with a big round of applause. He will be the moderator for this session. The floor is yours. Hello, my name is Kim Young-woo of National Cancer Center of Korea, as introduced. This is the economy session, so you might be wondering why I'm moderating this session as a doctor. I'm a surgeon, and I specialize in stomach cancer. And it's been 23 years since the founding of the National Center, and I've been working in that National Cancer Center for 23 years. So why is a doctor, a surgeon, moderating this session? Because one new industrial cluster that is being formed in Goyang City is the biomedical cluster. And so we'll be exploring the potential and possibilities of this biomedical center at this session today. So that's why I'm here. And we have a great panel lined up. I'll be introducing them one by one right before their presentation. We have 3 presentations lined up for you. And the first presentation, the topic presentation, will be allocated 30 minutes. And we have another panelist or a presentation from Luxembourg and one from Korea, Goyang. And so these 2 are given 20 minutes, so it will be a little over an hour. And we also have with us discussants, Professor Ye-Jong-chul and Son-Dong-Sook. And my hope is that the people in the audience will also participate actively in the presentation. Let me introduce the first presenter.
Now, the first speaker is Mr. Spencer Nam. Yes, please welcome him with a big hand. So, Mr. Spencer Nam, now his name, Spencer, might give you the impression that he is non-Korean, but that's not true. So you are Korean, aren't you? Yes, he is Korean, but having lived in Boston for quite a long time, over 40 years now. And I see that he comes to us with a very illustrious career. So in short, he's a fund manager. Right now, he is the managing partner at KSV Global, where he has been with since 2018. But before then, he also has accumulated
여러분 잘 아시는
quite a long, stellar career. And in terms of undergraduate, he studied mathematics at Harvard,
하셨습니다.
and he received his MBA from Harvard Business School. So as you can see, he was an excellent student. And then moving on to business, he has also built up quite an outstanding career. So now I really look forward to his presentation. So are you ready? All right, then please go ahead. Please give him a big round of applause.
오늘 이 자리에 이렇게 설 수 있게 기회를 주신
Now, first of all, it's a great honor and pleasure for me to be here today. I would like to thank everyone involved
시
in organizing this event
되시는
for inviting me, including the mayor as well as all the members of the metropolitan government as well as the organizing committee. Now, my name is Spencer Nam, and since I was born in Korea, I also have a Korean name, Nam Song-han.
building a successful
And now today I'll be talking about this topic, which is building a successful industrial cluster, lessons from Boston's healthcare cluster.
Boston
So in short, about how to build a successful cluster, learning from Boston's healthcare cluster.
제가 일단 발표드리기 전에 제가
Now, before delivering my presentation, these are my personal disclosures, as you can see here.
발표에서 말씀드린 회사에 저희
The companies that I'm going to mention
주식을 소유하고 있지 않고
in this presentation,
이런 회사
I do not own shares in them except for my own company,
보상을 받지 않고
and I do not receive and have not received compensations from any of the companies mentioned in this presentation. And this presentation is not a solicitation for business or a recommendation or marketing to buy or sell shares of the companies.
거론할 회사들의
And I have no conflict of interest with any of the companies mentioned in this presentation.
김용 소장님께서 저에
Now, the moderator has just given a very nice
해주셨는데
introduction of myself.
서울에
And
태어나서
right, so I was born in Seoul in 1969, and then in 1974. So at that time,
73년
what was Goyang County?
고양군
So I lived here from 1974 to 1976. So
그래서
Jichuk-ri, today it is called Jichuk-dong. And then there used to be this little stream, Changneung-cheon. So I remember trying to catch fish and frogs in the stream. And then in 1976, I moved on to Samsongni Elementary School, went there for the first and the second grade, and then moved to Jongno in Seoul,
고양시를 떠나게 됐는데
leaving Goyang behind me. Now I'm back for the first time in 50 years
에 관해서 설명을 드릴 수
to tell you about
있다 생각하니 상당히
my, let's say, new hometown, Boston. So brings me back a lot of memories.
1984년에 떠나서 보수
Now then, I left Seoul in 1984, have been active in Boston for over 40 years, finishing my undergraduate and graduate schools,
금융과 의료 분야에
and then moving on to
일을 하면서
finance and healthcare sectors,
겸
investing and analyzing the healthcare industry for quite some time.
상당히
Now, Boston,
40년 동안
especially in the past 40 years, so ever since I first got there, and in that time, it has also gone through quite a lot of changes.
비슷한 그런
And looking through those changes, then perhaps they provide us with some hints about how Goyang can probably move in a similar direction, probably at a faster pace than Boston itself.
화면에 보시면
Now, let me very briefly introduce the city.
노란색
As you can see in the screen, the yellow arrow,
표의 이 아랫부분은 이제 저희가 지금 잘 알고 있는 캔들 스퀘어
below this is the Kendall Square,
의 중심이고 세계
which is the center of the Boston Bio Cluster and the world's most renowned, not by my own words, but it is already recognized around the world. So it is the best cluster in the world. And then from here, over there, you see something like a peninsula.
인터내셔널 에어포트
It's like a barren land, but that is the Boston International Airport. So the Logan International Airport.
그런 공항입니다.
and this is like 2 to 3 times larger than Gimpo Airport, but not so. Then the Incheon International Airport, much smaller, but again, this is an international airport, so you can catch direct flights to Seoul and to most of the leading cities in Europe as well as all the major cities in the US as well. And it's only 5 kilometers away. 5 kilometers, if I may give you an idea, then to the Ilsan Dongguk district office. So it's in that distance where they will be able to find an international airport. And you can see that most of these areas are within walking distance. MIT to the right,
한강의 한 5분의 1 정도 되는 그런 규모의 찰스 강.
and then the river, Charles River, which is like 1/5 the size of the Han River, and then the Boston City Center, and then again the Kendall Square on this side.
일산 안에 들어갈 수 있는 그 지역 안에서 일산
So what I'm trying to show you is that this is the kind of size that would fit very nicely inside
고양시의 일산 동구
Ilsan or inside Goyang.
최고의
So not just in Goyang, Ilsan, but also within the Dongguk
이거는 뭐냐? 이거는
district.
50년 전
So not very large.
고양시로 저희
And then now what this is
지금 아까
what Boston looked like around the time that I moved to Boston.
거의 허허벌판이죠.
Again, the Kendall Square, there was almost nothing.
엄청난 이런
And then within 50 years, this state-of-the-art cluster was built.
추가를 하나 한다면은
And one more thing that I would like to mention about this is that
바이오 기업들이
the bio companies of Korea,
50개 정도가
there are between 45 to 50 of them with presence in Boston. But up until 10 years ago,
하고 있는
Korean companies active in Boston with subsidiaries in Boston, only about 34.
엄청난 숫자로 증가했고
But now, in about 10 years, it grew to 50.
고춧가루를
And also in 1985, when I first got to Boston, we were not able to find red paper.
김치 문화가 있기 때문에 김치를 먹을 수 없어서
But you know, Koreans need their kimchi, for which we also need red pepper. And we could not find Korean red pepper, so we actually had to use jalapeno.
40년 후에
And so I remember that still. So then,
상당히
in that time, again, about
보여줄 수 있는 그런
I mean, the Kendall Square going from this to what it is today, and then also the Korean companies going from only 3 to 4 to close to 50 in 10 years. And then now,
비교를 좀 간단히 했는데
let me just give you a brief comparison between the city of Goyang and Boston. In terms of the area, then Boston is about half of Goyang. So as I mentioned earlier, it is the size that can fit inside the Dongguk district inside Ilsan. Population is comparable between 1 million and 800,000.
고양시는 대여섯
Universities, now there's a big difference. I understand that in Goyang there are about 5, but in Boston, Cambridge, then there are 30 universities.
분들이 잘 아시죠?
A lot of them are research universities, and then also, you know, Harvard, MIT, so some of those leading universities of the world, and also like
그 대학
Boston University, so they're all located here.
병원 운영
And quite a number of them also have
병원 얘기가 나왔어요.
hospitals of their own. Now, talking about hospitals, in Goyang, I understand that there are about 5 to 6 hospitals,
그 지역에
including a cancer center. But then in Boston, only within this region, they have 40 hospitals. So it's like one hospital at every street.
이 고양시가 갖고
That's quite a lot of them. But then
유리한 그 조건 중에 하나가
for Goyang,
이게 바로 서울시가 보스턴이 없는 게 있는데
what
그게 바로 이제
Goyang has that Boston doesn't
세계적인 대도시가
is
서울시라는
its proximity to
존재하는 그런
a very large city, which is the Seoul metropolitan city.
그런 조건이 없습니다. 가장 큰 그 다음에 가장 큰 도시가
Now that is one thing that Boston does not have,
서울에서
and the largest city next to it is New York, but then it is at quite a distance.
조건을 갖고
So then I would say that Goyang, it does have quite a lot of advantages, and then perhaps Boston, it has a long history, but then it probably, I would say that it grew out of
그 항상
very
바이오 클러스터 얘기가 나오면
tough environment. Now, when we talk about the Boston cluster, then they say that, well, you know, Boston is home to Harvard, MIT, so many good hospitals. So it probably was not too hard to create a bio cluster there because they already had the foundation. So many would say that it was quite easy
전문가들뿐만 아니라 모든
Not
분들에서
only the experts, but also almost everyone would say the same. But then when you look into the data, then you can tell that it wasn't really the case.
보스턴은
Now, first of all,
10년에 보스턴이 설립됐을
Boston
때는 이제 한국은
was established in 1630,
겪는 상황이었는데
and at that time in Korea was undergoing a war against China. But anyway, so Boston was set up at this time, and then the Harvard University, 1636.
미국에서 가장
Now, with a history of 387 years, the longest history of all universities in the U.S. And then the Massachusetts General Hospital, one of the most famous general hospitals in the world. This was established in 1811,
10년 동안
212 years ago.
그다음에 이제 MIT도 1860.
MIT was set up in 1861. Brigham and Women's Hospital, 1875. So this is also a very famous hospital of a university. So that's 1875. And then the first venture company in Boston was set up in 1946. Biogen was Boston's first bio company starting in 1970. So Biogen has been active for over 50 years, and then also the VC.
만들어졌고
This was first established 77 years ago. So then many of these commonly mentioned human resources and research centers, hospitals, they have been around for over 200 years now. But the biocluster only came about in the past decade. Again, so you see all these elements there already, you see all these pieces of the puzzle there already, but then why was it only a decade ago that the biocluster was actually built? So I would say that that is the most important question, and the answer to this would also bring key to Goyang
어떻게 보면은
in successfully creating a cluster of its own, including biocluster.
질문을 놓고 왜 보스턴의 의료
Now then, with this question,
걸려 만들어졌고
again, why did it take Boston 100 years to create a healthcare cluster? So they had the infrastructure, but why did it take them 100 years? So here I am reminded of the Korean saying, beads become treasure only when strung together. So Boston was able to create the biocluster only about 10 years ago. So again, they have had all the elements, they have had all the necessary pieces, but lacking was the effort to tie them all together. Now, Boston is the capital of Massachusetts,
그리고
and Massachusetts government
네트워크를 구축하는
had been
전에는
trying to create a network to link together the research institutes and the private businesses and so forth. But before then, before the state government went ahead with this effort, they were not able to link them all together. So of course, at Boston, we would
그 세계 최고의 그런 그 요소들이 있는데
be so proud of this healthcare cluster. But again, I would say that this is the inconvenient truth that is lying behind it, meaning that it actually took them so long to finally create this healthcare cluster. And I would say that actually San Francisco, they have had the head start in the biocluster for such a long time. But then it was
거의 구도가
in 2012 that Boston began to surpass San Francisco as the biocluster. And now, of course, there's no comparison, but I would say that this is probably the most important lesson that we can learn from the city of Boston in terms of the healthcare cluster. So again, looking at the healthcare cluster in Boston, what are some of the success factors or the strategic elements? Then there are largely 5 elements, and then in the middle, you see the government's policy and culture. The government's policy was about building a network.
우수한 대학과 연구기관
And then the 5 elements,
물론 그런 것들이 많아요.
looking at them one by one, of course, you need outstanding universities and research centers. They already had them. You also need highly educated human resources. Now, meaning that all the human resources that are being developed by the outstanding universities here, without leaving the city of Boston, you had to make them stay and work in the health cluster. So that is another thing that happened. Then also the global companies. So in order to create the ecosystem, so the global companies R&D centers also moved into the cluster. So this was also one important factor. And you also see the inflow of Korean companies too. Korean bio companies are also coming into this ecosystem, and I believe that this stream is going to continue. And of course, another important factor, since this is a bio cluster, now all these
실질적으로
projects research projects undertaken by the highly educated human resources. And then now the outcome of this research had to be put into practice. And that is also being done in Boston because there are so many hospitals here. So all the theories that are being developed in the research centers and in this cluster, then the hospitals can put them into use. And then for me, given that I'm an investor, what is the most important is the capital market.
정부 투자가 중요하지만
Private investment is very important. Of course, government investment is also important, but then for the government, they're investing mostly in the network-based policy. And if the government were to create all of them on their own, then it would have been very, very expensive. But then for the private capital to come in, if the government were to set the direction right, then the private capital would come in. So Boston was able to do this in 10 years, and that is also another important lesson for Goyang. So for Goyang, you could probably do the same. I mean, if you are to create something like this in 10 years, then Boston is showing you that yes, it can be done. So that is one very important lesson. So again, then what are some of the research projects and what are some of the features of the universities and the research centers in this cluster? So yes, these are some of the well-known institutes and organizations there, and you can see that in terms of the per capita NIH funding in the US, they are #1. So the institutes in Boston, they are receiving the highest per capita NIH funding in the US. But in terms of the sheer volume, then it might be less than some other places, but in terms of the #1 per capita, so in terms of per capita funding, it is #1. Then also more than 70 Nobel Prize winners active in these organizations. So the expertise that they have also inspire quite a lot of trust in what they do.
고급 인력이 너무나도 많고
And as I mentioned earlier, highly skilled workforce. There are so many
그다음에
high skilled workforce here. The students graduating from universities here, they don't leave. They stay and are employed in these research institutes. Then also there are world-class research projects because they also have the global companies here. So the global companies
운영을 하고 있습니다.
would also
보스턴에서 하는 이런
lead these world-class research projects with the pride, with the sense that these are Nobel Prize-worthy projects.
보스턴에 있는 이런 연구기관들이
So many of these Boston research centers, and if you ask them, your job would be at risk. I mean, that does not really make sense because what they want to do is to engage in world-class projects and be rewarded for it. So because of this, all the research centers and the universities in Boston, they continue to engage in state-of-the-art studies and projects. But they are not the sufficient elements in creating a healthcare cluster. So even if you are to bring in 30 research centers into Goyang, that does not make a cluster.
이게 지난 2000
Now, I also talked about human resources, and this is from 2002. So for the past 20 years,
1년 증가를 보이고 있는
and this is the trend of increase in highly educated workforce in Boston bio industry. So you can see that they keep increasing. Even last year, when they say that it was the hardest, still you can see that the highly educated workforce is increasing.
돈을 많이 주는 거죠.
And the reason is because the average salary is 250 million won. So that being the average, then there are quite a lot who receive way more than this. So those who are in research centers. Then also in Boston, the high school education ranking is #1 out of all Massachusetts. What this means is that the students coming out of
고등학교 아니고 공립
high schools, not special high schools, even just public high schools out of Boston, now they have the highest likelihood of moving on to the best universities. So even without having to pay for tuition at the top-notch private schools, just going to neighborhood school would give you better chances of moving on to very good universities. So for parents' perspective, then they don't really have any reason to leave Boston. And that, I would say, are the biggest reasons why
동기부여를 주게 됩니다.
the high-skilled workforce in Boston are motivated to stay. And they stay, and then they also attract others to do the same.
보스턴의 그 전
And then now this is something that I showed you earlier. So
전경 보여드리는데 여기에 있는
the Kendall Square and then the Boston Bridge. And now this is one thing interesting. So these are all the companies that are housed here. So in the past 10 to 15 years, so many companies have moved into this bio cluster in Boston, Cambridge region, and this will continue. But then there's not much room left. So this keeps expanding because they are trying to still move into the area, so not finding the space inside, then they are moving to the nearby area. So then
곳에
for the
우리가 40억을 투자해서
one company in Korea,
그 정도로
so they also invested in this region, spending like 3 billion, 4 billion won to create their own space. So it's a very expensive place, but still they're trying to come. And maybe not exactly inside here, but if it is even within 5 kilometers away, then they will still come so that they can be part of the network, to engage in the network. And now this is something that was surveyed in the UK.
병원 시설
Now Boston, again, is a small city, but you can see that in terms of the hospital facilities, then it was number 2 in the world. Interestingly enough, Seoul was number 5.
엄청난 그런 그 시설이 있다는 거죠.
So Seoul also has the hospital facilities that are on par with Boston. So we do have the facilities and the infrastructure to engage in such research. And now Goyang is
그런 도시
quite accessible to Seoul. It also has connection through the metro number 3 line, so it is almost part of Seoul. So again, for the city of Goyang, it
지하철 몇
already has the world-class facilities
현황 여기 한번 보시면
nearby
2023년에
with connection with the metro. Now then, this is the data from 2013 to 2023, 23 being the latest. Now, of course, it was a tough year, so investment went down. But then again, this is the bio VC investment in Boston. And you can see that the bio VC investment in Boston is 1/3 of all of the US.
근데 그 중에서
And
분야가 한 20,
now there are over 400 VC investors in Boston, and of course they are always ready to
10억 정도,
make investment
60조 정도
wherever they see fit.
바이오에 매년 투자되는데
And
3분의 1이
a lot of them
보스턴에 투자가 된다는 거예요.
is going into Boston. So in terms of numbers, then there is total 60 trillion being invested in bio every year inside the US, and out of them 1/3 or 20 trillion is being invested in Boston. Then also again over 400 VC funds. So my own KSP Global, it's just one of the 400. So over 400 VC funds are active in Boston. So this large-scale private capital is available to the bio cluster, and I would say that that is probably the jet engine for the bio cluster, because this is what is propelling the Boston bio cluster to move into the next level. Now this image is of the main figures from the research centers, and also you see the governor. But just looking at this picture, I don't know who the governor is, so he happens to be the one. So 10 years ago,
바이오 산업의 발전을 위해서 여기 주 정부가
the state government is going to invest $1 billion in Massachusetts to build up the bio cluster. So he's the one who made that decision, and now we see that the $1 billion has all been mostly invested already. But you see that he is not standing in the middle. He is standing a bit to the side. And that is because the Massachusetts state government wanted to play the role of an enabler, the helper. And I believe that that is emblematic of the direction. So again, he let the private sector lead the way.
대학과 연구 대학원의 유치
And then
보스턴에서 오랫동안 있는 상황이었고
now then for the
살고 싶어하는 환경
lessons that we can learn from Boston, what can they be? So some of them,
한 20년 들어서 상당히 보선에 발전했고
For example, attracting
기업 유치 정책
research universities and graduate schools, and then also
$1,000,000,000을 조달하면서
creating a livable environment where highly educated workforce want to live, and also very bold policies to attract companies. So this was also done. Then also the opportunities to apply the theories. So that was also done in the form of hospitals. And another lesson was attracting private capital. So Boston received like $1 billion in government funding, but then 10 times larger
그 매사추세츠주에서
amount came in the form of private investment.
정도의 투자를 하면은 꼭 그 10배를
So let's say,
그런 제도를 만들었습니다.
so they also created the kind of system where
민간 자본의
for every dollar invested, then they would attract $10 in private investment.
펼친 것이
So again,
어떤 클러스터를 세계
the fact that
클러스터로 10년
the state government tried to play the role of the enabler rather than leading the way in making the investment and enabling the private sector to come in and
아니면은
make their investment and also build up the network. So I would say that that was the key to the success. So whatever the cluster is, bio or healthcare or entertainment, culture, whatever, then I would say that these are the lessons that we can learn from in order to create the network or the cluster in the fastest period. So instead of
글로벌 네트워크
trying to create the hardware,
서울시
build the software,
아시아를 보는 것도 중요하지만은
and
고양시
also make sure that
서반구
it is global. So of course,
관계를 유지하자.
it is important to maintain the Koreanness or the Asianness, but then also what we need is a global network to engage in, to interact with other parts of the world. Then also,
그런 환경
it is urgent that we create the kind of environment where the highly educated people want to live. So yes, I also tell people that Ilsan, Goyang, they are very nice places to live. So that's all good, but we have to go beyond that. So we need to be
인력이 여기 와서
probably the best place to live in Korea.
다른 학교나 기관
So once we have that kind of environment, then we'll have the people come in. Once we do that, then we can also have the right schools. Then the right businesses would also come in. And by doing so, then we can also attract more private capital. But again, not just with the domestic or Korean network, because the Korean private investors, they would also receive government support. So not only them, but we also need to attract global investors.
민간 자본이 언제든지 진입할 수 있는
So not just the hardware, but then again the software. So what we need to focus on is the software. So we need to build up the network and we need to create the right environment. And then now the last thing that I would like to emphasize is that now in Massachusetts, again, they have had the conditions for the biocluster for over 100 years, but then they ended up creating the biocluster only in the past 10 years. And that was done by attracting private capital on top of the existing infrastructure by the government's effort. So then, again, for the city of Goyang or for Ilsan, then what they have to focus on is building up the right software, the right network. And once you can build up that network, then I would say that all the other important pieces for the cluster will fall into place. So then the capital of Goyang,
투자하기보다는
instead of investing in building up the human resources or other pieces, but perhaps I would say that the money can be best spent in attracting bigger private capital. Thank you.
예, 대단히 감사합니다.
All right, thank you very much for the presentation, and also thank you very much for being so punctual. Thank you.
정말 그 핵심적인
And yes, he has
잘 설명해 주신
given us a very good illustration of the key elements, key factors that we need. And now, as the moderator,
요약을
what I have been instructed to do was to give a summary of the presentation as well. So
하고 다음
with your understanding, then allow me to give a brief summary of
선생님께서는
what Mr. Spencer Nam has just presented. So Mr. Nam, Managing Partner Nam, what he has just explained was that now he has the experience of having lived in Goyang, so I can see that part of his heart is still here. So the Boston Biomedical Complex, how it was created, so he showed us a brief history of that. And also what is interesting is that Boston started out, now Goyang, the city of Goyang, it is 600 years old, so at least in that area we are ahead of Boston. But anyway, so Boston is quite an old city, but then it was only in about 10 years ago that they were able to create the world-class biocluster. So before then it was San Francisco that was leading the US, but then now Boston has topped them, and he has also explained how Boston was able to do that, and also he has given us the summary of what we need to do in Goyang. And one of the most important is could be for Goyang, could be for Gyeonggi province or for the central government. But again, what he has mentioned is the most important thing for the government to do is to create the network, to play the role of the enabler, and not for the businesses, not to attract the businesses, but again, because that's not how it happened in Boston either. So it's not the global companies that went into Boston first, but then it was the universities, hospitals that were there first. But then that itself was not enough to build it into a biomedical center. But then now in the picture, you also show the Massachusetts governor, Deval Patrick. So he committed to $1 billion of investment for 10 years. And I understand that they invested by 100 billion won per year. But then, as you can see, that amount, now when you look at the venture capital investment, then it's at 170 times to that. And when it peaked, then it was 17 trillion won a year. So you see that it was able to bring in so much private investment. And again, what is important is that for the Boston biocluster, then it was based on the R&D, and also private investment is important, and being a livable city is an important factor. And also, in the case of Korea, we are very much interested in education, especially for our children, and it's also important to have the good education institutions for children as well. And also, he emphasized the importance of hospital facilities, and then giving a very interesting interpretation, he also mentioned the Seoul's hospital facilities, because Seoul is also quite accessible to Goyang. So he also mentioned that perhaps Goyang can leverage the outstanding hospital facilities in Seoul. And you mentioned that there is the connection by Metro number 3 line to Seoul between Goyang. But then there's also the GTX that is set to open next year. If that happens, then it will be only like 10 minutes from Goyang to Seoul. Then also from Samsung Station, it is also going to be very, very close. So again, it is making the environment even better. So then Seoul is likely to become an important piece of the puzzle for Goyang to create this kind of cluster. So again, he has given a very good, very positive assessment of the outlook for Goyang to build the cluster for biohealthcare. So thank you very much for that. And also now, in terms of the medical environment for Goyang, now of course I'm a director of the National Cancer Center, but then now it is a government-led center. But then here we also have the Dongguk University Hospital, and then there's also the ENG University Hospital, Myeongji Hospital, Ilsan Hospital, and Cha University Hospital. So we have actually 6 hospitals, university-level hospitals in Goyang as well. So again, we can tap into these facilities as well. And also, many of the leading universities are also nearby, like 10 minutes from here. And so we can also utilize them as part of our assets. So again, thank you very much for the assessment. And
나중에 우리 패널
Thank you very much for giving us a very good outlook. I'm not sure whether I did a good job in summarizing the presentation, but I believe that anything amiss can be further discussed in the panel discussion. So once again, let's thank Mr. Nam for the excellent presentation.
두 번째 연자를
Let's move on to the second speaker for this session, Dr. Wolf Nehrbass. I'm not sure whether I pronounced your name correctly. He's from Luxembourg. He's the CEO of the Luxembourg Institute of Health.
네브라스 박사님은
And Dr. Wolf Nehrbass
룩셈부르크 보건연구원에 근무하고 계신데 그 보건연구원에
works in the Luxembourg National Institute of Health,
본인강 분야로 범위를
and he is specializing in clinical research and expanding clinical research, that is medical science,
새로운 임상
and connecting it to clinical studies.
플레이셔널 리서치라고
And so it's called translational research.
중개 연구에 중점을 두는 연구기관이라고
So that is the specialty of LIH, and he has a lot of experience in that area. And in particular, he is the founder and head director of the Pasteur Research Institute here in Korea.
발명기관을 설립하기 위해서 국제적인 팀을 모집했다.
And he has mobilized an international team.
기존의 표적 기반 접근 방법
And the project was started in 2004, and he created a new visualization model
그런 것들을 디벨롭을
for pharmaceutical production.
여러 가지 자세한 내용은 있지만 제가 생략을 하고
So I will skip over many parts of his excellent CV and just summarize and say he is an expert when it comes to translational studies and medical research. And he was
의학연구소의 연구원으로
a Howard Hughes Fellow,
그 연구에서 많은 경험을 쌓았던 것으로
where he started his career, and he was in Cambridge University, where he
학력을 갖고 계십니다.
majored in biochemistry.
우리 울프 네바스 교수님을
So
연자
let us welcome
하도록 하겠습니다. 큰 박수.
Dr. Wolf Nehrbass. Please welcome him with a big hand.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the kind introduction. It's a pleasure to be here. In fact, during my time here in Korea, what I'm also very proud of was Curient, a spin-off of IPK, which I started as CEO and was responsible for the initial founding rights. But now here, I am working in Luxembourg, and you may wonder, what does Luxembourg really have in common with Ilsan or with Goyang? Well, I think, how do I move this here? Okay. What we have in common is certainly our shared interest in building a precision medicine cluster. And what we also have in common to a degree is size. Now, you are a city, we are an entire country. Luxembourg is located in the center of Europe, really between France and Germany. It is the country that in 2022 had the highest per capita income in the world. Its industrial focus is on telecommunication. I don't know whether you know, but most of the satellites in space are run and owned from Luxembourg. Of course, finance. There's steel. 60% of the high-rise buildings in New York are built with Luxembourg steel. There's a little known knowledge. There's a huge deficit of the Arab Emirates with Luxembourg because of that high-rise building having been built with steel from Luxembourg. But now, of course, we are looking into diversifying the economy, and there is a real strategic pivot into digital health as a pillar of economic diversification. And when it comes to size, it may be interesting that we have 1 million health insured covered by one central insurer. So if you want, then with respect to the size of the group that is starting the endeavor, it is comparable. We have in Luxembourg 4 main hospitals. We have one central health insurer, the Caisse Nationale de Santé. We have a master patient index since 2014, a national electronic health record since 2018, and we are in the process currently of introducing one common EMR that connects all of the primary care in the country. With respect to the Digital Readiness Index, we are number 2 worldwide, and the pivot towards digital health really is a strategic decision on the level of the government that puts all of the stakeholders really in the same boat, pulling on the same string. So we are really joining forces. One slide on the Luxembourg Institute of Health, as was said in the introduction. We are an institute focusing on precision health. We really have the aim of making impact on patients. We would like to become a leading European institute for precision medicine. My board tells me not to say the leading institute. Where we're looking at the ranking at the moment in the non-academic world, the Luxembourg Institute of Health is listed by the Times Higher Education, number 15 worldwide, and we are number 7 in Europe. When we are talking about a pivot towards digital health, it's very important that there is a change in thinking of the partners involved, because it means that this is an endeavor that has to bring together entities that normally in Europe have remained in silos. That's researchers, biomedical researchers, doctors, and patients. So when we are looking at even our own institutions, our biomedical researchers are very much addicted to their mice, and I can assure you, we have been curing cancer in mice several times over. What is very important in starting the endeavor is making sure that the patient, the doctor, and the researcher are finding a common basis to start working together. And we've started doing that by building a clinical research platform in Luxembourg that connects the researchers and all of the hospitals. So rather than each hospital undertaking their own clinical research, we have mutualized the capacities, and that's a great start in order to triangulate this relationship, patient, doctor, and researcher. What is at stake? In Europe, we have 450 million citizens, and what is really remarkable about that is that we are all health insured. Europe has an excellent medical care system. We have high-quality data. And what we are looking for in Europe when it comes to digital health is a patient-centric data model. And I do know that here in Korea, you have the same ambition. And also when it comes to GDPR, to the privacy of medical data, there's a lot of shared values between what we do in Europe and what you do here. By contrast, in the US, it is more a business-driven data model, and in China, a state-centric model. Neither of those is what is at the core of what we are after in Europe. At the same time, we are looking at a number of challenges that lie ahead, and I think these are challenges that we have in common. There's an aging population. There's a drastic increase in lifestyle-related chronic diseases. There is an increase in the number of people that will be getting access to our health system without a proportional increase in budgets, and there is a retiring health personnel. So a big challenge is that not only will be more people coming into the health system, there will be fewer doctors. There's an entire generation of medical doctors that will be retiring in the next 5 years. So what that means is that we have to become more efficient. And the focus of our research is moving away from what we had previously, the focus on creating new medical entities, to moving to an increase in digital health and efficiency of the means that we have. So this means that when we are looking at France and Germany in the next 20 to 30 years, the money will be invested less in NMEs, but more in precision health. And that means in personalized medicine, in smart diagnostics, in precision therapy, and of course then eventually in disease prevention, because disease prevention is the economic most achievable way of keeping a population healthy and sustainable. So when we are looking at that, we cannot, of course, it's clear that this endeavor here is connected to a new approach in health that's based on artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence in healthcare is having a lot of promise, and I've listed some of the upsides here that we are all after. Better data-driven decisions, an increased diagnostic efficiency, precision medicine, medical economic savings, of course, for the insurers. It opens the door to prevention. I can explain maybe a little bit if I have time, and better patient care. So where do we stand in that endeavor? maybe you've heard about the Gartner hype cycles, which accompany new technologies, and there is a Gartner hype cycle now in the use of ChatGPT-4. The Gartner hype cycle in healthcare, you can see it here, the innovation trigger, the peak of inflated expectation, and then the trough of disillusionment. By and large, I would say that in the last 10 years, AI in healthcare hasn't really lived up to the promise that we have had. And I don't know, and maybe our colleague here from Boston can help us in estimating where we are. Are we on our way down, or have we already reached rock bottom? I would say that the failure of the IBM Watson Oncology certainly is an event that should make us think as we are moving into digital health and precision medicine. Let's look at what happened with the IBM Watson Oncology, so IBM Watson rather. Quite impressive, the numbers. The IBM Watson endeavor had access to an immense trove of data. They had access to the Triven insurance database with 300 million individuals. They had access to the vital electronic health records of 50 million patients. They were working with a Memorial Sloan Kettering that is, without question, the best oncology or cancer clinic probably in the world. They had 7,000 employees and an investment of $5 billion. Certainly, you would imagine that this has to be an impressive endeavor that leads to success. And certainly would you also think that this thing is too big to fail. It took them 5 years before they had to admit that what IBM Watson was producing was a little worse than an average physician. And so the plug was pulled. The IBM Watson supercomputer recommended unsafe and incorrect cancer treatments as shown by internal documents. Now, what had really gone wrong here? And we really have to know, we in Luxembourg, and I think there are important lessons to be learned also here in Korea as we are moving into that endeavor. I think an analysis would tell that the problem has been a very simple one. It's like in so many endeavors that we undertake, it's rubbish in, rubbish out. Rubbish are in fact the data sets that were used for this endeavor because there were, as we call them, retrospective data. Retrospective data are historical data that have been accumulated over many years, 5, 10, 20 years. And the problem with these data is that they are not structured and not standardized. So when you're trying to train an ML or an AI algorithm on non-structured, non-quality controlled data, it simply will not work. So this means that what is really required is clean, structured data, and I've given you a list. I will not walk you through it. So this means that producing clean, structured data with prospective patient cohorts is an essential step that I think, and not only me, and many partners now in Europe think we will have to take in order to get algorithms that will progressively be able to mine in retrospective data and create value nonetheless. That is the bet we have taken, and not only us, but also major clinical partners in and abroad in France, Germany, Switzerland. When you talk about data, things are a little complicated because you can't just have them. You have to build an infrastructure that allows you to have these clean, structured data that you so badly need in order to create value in this endeavor. I show you some of the building stones that we have put in place over the last 4 to 5 years in order to pivot us into a position where we are at the leading edge. One, of course, is regulation. It's a bit boring, but in Europe, you can never get on without. And so Europe has a regulatory space that just says that patient data are very important, and you have to store them in trusted health data hubs. That's number one. And the access to these health data hubs must be assured by an independent body. It's a public, private, and operationalization interface that grants access to these data and defines the conditions. I mean, what is the value, what are the safety conditions, and so on. In Luxembourg, we have done that. We have the Data Integration Center and the National Data Exchange Platform. And it's so important because that gives secure and regulated access to health data, and that provides planning safety also for private and commercial partners. The second part is that we have worked to bring two data entities together that really remain remarkably separated. On the one hand, clinical data, and on the other hand, research data. You have to combine them. And so that's what we did by putting the research institution, the insurer, the health ministry, and the hospital on the same page. It's a seamless integration of clinical and research data. And while we do that in Luxembourg, I want to remind you, a similar size like Goyang here, 1 million, we are critically depending on extending this network into partners, partner clinics notably. And what we have used is this data integration center is a central data hub that links us to the near abroad. There's Reims, Nancy, Strasbourg, Basel, Freiburg, Saarbrücken, and Heidelberg, and the extension now also goes into Berlin with the Charité. And what this is it's a federated data space. We have made sure that we have a full interoperability between Luxembourg and these clinical centers. These are huge clinical centers, I have to say, with excellent research, lots of Nobel Prize laureates, if you want to count that. And it's not only interoperable, we do it federated in a way that the data will remain local and the analysis will be done remotely. This is in line with our GDPR regulations. It's a bit, well, challenging at the beginning, but if we are setting it up, we will have an advantage. And we do that together with the DFKI in Saarbrücken, which is a preeminent institute for artificial intelligence, developing the crawling AI algorithms for us. So if you look at that, I think you are in so much a better position if you're linking up to the big hospitals in Seoul. What is important, however, is that you are overcoming local competition and put your forces together. Sometimes not easy, but as I will tell you, if you find a topic, a content issue that combines the clinicians, I think it becomes doable. So then I talked about data. This data have to be produced, so we have now put together a one-of-a-kind pipeline that puts everything in an operational workflow that you need in order to produce these data. There are, of course, the translational center where the doctor, the researcher, and the clinicians meet, and then from there on everything from project management to the actual clinical nurses and the clinical trial centers to the statistical evaluation, the biobanking and data production, the pathology platforms, the genome sequencing, and so on and so on. All of that is now put together in a one-stop shop, able to provide operational integration, but really high-quality data. What data are we looking at? It's also very important. You have to go beyond genomics. Genomics is just one layer. And what is becoming now important in digital health is you can look at real-world data. Imaging is very important if you want to know how a patient is doing. Voice and digital biomarkers are telling a story about the patient and his journey, the disease state that the patient is in. Nutrition is very important, and not just we are what we eat, but we can follow nutrients and their impact on immune homeostasis. The exposome, what are the environmental toxins you're exposed to? We do hair analysis to that effect, immune profiling, psycho and social data, the microbiome, of course, the metabolome, and why not, the genome. Now, when we are putting all of this together now, I mean, how do we amortize our investment? Simply imagine that what we do now is we have a refinery and access to raw oil. These are unmet needs in patients, doctors, and researchers. And this plumbing, our raw oil in our refinery, produces one thing. It's standardized quality control data. If you so want, what we have put in place is a setup that produces a unique resource, unique for a few years, a conditio sine qua non, and that is a clean data lake, clean, structured, quality-controlled data. And not only the lake, but regulated access, planning safety in accessing the data. So how do we deal with the data? They're just not one kind. I told you that the data come in two flavors. There is the classical, clinical, biomedical data, the stuff that I've been doing most of my career. And then there's this new stuff, the wearables, the IT phenotyping, the digital data. And so this is classical biomedical. It's slow and very expensive. And here is the new stuff. It's new, it's fast, it's economic, it's relatively cheap to get by. But what I would like to tell you, and that's the problem of IBM Watson, if you want to train digital data, you need to have a reference platform of extremely clean classical data that allows you to stratify your patients according to actual clinical criteria and then train your AI algorithm to have a digital avatar. I have to flip through, that gets too long. Another example here for that being successful comes from the Boston area, a company that we are now working closely with and we hope we can attract to Luxembourg. That is Linus Health. These are neurologists at the Mass General Hospital who over the last 15 years have been making MRI images of Alzheimer patients. And the one thing that is clear is that was standardized and quality controlled. This was one guy doing it again and again, thousands of patients. So he had this clean, structured data. And on the basis of the stratification of the patients, what they were able to do is make a movie of Alzheimer patients as they're drawing a watch from 1 to 12. And they look at this in the movie and they train an AI algorithm on the basis of the size of the lesion in the brain. And what they can see then, very clearly, they can classify the behavior of the patient in the movie and align it with the lesion size in the brain. This gives a 95% accuracy in the early detection of Alzheimer's disease. This is a unicorn with a valuation of 1.5 billion because now you can roll out a system to general practitioners that allows you to stratify patients that are sent to neurologists. Very effective. And the way it goes is that this algorithm, well, it just picks up on how the patient holds the pen or how often, very important, the patient looks to the caregiver. So that is really the value of putting these two data dimensions together. And you need clean, structured data. So now we have our data lake here. It's not one lake, it's a federated lake because all of our partners have equal access. They have their own. It's federated, so that's a bit simplified. But now we have our Parkinson's clinic. We have been doing that over the last 8 years, extremely clean, structured data of Parkinson's patients. And so recently we published with our Japanese collaborators for the first time propagative alpha-synuclein seeds, a biomarker in the blood that is now a predictor for the early onset of Parkinson's disease. And a lot more examples, I won't go into that. But you see, now this classical blood-based biomarker allows us to play the Linus game. In Parkinson's, you don't draw a watch, you draw a three-dimensional cube, but we now have the clean biochemical data that allows us to train the algorithms. And that's really interesting. And so now the Michael J. Fox Foundation is working through our database. We have Roche coming on board for their clinical trials because they want to have pre-stratified patient cohorts, very important for them, as well as Boehringer Ingelheim. What we are now pivoting into is a large cohort with all of our partners in immune-related diseases, IBD, RA, and MS. This is a big endeavor. We have secured 50 million euros in seed funding for the moment. And very simple, these are mature disease classes where new drugs come on the market every 3 months, but the physicians have no clue what to prescribe to what patients. And so what we do here, and the idea is, why not ask Korea to join? And the idea here is that we are in these making a classification of a multidimensional data space perspective, very clean, to then understand, if we stratify these patients by standard of care drugs, what are the indicators for treatment predisposition of patients? That is the right drug for the right patient, and precision medicine. Of course, when we have the data, we can do wonderful hypothesis-driven research because we want to know what they have in common. Finally, we do the same for cancer. We call it functional profiling, and there now all of Norway has joined with their cancer centers into that endeavor. And again, I think there's no reason why we would not be able to extend that to Korea. Where are future pivots? I think personalized medicine, the way we do it, would really, really fit well with the new approach in precision oncology. I'm very much thinking about personalized antigen adjuvant therapies. There's been an impressive paper recently with the Mass General Hospital and BioNTech in Mainz. So you make mRNA vaccines with a very acute rate. And there's a massive unmet need in brain health. And so here the digital pivots are ideally positioned to create value, and why not collaborate that? So now coming to the end, now what we take as our leads in creating an environment that becomes attractive to the private sector and to private investors is have a detour for a few years where we put data quality in the foreground and interoperability of data spaces. Very important is data security and regulated access and planning safety to the data. And then, and that hasn't been discussed here, but it's equally important, and don't underestimate that, if you want to have a medical device and you want to have the FDA or EMA approve it, you have to pretty well prove that your AI algorithm is safe. So trusted AI is an entire research field where we have embarked now, and I think it will be very important as we move forward. So how do we see ourselves in Luxembourg now? Really, this European health market will grow together. It's like everything in Europe. It takes time. We are complicated. But in the end, we will manage. And so Luxembourg is first in class with regulated and secure access. We have a one-of-a-kind refinery for data production. We have access to the leading clinical centers in and near abroad. We have incubator. We have, of course, lots of capital in Luxembourg. We just need some brains, some bright people that help us to make the right investment with all of that money. We're looking for that right now. And we are building a Heal campus to move forward. So as you see, with what we are doing in Luxembourg and with what you have in mind here, there are lots of commonalities. And I do think that from the culture of how we think about data and what we have in mind, there is also space for direct collaboration. And I would like to end here. Thank you.
예, 대단히 감사합니다. 정말
Yes, thank you very much.
발표로 우리
That was a foreign case presentation made by Dr. Wolf Nehrbass.
컴플렉스하고는 좀 대조적으로
It's a bit different from Boston.
그래서 이제는 사실 AI 시대
Luxembourg Institute of Health focuses on
트랜스포메이션
digital health
그런 중요한 시점.
and with the help of AI. So AI transformation is a
디지털 헬스
hot
혹은 AI
topic and keyword
많은 포텐셜을 갖고 있는지
in the digital economy and in
유럽에서의 센터 역할을 하면서
so the AI data-driven digital health is what
장점으로
LIH is focusing on. And Luxembourg is a small country,
다른 나라에서는
but it has turned that into an advantage because it is located in the heart of Europe.
룩셈부르 아까 2015년에 했다 그랬지만 우리 한국은 훨씬 이전부터 했거든요.
Korea was ahead,
더 됐습니다. 대부분의
at least 20 years ahead of Luxembourg when it comes to electronic health records,
게 아니라
medical records. So we had digitized all that, our X-rays and our imaging
그래서 의료기관
of patients. We shared them over computer networks. But the problem is that we also have problems with networking and connecting. And EMR, it seems that from the presentation made by Dr. Wolf, it has been standardized. So electronic medical records being standardized is a huge advantage and a huge leap forward. And in digital health, the key is data quality. And Luxembourg is ahead
또한
of the world in that regard. And data security is also a very important issue. Medical health centers, they are very reluctant to open their data or grant access to their medical records and data.
인근에 있는 독일이나 프랑스나 스위스
And Switzerland, Germany, France, the countries nearby Luxembourg, they have come together. The medical institutions have come together, and there has an interoperability.
이제 우리 연합학습이라는 AI 하나의 데이터를 그러니까 서로 공유하지 않고 한 군데 모아놓지 않고도 어떤 알고리즘만 공유하면서 데이터를
And so if they share just a common algorithm, then they will have a federated kind of learning that is possible. And that is what is being enabled with Luxembourg at the center. And he proposed that Korean hospitals and the Korean medical industry can join that federated learning. And he also gave 2 cases of early detection, data-driven early detection of Parkinson's as well as Alzheimer.
진단을 스크리닝을 해가지고 예를 들면은 1차적인 진료를 통해서 해당되는
So through the first round of diagnosis, you can detect and diagnose Parkinson's or Alzheimer's very early on, and then connect the patient to the right neurologist early on
활용하는 데 있어서 사실은
for treatment.
AI라는 말씀
And so this data and this trusted AI
굉장히
has enabled that. Trusted AI is quite a difficult term to
분석하는 내용을
grasp.
수가 없기 때문에 설명이 불가능하거든요.
Because the way
리터라고 하는데 그 익스플레인업을 하지 않기 때문에
the AI thinks is not
메커니즘으로 이런
explainable.
AI가 그런 결론을 어떻게 이끌어내는지
And how the thought process of AI in reaching a certain conclusion, that's something that we cannot understand. It's not explainable, but right now, an explainable AI is being developed, something that is trusted. It can be applied
적용할 수 있는
directly to patients.
이런 가능성을 또
So there is that possibility that Dr. Ulf Nehrbass is talking about. So in conclusion, when it comes to digital technologies and IT, Korea is a powerhouse,
룩셈부르크의 사례는
and Luxembourg's case
같이
offers many implications and lessons for us. And as proposed by Dr. Nehrbass,
데이터를 같이 공유하고
I think sharing Korea's medical data for further collaboration
글로벌 네트워크를 할 수 있는 그런 가능성, 디지털을 통해서 글로벌 네트워크를
will help us to take advantage of the potential of global networking.
다시 한번 우리
So thank you very much, Dr. Ulf Nehrbass. A big round of applause for the doctor, please.
그러면 시간이 좀 많이 흘렀는데요. 저희가 어쩔 수 없이
Now, thank you. And now there has been some time delay, but now, given the delay in the scheduled time, then we might have to shorten the panel discussion so that we can keep to the ending time. But anyway, so with that, let me introduce the next speaker, who is Professor Kim Dong-Eog of Neurology at Dongguk University Ilsan Hospital. So Professor Kim, being at the university, now he has been also
맡고 계시고
serving as the director of the Medical Research Center, and he is also the head of the Korean
졸업하시고
Neurologic MRI Center.
를 받으셨고
He received his
버스턴에서
PhD from the same university, and then in Boston,
랩이 있는데 거기서
there is a very famous
그러니까
global research lab.
fellow
So he also served as a research fellow there from 2015 to 2021. So there's a doctor named Dr. Narendorf. So he also
2005년에
researched quite a long time under
계속 재직
Dr. Narendorf, and then he came back to Korea in 2021 and has been serving as the professor in Dongguk University Ilsan Hospital, especially in the field of stroke, which is a very important illness in Korea. And also he has been accumulating quite a lot of achievements in this field, and also he has transferred the technology that he has learned through such research to the a private company to make his contribution to the development of the biomedical industry of Korea. So now with that, let me turn it over to Professor Kim. Yes, thank you. This is Kim Dong-Eog from the Department of Neurology at the Dongguk University Ilsan Hospital. So thank you very much for the introduction as well as the invitation. Now then,
중간중간에 약간 수정을 하도록 하겠습니다.
there might be some
일단
errors in the slides, so allow me to make some corrections in my presentation. So the previous speakers have given a very good talk about the big picture, so then why don't I take this time to give something like a reality check.
제가 서울대에서 신경과 레지던트하고
Now I served as the neurology resident in Seoul National University Hospital, as well as a stroke fellow. And then, now, as mentioned now, I was at the Mass General Hospital, MGH, serving as a postdoc fellow
서울대
until 2021. Well, the faculty, the size of the faculty at the Seoul National University is fewer than 1,000. And then Dongguk University, Ilsan Hospital, fewer than 100. But then you could look it up. At Harvard University, the faculty alone would be 10,000. So just out of search, then it says 12,000. So my understanding is that it is close to 20,000. So you can see that just in the sheer number of researchers, there is a huge difference. And of course, all the faculty members, I would say all of them are far better than myself. So none of them are any lesser. So it is truly an overwhelming place. So now then, as someone who is working in Goyang, I do hope that we can do this right and turn this into an important biomedical cluster. But then my realistic hope is that I hope we can select the right researchers. I hope that we can draw them into Goyang. I hope we train them, and I hope that they will stay afterwards. So that is also some of the wishes that I have as someone who has been working here. So with that, let me start my presentation. Now, in 2009,
지정하는
with the Ministry of Commerce and Industry and then the Ministry
센터를 줍니다.
of National Economy, Knowledge Economy, and so forth, and then they opened this
데이터 센터
center.
지정을 받았습니다.
And then now we were designated as the Korean Brain MRI Center. So it was around this time, 2010.
확률이 높고
Now stroke was so common
높은
with very high mortality and also prone to disability. Despite this gravity of the disease, the MRI data was not being reused.
다른 나라와는 달리
So unlike in other countries,
환자에게 다 찍는
well, I would say that Korea is probably the only country in the world where we take the MRI for all of the patients. Of course, patients pay something out of the pocket, but then also it is funded by the government too. So then we take the MRI and then we use it to take care of the patient. Afterwards, you cannot reuse it because this is graphic data. So to put them together into, let's say, statistical data, that was not easy. Then for the MRI data, could we also come up with something like a reference standard? So to delve into this question, the strategy that we took was, now there are 6 university level hospitals and university hospitals, in total 6 hospitals in Ilsan, but then of course they do not represent the entirety of Korea. So then we received data from 11 centers across the nation, and then as the central lab,
그런 일들을 한 거죠.
we built up the MRI and clinical data.
2011년에서
So for example, between 2011 to 2014,
11개 대학
then from 11 centers, so from 11 university hospitals across the nation, then for all of these stroke patients
다 찍기 때문에
who took
거의 90%
the MRI, but then I would say that it's over 90% of those who have the stroke, because you take the MRI of stroke patients unless they're not able to withstand it. So then once you take the MRI of the patient, then there are like 100 slices. And then, so given that we collected the data from 15,000 patients, so that means that there are 1.5 MRI slices in total. Of them, all of the lesions related to stroke, then we segmented them by hand in manual work.
되는 템플릿에
And then
옮기는 그런 작업을
to move them into a template that was globally used. And again, we had to move 1.5 million slices, so that took about 10 years.
일을 풀타임으로 한 겁니다.
So 6 people worked on this full time.
뭐 이렇게 되면 이제 6명의 고양시
So 6
시민이
citizens of
베드타운으로서가 아니라
Goyang City
직업을 가지게 되는 거죠. 여기에서
having jobs here,
고양
not Goyang as the bed town, but not leaving the city to go work and come back, but then actually working here. Then also based on this work, since I'm a professor, I also wrote some papers. Of the papers, one of the most often cited was the one that was published on JAMA Neurology.
제 어필리에이션
And
한국대 고양시
whenever such papers are published, then my affiliation says
아카데미에
Dongguk University,
있는 사람들은
Goyang City.
그것들을 중요시 여기는
Now, I would say that those in the academia
고양시
value this
공부하시는 분들은 어떻게
kind of
생각할지 모르겠지만 어쨌든
affiliation. So I'm not sure about
이런
those who live here, but then
그 내용
now, unless the humankind
그리고
disappears from the face of the earth, then what is on the internet will remain, and also the name of the city of Goyang will remain on the internet. And then also those who have been listed, now those are also the citizens of Goyang who have been paid to do this work. And then of course, based on this work, not just publishing papers, but then also we created this illustration that can be referenced for clinical care. And we also distributed this
보면은
across the nation.
지식경제부도 있고 참조표준센터도 있고
And again, you see that
중학교도 있고
the sponsoring organizations are the Ministry of Knowledge Economy, Ministry of Health and Welfare. But anyway, so since this started in Goyang City, so it started from the city of Goyang, this illustration to diagnose stroke. And this is also called the Korean brain map. I'm sure that some of you have also read about this or heard about this on the news. So it was also discussed in the KBS news,
이것은 뭐 고양시
talking about the Korean brain map. But this was not funded by the city of Goyang. This was funded by the National Reference Standard Center. And also, if some of the products are usable, then the researcher would also be highlighted. And then also the funding agency. The funding agency would also do their own media communication. So for example, from KAIST, the Korea Reference Information Center, so they have also done some media communication on their own. Anyway, so all of these communication efforts, then, and also all this work, what kind of impact will this have on the Dongguk University Ilsan Hospital? Now, of course, the National Cancer Center, it is a national or nationwide hospital visited by people from all over the world. But then now let's say Myeongji Hospital or the Dongguk University Ilsan Hospital. Now, these hospitals, by definition, are they nationwide hospitals? And I would say that the answer is no.
이런 언론 홍보들이 있으면은
But once there is this kind of media communication, then at least patients in Goyang
생길 GTX를 타고
taking the subway or the GTX to open next year, they will not take these
KTX 타고 서울
GTX or metro to go outside of Goyang. Now, for all the other people in other regions, then they would take the trains to come all the way to Seoul. But then, at least for the people in Goyang, perhaps they can save the trip. And also in Goyang, one of its hallmark is its relatively young demographics, and also many of them commute to work in Seoul. Then also many of their parents live outside of Seoul. And then also they would come to the hospitals in Ilsan so that they can see their children every now and then and come to the hospitals in Ilsan at the same time. We actually see these cases. And now for all of this to happen, then especially for the hospitals that did not start out as national hospitals or nationwide hospitals, then what you need is this kind of media exposure. And to get that media exposure, it is important to report on your research achievements. And then also if you get these research achievements, then that can also be reflected into your everyday care. So I would say that in many sense, it is a highly meaningful achievement. Then now for the Dongguk University Ilsan Hospital, among the many different university hospitals, now this is one of the few ones where the medical school campus and the hospital are located in the same place. So the College of
전부 같이 있는 곳이기 때문에 연구 성과가
for example, the pharmaceuticals and also the medical college, nursing college there are, and also the traditional medicine college, they are all located together. So I would say that, and they're also located together with the hospital. So they are the hub of medicine in this region and also is conducive to creating a synergy effect. And I'm saying this because, yes, I am working at the Dongguk University. Anyway, so now this was also carried in a medical textbook as well. And I also wrote a textbook myself.
동국대 수익으로 잡히고
And they would be captured as the revenue for Dongguk University. And we would also pay local taxes to Goyang City. Perhaps these are not major things, but
모은 데이터
also the data that we collect.
점은 아니야.
Because at this time, AI was not actively used. But anyways, the MRI data, so now at the book cell type level or at the pixel level, we can tell whether there is a disease or not. And then also about 180 pieces of clinical information on the 15,000 patients. So since we have had this data for some time, now with the advent of AI technology, we were one of the few in Korea that have had the data together with the clinical information that can be fed into machine learning for AI. And
기술 이전을
at that time, the JLK also asked for a technology transfer. So yes, we have agreed to do that
이제 그 가치가 그 정도를
at about 100 million
판단은 정확하게 못.
won. And perhaps at this time, we were not fully aware of the value of this, that it would have been much more. But anyways, and then now the royalty would be 4% of the revenue. Then also when there is the company acquisition, then 1% of the acquisition value. So, and then we have also donated some of our earnings to the university. Then also, I'm sure that some of you are from the Goyang city government,
이름을 거명할 수는 없지만 이
and
회사가
I cannot name names, but
AI
this company
기반
having such valuable information,
에 관심을 가진
and then
지자체가 있었습니다.
now, there was a municipality that was highly interested in the final outcome of this company utilizing this data, that they were going to come up with a stroke diagnosis machine based on this data. And then they were planning to invest like 20-30 billion won. It was nearly reaching the fruition, but it did not work out, and I cannot go into details. But then, as far as I understand, it was about responsibility because it involved 20-30 billion won in investment. And if it works out, who is going to take the credit? If it doesn't, then who is going to take the blame? To be more specific,
결국은
which department inside the municipality was going to take the credit or the blame, and they were not able to discern that, and in the end, it did not work out. And then
제가 기술 이전 2억
it was replaced by private investment
제가 받을 수도 있고
for 38 billion won. So compared to the technology transfer
AI 기반 메디컬 솔루션
value, then they received quite a lot in investment. Perhaps I could have received this investment. But anyway, so and it also became the first company
자본금 4억인 회사가
with of its kind to be listed on KOSDAQ.
다르지만
And of course, the market cap would depend on the stock value, but then you see that the market cap is like 300 billion, 400 billion.
이제
And then also the
12층짜리 건물이
company also purchases building, 13-story building
박사급
in one of the expensive places in Seoul. Then also the researchers with masters or PhD, so they have like 50, 100
그런 회사가 된 거죠.
master's and PhD graduates
그 지자체에서 뭐
in their payroll. Now, if the municipality had invested in this, then they would have been able to take over 50% of the credit. But
뭐 이렇게
anyway, so of course we cannot make the judgment in hindsight because I, for myself, I mean, if the capital was like 400 million won, and maybe I could have put up 200 million won, and then half of what it is now would belong to me. But then I didn't do that, so I cannot really. I'm not in the position to make that kind of judgment now. But
예측하고 뭔가 큰
to
걸
predict the future and
투자가
to
가능하다는 것을
get a high return, then you also need to make the investment is one lesson that I learned. And this is also
우리나라에서
what came up in the newspapers recently, and that is about how
채택이 된 거죠.
for this solution is now reimbursed. Now the first AI solution in Korea to be reimbursable. So this is about taking the MRI, and then the AI would tell the doctor where the lesions, where the suspected lesions are, and then the doctor, based on his own knowledge, with this recommendation from the AI, would be able to
그게
select the right medication for this. So that is what this solution is about.
국가에서 보험 적용을
And again,
국가에서
it
해주는
became the first
는 아니고 아마
AI medical solution
리포트를 해주지만 환자
to be reimbursable, maybe not fully reimbursed, but then yes, there is some support from the government, but then even in terms of the reimbursement, there are different levels. So I understand that it's not 100% reimbursed, but
것은 conflict of interest가 있습니다.
partly reimbursed. Then now one thing, there is a conflict of interest. So I do own stocks in JLK, so
제가 생각하기로는 이런 것들은 이미
then
반영이 된
you would have to
이 이야기를
listen to it with a grain of salt.
그런
But
거안 하시는 게 좋을 것 같고요.
now this has already been, I mean, this news report has already been priced in, so it wouldn't be wise to make your investment decision now based on this.
제 미처
And then now,
가장 핵심인 부분을 JLK에서
For-
2억 원에 가져갔기 때문에
in terms of the clinical application, and also for myself, I mean,
우리는 어려운
the key part of the technology
상황을
was
하고 있는
bought by JLK at 200 million won. So for me, I can no longer utilize this to conduct key research. So JLK is leading the research. I'm following it, but I am no longer leading the research here. But then I am also still doing some basic research. So when I was at Harvard, I also engaged in basic research. Then also Dr. Narendorf, who was mentioned earlier. So there is a Center for Molecular Research, but now it is called Center for Systems Biology. But anyway, so
교수님이 아니라 제
he was,
포스닥으로 들어온 친구고 저보다는
well, not my professor, but then
태어나서
was a postdoc after me.
한준사
And so I understand that he's 1 to 2 years younger than myself.
엔다우드
But then now he is a endowed professor at Harvard, or what we can call chair professor. So unless he wants to quit, then he can stay
친구인데
as long as he wants, even if he's like 100 years old.
공부를 하면서
So now
성과들을
he's a friend of mine, a close friend,
약 2년
and
전에
we did do research together, and we also
중점 연구소
got some very good outcome. And then a couple of years ago, this also became a key project designated by the Ministry of Education. So we continue with this project, and let me just briefly explain this. Now, this is the kind of project that is also the object of envy by other professors outside of Korea. First of all, this is a very long project, 9-year project, so it's such a long period to be given to a researcher. So this will last until 2030
몇억 정도
for about 8-point-something billion won,
하는 건 아니고요.
not per annum, but in total.
이 과제를 하게 되면서
And for this project, yes, so we increased
다는 것은
the size of the researchers. So
이제 늘지
researchers increasing, meaning that given that the Korean population is not increasing,
학생들이나 연구원들의 대부분
then most of them have moved in to Goyang. So most of them are not from Goyang. They have come from outside of Goyang, some of them together with their family, but so they came in, settled down, and so up until 2030 at least, they would
하고 나서
be together. And some of them, now there is also someone from Busan,
그리고 이런
and he's not leaving, staying here.
다른 데서 오는
And then now, since we are undertaking this project, again, we are attracting people outside of Goyang. And then the clinical laboratory and the basic laboratory, they are
제가
placed together. So I get the research grant, and then I have about 20
간접적으로
researchers that I pay out directly, but then
고향
there is also more involved in, let's say, indirect payroll.
여기
Anyway, so this is the kind of clinical research that we're doing, and
안 보이는 곳에서
there are also quite a lot of
이런
clinical researchers in Goyang, those who are making their contribution unseen. But we also have our office dinners once a month, so I believe that we are also helping out with the local commerce as well. But did we win this grant just with my own work? Of course not. Of course, the professor who taught me at Harvard, he also
그다음에
shot this video
연구비를
saying that
받을지도 모르는데
we are recruiting students, and then also from Dongguk
돈이 있고
University, they also made some investment without even knowing that we will be able to eligible for the grant or not,
공간
to help us win the grant. Then also
해주셨고
they let us use this space for our exclusive use.
고양시에는
And what is more important is for the city of Goyang, so every year between 70 million to 100 million
이제
was going to be supported.
포지티브하게 작용을 해서
So this also was a very positive factor
그렇기 때문에
for the deliberation for this grant. So
감사
all of these helped us get the grant finally. So I wanted to take this occasion to thank the city of Goyang as well. And once we receive this kind of grant, then of course for the researchers, we feel the pressure to come up with good outcome. And when I talk about outcome, then there are largely three things: to write papers, have patents, and then to
이제
come up with
좀 넘었기 때문에
industrial or commercial products.
좀
Now the paper, since it's been a little over 2 years, so now yes, we are now producing papers based on some of the key findings. So for example, why is it that stroke tends to worsen among women? Why
이런 연구
does the stroke that occur at night tend to worsen? So we have published papers under these topics. We have also applied for patents,
나올 것이고
and there are going to be more and more patents to be registered. Then also the new drug screening for strokes
물질들을
to find the molecules, the most promising molecules for strokes, and I also look forward to a good outcome
후자가
on this front as well.
그 회사가
Now, for a researcher to transfer technology,
사실은
helping the company get listed is quite a rare event. So for me to be able to do the same thing again, I also have big questions. So let's say I engage in basic research, and then
어쨌든
will this company be listed again? That is a very big question mark, but I intend to give it my all because
스태블리시된 곳이
now Seoul National University, Harvard, I mean, they're like fully established
왔을 때는
institutions. But then now in
병원이고 아무것도
2021, when I came to Dongguk University Ilsan Hospital, we pretty much began with nothing. There was nothing. It was almost like empty land. We had no lab equipment. So this is my office view outside my office from the 11th floor, and you can see even today there's almost nothing. You only see the Pegma
총장님이나 교수님
Army base. That's about it.
했던 분들은
But then those who preceded me, the university president and other professors, they were happy that we are going to get a campus. And so they told me that we are going to get a campus here. And yes, in fact, that is what happened. So we now have the campus, and then
아파트들이 들어서
nearby, then we have apartment buildings, apartment complexes
뭐 다이나믹
that are near the size of a city. So one strength of Korea is on very good display here. Korea is very dynamic.
센터
If we set our mind to it, we get it done. So then
의료보험
Dongguk University Ilsan Hospital, not only that, but then also the
연구진 이런 것들
health insurance
고양시의 도움
corporation is also there. So many other medical related facilities. And so I do hope that we can create a biomedical cluster here so that this can continue to be a developing city, because my mother lives here,
어머니 아파트에서 본 고양시
and this is the view
그다음에 저도 여기서
outside her apartment. I used to live here too.
거의 99% 다시 돌아올
And
예정이고
with 99% certainty, I intend to come back.
있고
So I live in Goyang,
직장에 있는 그런
and I also
후자로서
have my workplace in Goyang, and also as a researcher,
서울대 선배
I do hope that
서클 선배님이신 김용
the
연구
biomedical cluster,
말씀하신 대로 또
as
하시는 대로
Dr. Kim Yong-woo has mentioned, who is a senior member, a senior alma mater of Seoul National University, and also a senior member in the same club at the university. So as he has said, I do hope that this will be a successful biomedical center, a cluster. And with that, let me conclude my presentation.
그래서
Yes, thank you very much. So that was Professor Kim Dong-Eog
해오신 일들을
talking about
이렇게
his
굉장히 감동적
achievements so far, what he has done, the path that he has taken. Quite impressive, I would say. And then also the biomedical cluster
사실은 저렇게
could
열심히
sound quite abstract in some cases, but then I see that
하나하나의 그러한
there are the people who are doing the hard work, putting in the work, and it is
시간이
their work and dedication that would make it possible. So I see that really time has flown. So now then let me first introduce the two panelists and listen to them. And with time allowing, then I would also like to
먼저 발표하신
elicit
또 질문을 드리고
further views from the
하다면
presenters. And then again, if possible, then I would also like to go to the audience to take their question. But I apologize for
패널리스트
having let time go by. So then with your understanding, then I would like to ask
해주시면
the panelists as well as the speakers to be succinct and to the point.
현재 카이스트의 교수님으로 계시고요. 서울대 이제 공대에서 졸업 석사까지 하시고 박사는 미국 펄듀 대학에서 하셨는데 졸업하시고 미국에서
He graduated with a master's degree in Purdue, and he is currently a professor of KAIST.
카이스트에서 2004년부터 계시면서
And he's been a professor there since 2004, and he is teaching AI and machine learning at KAIST.
있어가지고 제가
Korean Society of,
oh,
it's the AI Society, AI Medicine Society, and he's the president of this society. And at KAIST,
Promotion Council for Digital Health of KAIST. 아마 카이스트에서의
director of
디지털 헬스
Digital Health Promotion
촉진하는 그런 위원회
Committee
위원장으로 재직하고 계십니다. 그래서 예전
at KAIST as well. So, Professor Ye, would you like to have the floor? Yes, thank you for that introduction. My name is Ye Jong-chul. I'm from KAIST, as introduced. So the Medical AI Society is the academic society that I am presiding, and I was very interested in the presentation. Please hold the microphone closer to your mouth. Yes, all right. I was quite fascinated by the presentation, and I thought about the implications and lessons that we can learn for the biomedical cluster that is being formed here in Goyang. So For CEO Spencer Nam, the Boston,
네, 살았던 기억이 나는데요.
I lived in Boston for about 6 months in the early 2000s. And back then,
캔데스토어에서의 바이오 클러스터 이런
the biocluster around Kendall Square was not in existence back then when I was in Boston.
거라고 해서 바깥 외곽으로 이제 몇 군데 회사들이 있었죠.
There were some companies in the Boston Belt, the so-called Boston Belt, but they didn't have a cluster.
있었던 것 같아요. 그래서 이제 어떻게 보면 고양시에서 이제
So, what Goyang city is thinking about and what Goyang can learn from Boston's case is
바이오 회사들이 그 보스턴 벨트라는 바깥쪽에 있지만서도 성공하지 못했던 이유가 여러 가지
the Boston Bio Belt. It did not really succeed and go on to become a cluster because
외지에 있었던
it was on the outskirts.
생각이 들었는데 이런
And I think that was that locational disadvantage
그런
was quite big.
좋은 인프라에 살 수 있는 환경을 제시를 하면서
But creating and offering a livable environment
생각이 듭니다. 그리고 또
created the synergy that was needed to give birth to a cluster. And as was mentioned by Dr. Kim Dong-Eog,
기업 지자체도 투자를 하지 않고 민간인 투자를 한 것들에서 아쉬움을 표시를 하셨는데요. 저는 오히려
you said that you regret, it's quite regretful that it was the private sector where the investment came from to set up that company rather than a municipality, that is the public sector. But actually, I think attracting
있는 그런 기업들의
private capital, private investment is very important.
재계약
And it's more important. And I think if you succeed in that, then yes, you will be able to attract more entrepreneurs, biomedical entrepreneurs to come to the biomedical cluster in Goyang. And finally, about the Luxembourg case, I think the most important thing is the clean data lake, forming a clean data lake. That is a very important infrastructure. And I think that this is an advantage for Goyang too, because very refined, high quality data is being collected by the National Cancer Center of Korea here in Goyang. I think it's the only medical center that is actually doing that.
자신하는 말을 이제 사용하려는 식으로 돼 있는데
Because most of the other hospitals are working in silos, but if you have, since Goyang is home to the National Cancer Center, then you have that resource, refined data. And I think if you can utilize that properly, then you will be able to succeed
그렇지 않을까 이렇게
in creating a biomedical cluster like Boston.
드리겠습니다.
Yes, thank you very much.
교수님께서 아주 간략한
Professor Ye,
정말 정리.
you really summarized the presentations very well. And now we'll move on to the next panelist.
손동숙 위원장님이신데요.
It is Chairperson Son Dong-Suk of Environment and Economy Committee of Goyang City Council,
그 정책학과에도 박사과정을
and she received her
국민의힘 부대변인,
PhD
경기도당 대변인,
from Convergent Technology Department
위원장을
of
맡고 계십니다. 그래서 우리 어떻게 보면 환경 경제 전문가라고 좀
University of Science and Technology, and she also served as the
손동숙
vice spokesperson for the People Power Party. So I would say that she is the expert in both policy and also politics. So hello, I am Son Dong-Suk, Chairperson of the Environment and Economy Committee of Goyang City Council. But now beyond Goyang City Council, I would say that these are challenges and issues that are facing many different cities around the world, and it is a great pleasure for me to be here today discussing these common issues. Now then, I would like to focus on the future of the biohealth industry of Goyang. So yes, Mr. Nam talked about his memories of Goyang. Then also he talked about the Boston Biocluster. So I listened with great attention. And then also Professor Wolf talked about the bio industry of Luxembourg and also about the future outlook. So thank you very much for the excellent presentation. And then Professor Kim Dong-Eog talked about some of the realistic issues And yes, being from the same region, so many issues that I could agree with, so thank you very much for that. Now, the fourth industrial revolution, climate change, and also many of the different crises, all of them keep changing, so now we are living in the age of great transformation. Now, at this World Cities Forum 2023, we are now sharing our vision about the future on how to deal with these how to deal with these challenges and the kind of attitude and perception that we need to have. And I would say that this is a very timely event for the city of Goyang, so a very useful forum. Now, with the population decline and also weakening growth engine, it is urgent that we find other growth engines, and some of the most promising would be the bio industry. And also with the AI and big data available today, then that can continue to be a promoter of the biohealth industry. And now it is touted as one of the most promising value-added industry in the future. And the government also aims to grow this into a 100 trillion won size industry, and it has also come up with a blueprint to create the biggest bio industry in the world. Now then, out of this, the bio industry and also the geographic location is also going to be very important, because when there is cluster, then the companies tend to produce higher achievements, as have been reported, because it has to do with higher productivity and also competition, which allow them to more flexibly respond to the changing environment. And also it allows them access to the necessary infrastructure as well as the human resources as well, because they can more efficiently allocate human resources. Now, the city of Goyang, based on very strong commitment to development, we also have the infrastructure made up of 6 university hospitals as well as other facilities. Of course, having outstanding facilities are not the end-all and be-all for having a successful industry, but we also have the advantage of being a transportation hub with its proximity to airport and transportation facilities as well. So based on this, then we will continue to create a industry and research complex with focus on AI, big data, and biohealth. So it is true that we have the right environment, the right conditions to create such a biohealth cluster, but then what we need now is the strategy to steer it in the right direction. So then the Ilsan Techno Valley Development Project, which is one of our key projects, now this is a large-scale project, so once the land is provided in 2024 and once the site is completed, then this will be home to biotech, media, and other types of companies, so that we will be able to promote this as a biohealth industry. Then also with the Ilsan Techno Valley biohealth industry as the goal, then all the related agencies and administrations under the Goyang City government will come together to create a task force to keep attracting investment as well. By doing so, we will continue to find solutions to promote the biohealth industry. First, we will provide regular support for the tenant companies inside the cluster, and we will create the Goyang Biohealthcare Precision Medicine Cooperation Center. We will also continue to provide support for the companies both in downstream and upstream, so that we can also promote cooperation among the companies between large and small, and also come up with the right curriculum at the universities, and also create the market that can keep providing support for the cluster as well. We will also find promising projects and technologies to keep investing in and provide a stable environment to continue with those research projects, and also attract the venture capital that can also provide the necessary funding. And last, we will also provide support for finding the right compound, right molecules, allow access to common equipment as well as labs. We will provide various multidimensional support to ensure success of the biocluster, And going beyond, we are also working hard to find the right branding for the city as well.
클러스터를 조성해서 관련 분야의 우수
Looking ahead, we will continue to create the right environment for the cluster, attract the right companies,
이루어질 수
and
있도록 계획할 것이고
provide end-to-end support all the way from basic research to media and marketing, and so that this can become the new growth engine for the city and the region.
일산 대표님의 말씀
And as Mr. Nam has mentioned earlier, by 2030,
고양시 바이오 클러스터
perhaps we can have a bio cluster in Goyang.
사실 한
By 2030, that will be on par with
키우고 성장하여
what is in Boston. Now, for something to
적인 노력이 필요합니다.
take seeds and grow into a flower, then it will take some time. So for the success of the Goyang Bio Cluster, then it's not just the Goyang city that should put in the work, but also there has to be collaboration by all the parties involved. And also as the chairperson of the Environment and Economic Committee of the Goyang City Council, I have also been part of the entire process from the design to the planning stage, and also will be part of the monitoring and the evaluation work. Now, together with all the other cities that are participating at this forum, this will be an opportunity for us to take stock of the trends of the great transformation and find the solutions for the future, and also the solutions for Goyang to become an outstanding city in the future. Thank you. Thank you very much. So from the Goyang City Council, she's leading the Environment and Economy Committee, and I see that she has prepared a list of agenda for this goal. So I am highly touched by her commitment, and I do hope that, yes, the city of Goyang, as Mr. Nam has mentioned, will be able to play up to its responsibility as a government, and perhaps Korea can do better. So of course, Boston is one of the world's most successful biocluster, and perhaps Goyang can perhaps outdo them with the biocluster. And then now, we do have some time left, so allow me to direct the question to Mr. Nam.
어떤 매사추세츠 주정부가 됐든
Whether it's the government of Massachusetts, the state government, or the local government of Boston, you've talked about the role of the government, state government. So what can you give us more details about, like maybe policy details about what the governments have done, local governments have done? Yes, thank you for the question. Because of time constraints, I will be very brief in responding. In the state government of Massachusetts, over 10 years, $1 trillion was invested.
주 정부가 이렇게 장려하고 싶은 이런 바이오 기업들에 대한
And the bio companies that they wanted to attract, there was a review.
꼭 VC들이 민간 VC들이
And the review committee,
패널이
the
주 정부의
review panel
것뿐만 아니라 주위에 있는
constituted
연구소에 그런 계시는 분들 전문가들
of experts, specialists
대형 제약사들
who were looking for specific bio companies like doctors, clinical researchers.
조그만한 이런 펀딩을 받을 수 있는 기회가 되었지만은
So that did provide an opportunity for funding for
기회를 받게 된 거죠.
venture capital to fund
민간 자본이
small companies with great potential. And so that drew such potentially great companies into Boston.
하다 보니까 자연적으로 기업도 우리가
And so naturally, other companies thought, oh, we should be nearby, so that these potentially great companies, we can be nearby and take advantage of the proximity. And this established a great base or platform for growth and for entrepreneurship and for the birth of an ecosystem. So that evaluation committee set up by the local government attracted more venture capitalists to come to Boston. to support new companies, right? So what about culture?
예, 문화적으로 보스턴 지역은 문화적으로
Well, culturally speaking, Boston,
워낙 이 교수님도 말씀하셨지만은
as was mentioned by the professor also,
그 세계적인 이런 석학들이 다 계시는 그런
we have international world-renowned scholars
어떻게 보면은
living in Boston.
이런 특정 그 그룹에서
So it is not specifically a certain municipality or a certain state or local government department that led the creation of a culture. So it's network driven.
이거를 좀 오픈하자.
So
오픈 이노베이션, 오픈 도어.
So the culture is keeping everything open. So doors are open, the network is open, borders are open, and so out in that open space, we have many small groups that spring up, and MIT played a very great role in this kind of open culture. It kept its doors open for NEB's copy and all these companies, including Korean companies, to come to collaborate. Harvard is a bit closed in comparison, but MIT is very open. It keeps its campus open so that it can be a platform for communication. So that is a culture. I don't know if that's what the kind of answer you're looking for, but that kind of culture was very conducive in growing a cluster.
네, 감사합니다.
Yes, thank you very much.
그러면 울프님
Because of time constraints, I will move straight to Dr. Wolf.
AI 디지털
You talked about AI digital healthcare.
참 궁금한 게
And one thing that I'd like to know is within one country, it's quite difficult to create a network just within one country, but you have created a network, a federated network where you have all these companies and countries and medical institutions in the countries surrounding Luxembourg joining that network. So what obstacles did you face? What challenges did you face? And how did you overcome that? And what is the future vision of this network?
I think it's a very important question. The idea of creating such a network top-down would probably fail. What we have done is we have focused on medical use cases. We have built it around concrete medical questions to get the key opinion leaders on board. And in fact, this has been the only way really to convince the medical clinics to join. So it was built from a concrete question. So if you want to make a network here in Korea, I know there are obstacles to overcome. There's even competition in between various institutions. But what really always works is if you have a very clear case of a medical question that gets the doctors and the patients on board. What you then create is a use case. They're modular. You build a structure around the use case, and you can move on from there. But if you don't have a content-driven question at the core of what you do, it's going to be extremely uphill.
예, 감사합니다. 아마도 아마 헬스케어야말로 전 세계가 공유할 수 있는 그런 어떤 큰 문제.
Yes, it's not just healthcare, but I think it is a principle that can be applied to any industry. So since I'm specializing in cancer treatment, for rare cancers, data is very short even in the United States, where there's a big population, in the case of rare cancers. So cancer is a very complicated disease, and so it's quite difficult to collect and have a robust database from just one country alone. So congratulations to that. And Professor Kim?
Yes, so you also talked about our personal relations, but then yes, of course, I am very fond of him as well, but also even he's my junior, I also highly respect him, especially more so today. And also for the researchers, so the researchers' passion, enthusiasm, I would say that that is really the heart of the matter. So of course, we do need the policy support, but unless we have committed people, then this is really not going to work. Now, then personally, if we are to have such a biomedical complex in the city of Goyang, then what kind of support would the researchers need from your view?
열정은 있지만
Of course, we have the commitment, we have the passion, but then now not everyone wants to come. Being outside of Seoul, then how can we attract them? And how can we support you so that you can attract more researchers here?
굉장히 어려운
It's a very tough question, I would say. So speaking purely from your personal view, then
만약에 뭐 제가 사용하고 싶은
now let's say there is this equipment that I want to use.
그 바이오메딕
I cannot buy it, but let's say if it is available in the biomedical cluster, then yes, that could be one drawing point,
또 서울에서도
and I would use that. And also people would also come from Seoul to use it.
인력을 뽑는 문제,
And also picking
시설,
or recruiting talent, then
따라가는 거
it involves the facilities and
순환 시스템을 만들고
monetary incentives. So we need to create a virtuous cycle. I don't know which one comes first, but
사람이 몰릴 수 있는 곳이 되는 게
my view is that it has to be a place that would attract people. Of course, the US, it's a very livable country,
가서 연구하고 그러는 것이
so that people go there despite all the challenges to do research. But, basically it's not all easy to settle down there. But anyway, so we do need some incentives to draw people in. But again, I'm not sure whether people come first or money comes first or investment comes first. I can't tell for sure. But again, personally speaking, then I do hope that there would be investment made to build up good facilities, good equipment, and then also research grants would flow in. So as long as we have such conditions, then perhaps we could also draw people in to produce good outcome. Well, thank you very much for that. So since you talked about lab equipment,
울산에 간 적이 있어요. 울산의 유니스
I was also at UNIST in the city of Ulsan, and the city of Ulsan
결국 울산에
had
있는
funded billions of won to UNIST to get the lab equipment, using which they can also create outstanding research outcomes. So I can see that municipality can also make investment into these research institutions for a better outcome. And of course, we need to work on the infrastructure, the facilities, but then I would say that it comes down to making this a livable city with culture, with things to enjoy, and then people would come, and so will researchers too. And also, Mr. Nam talked about the education environment in Boston, and I would say that that is also an important indirect factor for success. So very unfortunate that we have run out of time. So I did want to go to the audience to receive your comments or questions, but
한 분 정도는 좀 한번
perhaps with the organizers' permission, maybe I can take one or two questions from the floor.
우리
I can't really see you because of the light, but
저 원마운트
yes, at the front.
회장님이 계신 것 같아요.
I think we have a chairman from One Mount. So is it Chairman Bae Byung-bok from One Mount? Maybe you could say a few words.
죄송합니다. 제가 맨 앞에 잘 보여가지고
Sorry, you are very visible because you were sitting right in front. You are asking me to speak right before lunch?
굉장히 중요한 그런
I think this was a very important session, and I heard
고양시
very important presentations.
여러 가지
The city of Goyang, environmentally speaking, is a very clean
여건들이 사람들이
city,
좋은 여
boasting amenities and very livable conditions. We have the National Cancer Center and many excellent hospitals. And I am aware that Goyang City has plans to build up a biomedical cluster. And what
시작될 수 있는지에 대해서
role should Goyang City play in creating the conditions for this biomedical center to come to fruition? My question is for Mr. Nam.
감히 이런 말씀을
Yes, thank you for that question.
상황을 정확히 모르기 때문에
I'm not very
좀
well aware or familiar with the conditions and the environment in Goyang City, so my words may sound like meddling, but if you really want to follow Boston, then you have to send people to Boston. You have to have a base station for Goyang in Boston. So somebody should be in Boston to collect information, pertinent information, and make contact with the investors and important scholars and institutions as well as companies in Boston
연결시켜야 하시면 돼요. 구축하셔야 돼요.
so that you can set up a network
뭐 이메일로 줌을 하고
with Goyang. You can do that through Zoom and through emails, but you need that human contact. So if you have big ambitions,
고양시가 진짜 그런 마음
then you have to
수밖에 없습니다.
show that you have such big ambitions through by having someone, even if it's just one person,
보스턴을 보내서
you should dispatch that person to Boston. It wouldn't cost a lot, right? So please, it will cost much less than setting up a building in Goyang City, right? Sending one contact person, someone who will be there stationed in Boston
죄송한 말씀.
to start that network.
거제도가 보스다 그러면 선박
So I'm sorry if there is someone who is from Koje Island, but if you say you have your base station in Koje Island, then no one will take you seriously, right? So if you really want to follow Boston and even surpass Boston, then you have to send someone to Boston, right? To show how committed you are. Yes, thank you very much. That was very helpful advice. And I think that's something that the Goyang City officials should be considering very seriously. Yes, thank you very much for staying with us till the very end of this session. And also a big thank you to the three speakers for this panel, on the panel, and also the two panelists. Thank you very much for your valuable input. Lastly, this is data from 2016.
100조 투자를 했거든요, 바이오에. 근데 그
The local government of Boston invested
여러분 이런
10 trillion dollars, right? And you know what the ROI is? It was 2,500 trillion. So that's a huge ROI, right? And I think we can achieve that here in Goyang. And I wish you the best of luck in your endeavors.
경제 세션을 마치도록 하겠습니다.
And with this, we will conclude the economy session.
의견을 나눠주신 모든 패널분들께 다시
Thank you very much once again. Thank you very much to all the panelists for your valuable insights. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let us take a brief break.
1시보다 조금 일찍 자리에
And we will begin the afternoon session at 1 o'clock. I will see you again back here shortly before 1 o'clock. And also for the online participants as well, I will see you at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
네, 2024 세계 도시 포럼.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, World Cities Forum 2023. We are back, and I would like to thank you all very much for coming back to us, and I would also like to thank the online participants as well. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we will begin the afternoon session in this day 2. Now, this session is session 3 on mobility. And before introducing the session, let me once again give you some housekeeping announcements. We aspire to be a paperless event, and you can find the QR code on the screen in front of you. Once you scan it, you can also find all the slides, and you can download them as well, so I hope that you will do so. And now this session is on mobility, on sustainable smart mobility,
미래에 대해서 함께 조망하고 고양시와
where we will be discussing the future of mobility and also look to the cases in Goyang as well as outside of Korea. Now, in this session, we will have Professor Oh Chul as a moderator. He is a professor of transportation and logistics engineering of Hanyang University. Please welcome him. Yes, thank you. And now I hand over to the moderator. Yes, hello. As just introduced, I am Oh Chul from the Transportation and Logistics Engineering Department of Hanyang University. I'm also the Vice President of the Korea Transportation Association. I would like to thank you very much for the invitation to this prominent event. Now, in this mobility session, we will be hearing from 3 presenters, followed by the panel discussion.
예정입니다. 발표 세 분은 러커스 대학교의 피유시마
The 3
타쿠리아 교수님,
presenters are Piyushimita, Thakuriah from Rutgers University of the USA, and also
항공대학교의 이금진,
Dr. Lee Chul-ho from Southern California Association of Government, SCAG, and Professor Lee Gum-jin of Korea Aerospace University. Their presentations will be followed by panel discussion to be
서울시립대학교 스마트시티 학과,
partaken by Professor Ha Sung-yong of Smart Mobility Engineering of Chungbu University, Associate Professor Hong Jin-hyung of University of Seoul, and Director Choi Seung-wook of Urban Air Mobility Policy Division of MOLIT.
러커스 대학
And with that, now let me introduce Professor Piyushimita Thakuriah of Rutgers University. Professor, please.
Hi, should I start my presentation?
예, 이제 시작해도 될까요?
네, 시작하시죠, 교수님.
Yes, please. Please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much for
네, 감사합니다.
at the conference. I'm really very
예,
glad
회의에
that,
초대해 주셔서
first
감사합니다.
and I hope you're having a good time. And I would like to personally thank
즐거운 시간이 되고
Mr.
계시기를
Dong-Eog,
바랍니다.
Mayor of Goyang Special City, and all the organizers of the 2023
고양시
World
관계자
Cities Forum.
여러분과
I'm not sure if you can
세계
see my
도시
screen.
포럼의
Can you see my screen?
주최 측에 감사드립니다. 제 슬라이드가 보이시나요?
Yes, I can.
Oh, okay, thank you, thank you. The topic of my presentation today is
제 발표 주제는
future of urban mobility,
도시 모빌리티의 미래,
and
트렌드, 시사점 및 기회가
I want to
되겠습니다.
start with a vision for what a mobility system for cities in the future would look like. I believe it would leverage many different forms of
예,
advanced
도시 모빌리티
quality and safe travel. It would offer various choices to diverse communities.
예, 여러 가지 기술은
Societal changes,
다양한 교통 수단을 도시 시민들에게 제공할 수 있을 것입니다.
socially just and humane, and be affordable to households that wish to travel. Integrates with other city functions for seamless service delivery, supports economic development and innovation ecosystem, and integrates well with
도시 모빌리티의 미래를 보면 고품질의 안전한 이동 수단을 위한 첨단 기술을 우리가 활용할 수 있고 다양한 커뮤니티의 교통수단 선택권을 제공할 수 있을 것입니다. 그리고 사회 변화에 대응할 수 있는 그런 교통 체계를 발전시키는 데에도 이바지할 것입니다.
No, now I can see. But
Oh, I'm not sure why this. Anyway, I'm glad you could see this.
예, 이제 발표 슬라이드가 보이시나요?
I'll go ahead with this. So, and also to make cities more livable and healthy. So this is not coming out all that good. I'm not sure why I'm not being able to share the screen or why this. If you could just give me a second, I will try to stop screen sharing and then share screen. Can you see this now?
Yes, it works now.
Yes, we can see the screen.
Okay. Okay. All right. So the trends that will shape the future of urban mobility, I believe, will be affected by trends within transportations, which will affect urban mobility, as well as non-transportation factors that will really shape the future of urban transport. Within transportation trends, we are likely to be seeing even greater breakthroughs in automation, artificial intelligence, generative AI, and big data. And the processes by means of which we will plan urban mobility will also change by including more data science in travel forecasting and traffic planning. Transportation needs will be tremendous in terms of new and existing infrastructure and operational needs. We are likely to witness significant volatility in car purchase prices as well as fuel prices, which traditionally have affected demand for vehicles and travel. And also consumer traveler choices and citizen participation and planning will play a role. Several non-transportation trends will affect the future of urban mobility. Key among them are climate change, particularly renewable energy concerns, as well as disaster resilience, health concerns, the links between transportation and public health, particularly what we call the social determinants of health, are becoming increasingly highlighted. Significant population trends relating to socio-demographic changes, such as increasing urbanization, changes in household structure, increasing labor force participation by women. The future of work is likely to change as well with increasing automation and telecommuting, and various social justice needs that arise requiring us to consider diversity, inclusion, and equity. So what are the transportation trends that will potentially affect urban mobility in both the near term as well as longer term future? There is no doubt that there's been an explosion of information technology and data with proliferation of smartphones, sensor networks, and large connected systems that are going into giving information towards transportation, and also many novel sources of data, such as sensor networks, social media, synthetic data, administrative data, and so on and so forth, which is going to be used in planning and operating services in the future. One key point I wish to make is that transportation technology in the future will be multifaceted, ranging from autonomous vehicles to connected transportation of different kinds that I will talk about, as well as mass transportation and public transportation, non-motorized bicycle and pedestrian transportation, ride-hailing and micromobility, and AI-driven logistics and freight. In autonomous transportation, which has clearly hit the news and the media headlines, AVs have tremendous potential to improve safety by removing driver error and to reduce traffic congestion, and also to optimize driving patterns and reduce fuel consumption. But there are also significant challenges ahead, I believe, such as complex and unpredictable situations and vulnerabilities related to hacking and cyber attacks. The difficulty of programming AVs to make ethical decisions while driving, and addressing unexpected ways by means of which AVs interact with pedestrians and human-driven vehicles. So all kinds of liability issues arise, requiring the need for comprehensive legal framework for autonomous vehicles, as well as the integration of AVs into infrastructure such as road marking, sensor-equipped intersections, and so on. But more broadly, transportation systems have been seeing a big change over the last 20 years in terms of connectivity, its cooperation, and its anticipatory capabilities. Intelligent transportation systems have now become ubiquitous, such as structural health monitoring for asset management, as well as connected systems of various different kinds, such as vehicle-to-vehicle networks like these, as well as vehicle-to-infrastructure and vehicle-to-grid, all of which open the possibility for really exciting new futures in urban mobility. But it's not just personal transportation, it's also mass transportation, and new forms of mass transportation services are either under development or in operation. Some have become really ubiquitous worldwide, such as electric buses, but many more are in development or exist as prototypes or are planned for near-term deployment, such as Hyperloop transportation, autonomous neighborhood microtransit, urban mobility. Air mobility is a big area. The whole area of advanced air mobility in urban spaces is really huge right now in terms of its potential, especially with very congested airspace in airports for traditional civilian aircrafts. And last mile transportation of various sorts, connecting stations, for instance, to office buildings and residential locations. But mass transportation have really increased significantly over the 2000 since 2017 and have carried billions of passengers. The figure on the right shows you the graph over time, over a period of time up to about 2019, about the increase in new transportation, mass transportation systems per decade. But also, we have to realize that COVID has negatively impacted ridership in many countries, and really a multifaceted strategy is needed to stabilize public transportation use. Here at the bottom, you can see a graph of US transit weekly ridership from 2018 to 2023. Of course, this precipitous drop was right in the beginning of COVID, and over time, transit ridership has climbed back, but not to the same extent. 3 years after COVID, 3.5 years after COVID, not to the pre-pandemic levels as yet. Will it get back to pre-pandemic levels? We don't know as yet, and that may be reason for concern for having a more multifaceted public transportation strategy, at least in the US. Now, mobility as a service and ride hailing is become very exciting and a part of many cities. There are many companies out there providing shared economy for transportation, right? Like ride hailing, car sharing, peer-to-peer car rental, and peer-to-peer car and carpooling. You can even hire a driver to drive your car, and station cars as well, to rent a car at a station for a short trip. All of these developments offer opportunity to reduce a car ownership and to provide services for those who do not drive, such as seniors, persons with disabilities, and children, and also to reduce the externalities associated with parking and really the big financial burden of owning and using private cars worldwide. All of these new developments in connected and shared mobility have opened up the potential for matching traveler needs in real time. And there are many people working in this area, and the needs are truly great. Here's an example of some work we recently did using deep learning methods, using convolutional neural network to do short-term demand for Uber rides in New York City, and the model performs very well, so that we know where there's going to be a surge in demand for Uber ridership in different areas in New York City. But many more needs to be done in this space, and this is increasingly going to be a part of transportation systems in the future. But that does not mean that we should forget what has the tried and true. Bicycles and pedestrians are increasingly playing an important role in many cities around the world, especially since the links between sustainability, health, and active travel has been highlighted. As of fall of 2021, New York City has over 650 miles of dedicated cycling space with an additional 250 to 300 miles to be added by 2026. And many other cities around the world are either leading the way or making investments. And pedestrian sidewalks, in particular, are a crucial part of urban infrastructure, but they are also very varied quality in different regions of the world and have multi-uses, including street vendors and lack of universal design, all of which need future work. Micromobility is been taken up in many cities around the world as well. Electric scooters, shared bikes, electric skateboards and hoverboards. All of these things that we did not think were even possible even 10 years ago have now become so ubiquitous in cities around the world, and they give a tremendous opportunity to integrate these modes through urban design, complete streets initiatives, programmable cities for multiple use of the same street space, and other initiatives that connect transportation with livable and healthy cities. And finally, among the technology area space, we do have the whole area of urban logistics and freight, which is increasingly becoming AI driven. The e-commerce sector is exploding, but there's also been labor shortages in the trucking and related sectors, which has led to a proliferation of use of automation and new technology in ports, airports, robotic logistics, autonomous trucks, neighborhood scale autonomous delivery robots, as well as drone services, and freight forwarding and last mile delivery using self-driving vans and automated systems. All of these have the potential to address labor shortages in the commercial freight sector, as well as to address increasing congestion due to trucks and delivery vans, which often clog up urban streets. But in the process of all this, we also need to realize that the modes of transportation demand and the processes by means of which we plan for them also are changing, as I already talked about in the case of the Uber prediction. Um, uh, 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 a few decades ago, we used to plan for traffic and so on using analytical models that were relatively free of data or not a lot of data. And then over time, we started using large computational models, which are based on theory about how people travel and what the supply and demand conditions are and other factors. But now, increasingly, we are seeing a new era of data-driven models. Here's an example of a weather real-time system in which in-vehicle navigation systems in your cars are taking weather information in order to predict the shortest route from going from point A to point B. But this is just what I'd like to call the first generation data-driven model, and a lot has been done since 2013 when we did this work. But this requires an educated workforce, educated in perhaps new things that were not previously there in urban mobility, including engineering and planning knowledge on transportation systems, transportation policy and practical planning matters, the science of data gathering through sensors and survey methods, and data analytics, machine learning, GIS, visualization, advanced statistical analysis. Also, information management. How do you manage great big volumes of data, and what are the database systems and programming skills that are needed? Information governance is easily also becoming very important. The legal and economic aspects of privacy, security, cybersecurity, and so on. And also business management processes. How do you manage big tech urban mobility projects? How do you develop business case for involving private providers, monetization and ROI analysis? And I do believe that future urban mobility will be composed of teams with diverse skills, domain experts in transportation, information management, data science analytics, analysts, experts on data acquisition, sharing, and standards, experts in governance, ethics, and privacy, consumer analysts who understand consumer needs and demands, and community specialists who are able to communicate with the towns and local government which are putting forward urban mobility systems, and also experts in commercialization and business case development. And successful city level urban mobility teams will have to work in this very heterogeneous and fast changing landscape, and therefore would need to learn from each other, listen to needs, and are open to new ideas and collaboration. But that doesn't mean that the big, expensive infrastructure needs have disappeared. In fact, in the US, the repair, expansion, and automation needs in bridges, tunnels, airports, public transportation systems are staggering as they reach the end of their design life cycle in many cases. And this picture over here at the bottom shows that in 2019, about half the bridges in the United States were under what is called structurally fair conditions. So these kind of needs are also going to be there in the future when we have more automation, but we don't know what the level of investment that will be needed, not just to install these systems and operate them, but also to repair them or to maintain them over time. And currently in the U.S., President Biden just signed a law in last year, in 2021, designated $1.2 trillion to spending in transportation and many other forms of infrastructure. And the optimistic estimates are that this will lead to about 1.5 million jobs per year for the next 10 years. But there's also this significant volatility and uncertainty in some of the core inputs into transportation, such as global energy prices. Again, since COVID, this is around the time when energy prices really started going up, especially this is around the time of the Ukraine war, where we have continuously seen a lot of uncertainty in energy prices. And not only that, I don't know what it is like in South Korea, but in the US, car prices are both new and used car prices are at an all-time high. Cars have never been any more expensive in inflation-adjusted dollars. So it is really becoming less and less affordable to your typical household. And these are all things that one needs to consider, especially given that transportation is the second largest component of a household budget in the US, preceded only by housing costs, which is the highest. And here's a picture of property prices in New Jersey, which have really exploded after after COVID. And at the same time, there has been a plummeting of unemployment that occurred around right after COVID. And it has now stabilized for higher and middle income jobs, but not so much for low wage jobs, which also adds a new twist to the mobility and affordability picture. But predictive analytics of these broader trends will be foundational, I believe, to strategic planning for urban mobility systems of the future. Now, regarding non-transportation issues and broader trends that affect mobility, climate change is at the frontier, affecting a vision for new transportation systems. But dependence on fossil fuels continue to be a major concern. Electric vehicles in the US now represent about 9% of the total new vehicle retail market. And the big new public works project in the US is intended to be an national electric charging grid that will reach the far corner of the all corners of the country. But at the same time, we have to realize that electric vehicles are not a cure-all situation. In the U.S., for example, 79% of total energy consumption still comes from fossil fuels. So although the cars may not be running on electricity from these sources continue to be produced elsewhere, and that needs to be taken into consideration as well. And climate change very much has worsened extreme weather events, and the implications for urban mobility is tremendous in terms of resilience planning to fortify infrastructure against storm surges and other extreme weather events such as floods and fires and tornadoes. There's a need for preparedness, responsiveness, as well as recovery and mitigation and public education. So increasing the frequency, intensity, and duration of extreme weather events are a game changer in urban mobility system and resilience and will play a key role in the future. And here is a picture of the New York subway during a recent storm. As you can see, it is completely flooded. Also of importance is the great spotlight that was put by COVID on social determinants of health, which are non-medical factors that influence health and well-being, such as education and access to quality, access to healthcare, neighborhood and built environment, and social and economic stability. Years of research has shown that transportation plays a key role in safety, stress, and livability, and understanding and addressing social determinants of health and the specific role of transportation within that context it would be crucial for improving health equity. Within that context, active travel and health and mobile health in particular are promising to play a great role. There's been a real explosion of all kinds of wearable devices, smartphones, GPS and motion sensors, and more specialized devices such as wearable cameras, or ones that track your eyes and measure galvanic skin response in response to stress. And the usability of all these devices opens up new ways of planning and designing and operating healthy transportation systems of the future. And here are just two quick examples. The one on the left is an example through GPS and motion sensors, where we found that there are parts of the street network where pedestrians tend to be more agitated, look more wildly from one side to the other for cars or other traffic that might harm them. And this kind of sensors allow you to index the street network, not just in terms of traditional data such as traffic crashes, but also where people are more likely to be concerned or have agitation when they're walking about. And on the right-hand side is another wearable device example, this one coming from wearable cameras, which allowed us to estimate how much of our time we spend physically distanced from others, and which modes of transportation do we spend more time close to each other, so that if there's an outbreak in the future of some other infection, airborne infection, it might be more hazardous. So these are some examples of the way in which we could use these new forms of data in planning future healthy transportation systems. And now I come to the final part of my presentation. We know that the future is urban. Somewhere in the last decade, the percentage of the world population living in urban areas exceeded that living in a rural population. And there are many other trends that's on top of that big urbanization trend that is important, especially the role of telecommuting and remote work in the future. Telecommuting, as everywhere in the world, was quite high, in the early stages of COVID. But although the risk of infection has declined now, it has still remained stagnant in certain areas and will play a key role in terms of transportation planning and transit ridership in the future. In this particular picture of New Jersey, the state of New Jersey, you can see through machine learning models, we've made small area estimations of which bus stations and train stations are more likely to be in neighborhoods with higher levels of telecommuting. And interestingly, we found that in areas which are very extensively served by public transportation, telecommuting levels have remained high. That means public transportation ridership has remained low, which is indeed, as I said previously, of concern. Another big factor that's going to affect the future is the future of work. Increasing automation of jobs, labor shortage in trucking, public transportation, construction sector, all of these areas would lead to reduction in human error and safety for workers, but also job losses may occur and new occupations and job categories may arise in the transportation sector. So there would be a need for reskilling, as well as legal frameworks and regulatory frameworks to deal with human-robotic co-work in the future, which is especially true for a number of transportation sectors. And there are major changes in the horizon as well in terms of household demographics, which have tremendous diversity, equity, and inclusion implications, such as household sizes are falling, which probably means increases in individual trip making, which has a large number of consequences, increasing labor force participation by women across the world. But at the same time, the idea that 9.2% of the world's population still live at $2.15 a day, requiring perhaps specialized transportation for those who cannot afford a car or even to ride public transportation, subsidized transportation services to jobs. Also, the world's share of older persons as well as persons of disability are increasing significantly, and we do need advances in assistive technology for that purpose. And I believe that a litmus test for the success of future urban mobility is that no one is left behind in terms of mobility and accessibility due to gender, age, disability status, income, or race. So in closing, I would like to say that future mobility systems need better integration with smart cities initiatives through integrated citywide platforms and a variety of user-side applications. The development of city infrastructure data is critical to stimulate an innovative ecosystem in mobility and transportation, as well as encouragement of mobility as a service operators and urban mobility entrepreneurs. Integrating advances in data science in transportation planning and operations and educating a workforce to carry out such work is also critically important. Tighter coupling of city transportation services with urban design and public spaces and livability considerations are very important, as is public policy that supports community engagement in designing services and greater collaboration with disaster response and human services communities, and a new regulatory framework to attract new service providers in place, but also to provide guardrails to address issues of cybersecurity, privacy, biases, and ethical dilemmas that comes up with large-scale automated systems. With that, I'll close my presentation, and thank you very much. I would like to acknowledge these collaborators here, and please do check out our lab website. Thank you.
네, 타쿠리아 교수님께서
Yes, thank you, Professor Thakuriah, for that overview of what the mobility of the future will look like. And she has also given us many food for thought regarding mobility policies.
시스템의 이용자들과
The users of future urban mobility
잘 공존해야 되고 상호작용을
needs to exist,
맺어 나가야 되겠다 이런 말씀도 해주셨고요.
coexist with existing mobility. And she talked about the trends that can impact urban mobility, such as mega trends such as climate change. We'll move on to the next speaker.
남부 캘리포니아
It will be delivered by
이철호 박사님께서
Dr. Lee Chul-ho, Senior Regional Planner of SCAG.
Hello? Hello, yes. No, I cannot.
네, 방금 소개를 받은 이철호입니다.
Good afternoon. As just introduced, I am Lee Chul-ho.
고향 스매시에서 주최하는
Now,
프로그램에 초대를 받아서
first of all, I would like to thank you very much for the invitation to this World Cities Forum that is being held in Goyang. Personally, it's a great honor.
하게 돼서 굉장히 영광으로 생각을 합니다.
And it's also a privilege for me to be able to deliver this presentation, which is on
해외 사례를
the cases in other countries in smart mobility.
관련된
And I wanted to focus on the EV-related
로봇택시
policies of California and also the
합니다.
robotaxi
제가 근무를 하고 있는 곳
that is currently being tried in San Francisco. Now, I am working in the Southern California Association of Government, SCAG, and now it is a metropolitan planning organization in the southern part of California. Now, in the preceding presentation, we heard about the smart cities or the smart mobility that are being discussed in the academia. And since we have had a detailed explanation, today I would like to, so for my part of the presentation, I would like to focus more on the policy aspect. In other words, smart city from the policy perspective, how we can define it. Then also in California, what are the policies that are being introduced to further promote the electric vehicles? And then last but not least, especially centered on San Francisco, we are now seeing robo-taxis or autonomous vehicle taxis. So let me tell you about the current status and the future outlook. Now again, this is something you heard in the previous session, previous presentation about the smart mobility and the smart cities. Yes, there are quite a number of narratives, and one of them, for example, around the oil cohort, so smart people, smart environment, smart government, smart living. So I'm sure that you have all heard about these concepts. Now, borrowing these concepts, then the US DOT, the Department of Transport, has come up with, as you can see in this diagram. So this is what the US DOT has drawn up. So based on the system architecture, there's also the digital infrastructure that is to be added, and then the physical infrastructure, and users, and the applications. So these are the SC&Cs. And then another concept is the Smart City Challenge. And again, this is from the US DOT, mostly in the smaller cities. So they give out awards for the smaller cities starting in 2015 to enable faster transport, faster movement of people and goods, utilizing data and applications. In other words, they would select the cities, they would implement this smart transport based on the data and the technologies. And then also there's also what's called the Smart Grant, and that's about strengthening mobility and revolutionizing transportation. For this, they will be providing $1 billion per year. So $100 million per year for fiscal years 2022 to 2026. And the Smart Grants program will fund projects that focus on using technology interventions in areas like coordinated automation, connected vehicles, and commerce delivery and logistics, smart grid, smart technology, traffic signals. So this program is designed to provide funding for those following projects. So again, for the SC&Cs, looking at the benefits of the SC&Cs, then health and safety, then also could be a solution against climate change, and they would promote open government, equity, mobility, and economic growth. But now, what I would like to focus on is about the EVs as one of the solutions to climate change. And then now also about the robot taxi as an example of smart mobility. Now first about the EVs. Now what you see in this graph is from California and across the US. The EV or the ICE vehicles and how much carbon they emit. And as you can see in California, so between California and the US nationwide,
재료가 다르기 때문에 이
Well, because the components
미국 전체 에버리지가
or the sources
미국 전체적으로 보면
sources of power are different.
상황을 보면 한
So you can see that
에서 6분의 1 정도의 그 CO2를 배출하는 것을 알 수
you
있습니다.
can see that for the US nationwide, then it's about 1/4 of the CO2 coming from the vehicles, but then for California, then it is about 1/5 or 1/6.
전 세계적으로 대부분의 국가들도 마찬가지.
Now, to promote the use of EVs, then the easiest policy available to any government, not just in the US but anywhere else, is to give tax credits, because EVs or renewable energy program would not be viable without the government support. So they often provide subsidies. So, for example, in the US, there's the federal tax subsidies available. And this has also been talked about extensively in the Korean media, so I'm sure that you're familiar with this. And then also there are rebates available from the California state government. And then there's also the South Coast Air Quality or the South Coast Air Quality organization. So these are also groups that also provide subsidies for EVs. And then also others like Southern California or other utilities in the state. But now, looking at California, they are moving toward a more radical policy, and that is about ZEV, and that is zero-emission vehicles. So I will go into this more in detail later on, but then now from March 2035, all vehicles to be sold in California must be in the category of ZEV. And then Connecticut, Delaware, and Maine. So in total, 12 states are moving along this direction. They're preparing for the legislation. Then what this is about is, now for California, in the late 1990s, at that time, President Bush declared that the U.S. will not be part of the Kyoto Protocol and withdrew from it. But still, California came up with legislation that was on par with the Kyoto Protocol. So by 2030, they are going to reduce their carbon emission to 40% level from the 1949 level. So they came up with the relevant law in the Senate. And then based on this, there is the AB 2127. AB means that this was drafted in the House. So based on this, they will increase the ZEVs to a certain number by a certain year. And then based on this law, Governor Gavin Newsom gave an executive order to increase the AB 2127's target. And then the California Air Resources Board, now based on this executive order, has come up with a rule requiring vehicle manufacturers to sell an increasingly higher percentage of zero-emission vehicles, in fact, to be 100% by March 2035. So this is the roadmap from 2026 to 2035. And this is from 2015 to 2022, and this is the fuel type of all vehicles registered in California. And as you can see, compared to the total registered vehicles, EVs take up only a minimal portion. But when looking at the newly registered vehicles, then you see that there's a big difference. In 2016, 7 million vehicles were newly registered. Of them, it was only about
지금 2020년
1/20th. But then you can see that it went up quite sharply, and
거의 한 반에 가까운 차량이 이제
as of 2021,
GEV에 해당합니다.
close to half of the newly registered vehicles are EVs
지금 아까 그
or ZEVs.
에서도 교수님께서 말씀을 해주셨습니다.
And of course, it was mentioned in the previous presentation as well that since the pandemic,
이제 그 휘발유
car prices have gone up quite a lot, and also the gasoline price is very high,
중에 이제 원인이 될 수 있는
which has driven down the sales of ICE vehicles. But still, this blue part,
차량의 등록
the ZEVs,
등록이 급격하게 늘어나고 있다.
both the sales and registration have dramatically shot up.
그래서 2015년에 한
So then in 2015, it was only around 170,000, but then in 2021,
이제 지금
it had surged to
늘어났고요.
close to 740,000. Again, that's the ZEVs. And then again, the blue part, the BEV, that's battery electric vehicle. So that is in general, what we mean by electric vehicles. And then the orange is plug-in hybrid electric vehicles. So you see overall, among the ZEVs, the battery-powered, so what we mean by electric vehicles, have gone up quite a lot.
정책적인 측면 말고도
Now, not only from this policy perspective, but then also in the private market,
이 GEV 차량들이 늘어나고 있는지를 보여주고 있습니다.
this is showing how the ZEVs continue to go up.
그래서
AFV is the alternative fuel vehicle, so this is a concept that's quite similar to the ZEV.
더해서 살펴
On top of this, the hybrid vehicles.
2021년에
So looking at these two categories, then
AFV 그다음에 HEV가 판매가 되고 있습니다.
you see that
실질적으로 가장 많고요.
as of 2021, then there are total 325 models. Audi has 37, and then Hyundai 19,
보도를 통해서 뭐
Kia 11.
이제 뭐
And I'm sure that you all have heard about this through the media, about how Hyundai and Kia
달러의 보조금을 받고 있지는 못한
are not eligible for the 7,500 incentives or the tax benefit for the EVs.
차가
But then,
차에 비해서 이제 크게
except for Tesla, then
보여주고 있습니다.
in the EV market in the US, Hyundai and Kia are not really falling behind, or so they are keeping up very well. And especially because other EVs would be eligible for the 7,500
보조금을 주고 있는데요.
tax benefits.
판매 대수
Now, Hyundai, Kia from the OEM, they would be providing subsidies that are similar to this. So again, you see that in terms of sales, then they are not falling behind. But then perhaps when it comes to the margins, then perhaps we will be able to see the difference.
오실캐스
Now, in terms of the benefits and risks, now benefits, reducing GHG emissions, this would be, of course, the biggest benefit. And then also there are benefits of using innovative technologies and
볼수 있을 것입니다.
also promoting economic development activities.
문제가 있습니다.
But again, there are some serious issues. One of them is building the necessary number of charging stations.
100% 전기 차량만
Now, in terms of California, starting from March 2035, only zero-emission vehicles will be available for sale. So they have this ambitious goal, but then
확보되지 않으면
for the EVs, which will become the majority of all the vehicles, now unless they secure enough charging stations for them, then they would be faced with a very big challenge. So then for us, like metropolitan planning organizations, what we call the MPOs. So for us, MPOs, then what we are seeing is that, of course, many different governments, state governments, they are trying to increase the charging stations. But then now for level 3,
레벨 3 차징
so in other words, the charging stations with the very advanced technology like level 3, then it would take about 20 minutes, or otherwise, then it would take about an hour and a half
보통 한 20만
to completely charge a vehicle.
한 대당 이제 그 가격이 그렇게 됩니다.
But then for the level 3 charger per unit, then it would cost about $200,000 to $300,000. So coming up with the budget for this is also a big hurdle. And then also another potential risk here is that the charging technology itself becomes very quickly obsolete. Like for example, level 2 and level 3 charging stations, so they have built quite a lot of them already, but then now in 2 years' time, 5 years' time, 10 years' time, there might be new different types of technologies to arise. For example, the fast charging technology, there might be another technology available for fast charging. Then the existing charging equipment that has been hugely invested in might be of no use anymore. So that could be another potential risk. Now next is about the autonomous taxis or robo-taxis. So in over 20 cities across the US, robo-taxis are being experimented with or have been introduced, like San Francisco, Phoenix, Arizona, Austin, Texas. So these are where the robo-taxis are already in operation. If we would take a brief look back into the history then, now in 2016, Uber started allowing a select group of users in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And then following that in 2017, Waymo started a large-scale robo-taxi test in Phoenix. In 2018, Waymo started self-driving taxi service in Arizona. And in 2021 and 22, Waymo and Cruise, although in a limited area, they have started the robo-taxi service. And then in February 2022, the California Public Utilities Commission. Now this commission issued driver deployment permits to Cruise and Waymo to allow for passenger service in autonomous vehicles. And then just this August 10th, 2013, Waymo and Cruise started to take passengers day and night throughout San Francisco based on the CPUC's permit. So there have been quite a lot of controversies, but then as of August 10th, Waymo and Cruise are now able to use their cars in San Francisco. I apologize, I couldn't stop coughing. Now then, San Francisco 2022, 2021, you see now these are the number of companies that are test driving the AV. So there are close to 30. Of course, Waymo and Cruise are the leading companies, the best known, but then otherwise you also have Apple and also some of the better known names. So quite a number of companies are already driving in San Francisco. And in 2022, you see Cruise has conducted the most driving tests. And then now it is about disengagement, meaning in the course of autonomous driving, then either by the passenger or by the taxi's algorithm itself, but for any reason, when the autonomous driving has been stopped. So that's what they mean by disengagement. And then you can see that Cruise, the percentage of that happening to Cruise is very low compared to its very long mileage. And so they say that according to Cruise, then Waymo's mileage is only 1/10, but then they're saying that their cases of disengagement is much higher. I will also discuss this further later, but then between 2021 to 2022, the test driving, and then now later on, we can see that the results, some of the results that we see here have been reversed later on. Now, this is Cruise and Waymo, so they also have different versions, but then this is what they have in San Francisco. As you know, Cruise is a subsidiary of GM, and it also has LiDAR. So LiDAR, radar, as well as camera sensors. And then now on the roof, that is LiDAR.
그리고 이제 이 웨이모는
And Waymo,
구글 자회사이고요.
this is
New Way
an affiliate of Google.
웨이와
So a new way for mobility.
집계되었다고 합니다.
So way and mo from mobility
이 라이트
is what made up Waymo. And again, you see that on the roof it has LiDAR.
크루즈 같은 경우에는 GM에서
Now for the
하는 전기차가 있습니다. 이
model, so for Cruise, then there is the Bolt model that is produced by GM. So it is on this Bolt model that they have put up the LiDAR. And then for Waymo, they have tested various models, but then the one that is in operation in San Francisco, this is a Jaguar model.
차량 가격은 $200,000 정도.
At the cost of about $20,000 per unit.
뭐 아까 이제 맵에 그 지도를 보면서 말씀드렸다시피
I'm sorry, that's $200,000 per unit. And then now, as I mentioned, the robotaxi, they are in operation in Phoenix, San Francisco, and Austin. And then in 14 cities, including Seattle, San Diego, they are undergoing testing. And then
주행을 시작할 것이라는
Los Angeles is reportedly getting very close to moving around passengers on the street. But again, from the federal government, there is no legislation available regarding AV. But 23 states have passed laws allowing AV testing and or deployment.
만들고 있는 상태입니다. 8월 10일에 이제 CPUC
Now, on August 10th, in CPUC, Waymo and Cruise have received the permit for operation. So Waymo currently operates 250, while Cruise operates 300 at night and 100 during the day in San Francisco. And then Waymo
그리고 크루즈는 시속 35마일을
is permitted to drive at speed of up to 65 miles per hour, while Cruise is up to 35 miles per hour.
라이드 페어는
And then for the ride fare,
우버나 리프트보다 약간 싼
now
정도고 합니다.
this is a little bit
크루즈나
lower than Uber
그동안
or Lyft.
이제 교통사고
Now Cruise and Waymo cars have been involved in a number of traffic incidents.
콘크리트 타설을 하고 있는데 뭐 들어간다든지
For example,
교차로에서 이제 차량
rolling into wet cement
혹은 뭐
or just standing still at the crossroads,
뒤에서 이제
or more serious incidents,
사고들이 있었습니다.
bumping into emergency vehicles from behind.
지난 8월 19일에
But then
크루즈가
on August 19th,
그게 왜 그러냐면
now Cruise agreed to a 50% reduction after 2 incidents, and that is because, as I mentioned, on August 10th, the CPUC has given them the permit.
운행을 시작했던 밤에
But now on the evening of starting their operation, Cruise vehicles got involved in 2 traffic incidents. One
들여다보면
is hitting a pedestrian.
한 사안이긴 합니다.
Now, it is a accident involving a pedestrian, but then now you see that it was a minor accident, in fact,
더 정도로
because it was running at about 2 kilometers per hour
사건이고요. 그다음에
at the walkway and then ended up hitting the pedestrian. Another incident was
그래서 이제 이 사건으로 인해서
crashing into a parked fire truck from behind. So as a result of this, Cruise agreed to a 50% reduction
10월 2일에
in their operations. And then on October 2nd, 2023, Cruise also was involved in a pedestrian accident.
운전자가 운전하는 차량이
But then
보호자를 쳤고요. 그
now
보호자가
this is a case where another vehicle hit the pedestrian, and when the pedestrian bumped off the
그 크루즈가
other vehicle, he landed in front of the Cruise vehicle, and the Cruise vehicle ended up dragging this pedestrian by 5-6 meters after the accident occurred. So after this accident, then the California
그래서 현재는
Traffic Registration Board canceled the license for cruise. So right now, it is only Waymo that can offer AV service in San Francisco.
AV 차량이 교통사고에 연관된
Now these are the
2022년도
traffic accidents involving AV so far. And in 2022, you see that the number shot up, and that is because of the permit.
그 중에서
So there have been a surge in the accidents, and then out of them, you can see that compared to cruise, Waymo is involved in more. But then in 2023,
교통사고 건수도 줄었고
the total number of accidents also have gone down, and also Waymo's share has been reduced much more so than cruise. And excuse me, I will mute again one more time.
그 로보택시의 이제 어떤 장단점이 분명히 있을 텐데요. 여러
Now, of course, for robotaxi, there would be pros and cons, and also they come with their share of controversies. Then also in San Francisco, the
굉장히 심한
fire department and also the police, they are quite against them. And then also for the ordinary citizens, there is also quite a strong opposition against robotaxis. But then the proponents say that
운전하는 일반 차량보다 훨씬 더
compared to
라고 이제 주장을 합니다.
vehicles driven by people, they are much safer.
크루즈 쪽에서 내놓은 자료이긴 합니다만
Now, of course, this data is from Cruise, but you can see that
단점도 있고
compared to the
교통사고가
human
이제 그
driven cars, then the accidents are only about half.
연구 결과를
And then the collisions with risk of injury, that's only 1/3 of human driven cars.
차비가 이제 현재
And also the fares,
약간 싼
as I mentioned, the price is a bit lower than the Uber and Lyft fares. But then once they become more popular, then the price is likely to be halved.
이제 그 전기차
And also because these are EVs,
더 줄일 수 있다라고
they cause much less pollution.
코와 같은 대도시들
And especially in cities like San Francisco, large cities, parking can be a big headache.
대안책이
So then they're saying that this can also be a solution to the parking problems. And more than anything,
첨단 기술을
it would be another way of boosting advanced technology and advanced industries. Now, compared to this, of course, it would also have weaknesses.
보행자 우선 정책이 돼야 되는데 이제
For example, now it has to be, the policy itself has to be pedestrian-centric.
모습을 보여줬고
But then
인터섹션을 블락을 한다.
so far, there have been quite a number of failures, like, for example, blocking up intersections or parking in bus stops, crosswalks, and bike lanes sometimes.
많이 기존에 보여줬습니다. 그리고 이제 배터리 생산을 위해서 리튬이라든지 아니면 코발트
And also, batteries needed for these vehicles mean that there has to be much more mining of lithium and cobalt and other minerals. And they claim that they would cause another problem of the environment.
답이
And also, this was mentioned earlier about jobs. So the jobs to be filled by humans are increasingly being lost.
아까 그 이전 발표에서도
And this was also mentioned in the previous presentation about the mass transport ridership
라고 이제
is not going back to the pre-pandemic level.
이 캘리포니아에 있어서 그 대중교통의
And in particular, in California, the mass transport ridership continues to drop.
크게
And since the pandemic, it plummeted.
리더십이 계속해서 이제 떨어지는 경향은 굉장히
And the declining ridership is an ongoing trend. But for Uber and Lyft, in other words, these, so on one hand, we have the car sharing services, and on top of this, we are also to popularize robo-taxis, then mass transit ridership will fall even further, is another view by the opponents.
제 발표는 준비한 발표는 여기
So my prepared presentation is this, and I myself have not
이게 이제
ridden the robo-taxi. I mean, there's such a long queue,
제 샌프란시스코에 살고 있는
and
제 딸애가
my daughter, who is living in San Francisco, she has taken one, and this is the video that she took. Let me show you this as a way of ending my presentation.
택시를 타게 되면 이제 뭐
So once you get on the taxi, then just like all the taxis in the US, you can only ride in the back seat.
터치 스크린
And so at the back, you will find this touch screen.
에서
So then on this touch screen,
벨트를 매라라고 하는
you will see the message to buckle up,
해야만 이제 차량이 출발을
and the car can start only when you buckle up.
네, 제 발표는 여기까지입니다.
So that is all for my presentation.
그제 딸과 친구들의 얘기에 따르면
So those with the experience, so my daughter and her friends, what they say is,
하느냐 못하느냐를 뭐 판단을 하는 이제
now,
점 중에 하나가
one of the hallmarks of good driving is
아니면
how well you can take the corner. So based on that, I can tell whether this is a new driver or an experienced driver.
그렇게 스무드하지는 않았다.
And they tell me that the cornering was not very smooth.
네, 이상입니다.
That's all. Thank you.
네, 이철호 박사님.
Thank you very much. So that was Dr. Lee Chul-ho.
캘리포니아에서
Yes, in California, there are a number of
자동차 관련된 제도
attempts at
사업에 대해서
EV and robo-taxi
특히
businesses and also the policies. So thank you very much for the very good presentation on the history of the policymaking. And also, in fact, in regarding the robo-taxi in San Francisco,
우리 생활에
we have also had a TV broadcasting program. But
준비가
I believe that in the case of Korea, we need to have much more preparation and many more considerations for this to become part of our lives.
이금진 교수님께서
The next presentation will be delivered by Professor Lee Geum-jin of Korea Aerospace University. Hello. My name is Lee Geum-jin. I'm from the Korea Aerospace University. Thank you very much for inviting me to this very meaningful forum. The title of my presentation is UAM Business Status and Goyang as a Demonstration City. Goyang Special City is a big city. It is a base city north of the metropolitan area, and it's the second largest city in terms of population in Gyeonggi-do, and the third largest public budget in Gyeonggi-do. And it's near the airport as well as the Han River, so it has great potential for growth and development. However, because of the Green Belt law and military facility protection law and the population explosion limitation laws, development has been restricted because of this triple regulation. And so the image, it still has a strong image as a bed town for residents who come back to sleep at night and work in Seoul, commute to Seoul to work. but it has ambitions to, and Goyang City is housing media facilities. So you have the Media Valley and the CJ Life City. And so the Ilsan Techno Valley, once it is complete, it will be integrating IT technologies with media technologies. And so that will mean that the relevant industries also have huge growth potential. And if national reunification happens in the future, then Goyang also has the potential to serve as an economic and transportation and logistical gateway city between North and South Korea. And against this backdrop, urban air mobility, UAM, infrastructure, if it is established in Goyang, it will also contribute to the growth of Goyang. And so Goyang has been making efforts to establish this kind of infrastructure. We have the Goyang Daedok drone airfield, and our aerospace university is operating a Goyang drone anchor center in Goyang, and the so it has become a drone demonstration city. UAM stands for urban air mobility. So making use of flying vehicles, transportation services at high speed is enabled through this UAM. So megacities have been seeing a growth in demand for such urban air mobility because they are experiencing increasing traffic congestion and economic losses as metropolitan areas expand. So UAE can be an answer to that. And environmentally, there is a societal demand for low carbon transportation modes due to global warming. And so UAM vehicles make use of electricity, so it will be in high demand in the future once the technologies are established and stabilized. And because of diversifying lifestyles, there is an increasing social demand for wellness and leisure. So railroads and roads, land transport. So rather than depending on such traditional transportation modes, people are demanding more and more diverse modes of transportation so that they can go very quickly from point A to point B. And their destinations are also diversifying. And there is this advancement of autonomous mobility. And transportation will now be extended from two-dimensional to three-dimensional. So it's only a matter of time for our transportation sector becomes three-dimensional. So not only the horizontal axis, but we'll also have the vertical axis. And so there is great interest in urban air mobility, and the components of urban air mobility would be aircraft first of all. It is propelled by electricity, and vertical takeoff and landing is possible, and autonomous flight is also technologically possible. Those are the main characteristics of the UAM aircraft, and you need vertiports for takeoff, landing, loading, charging, and maintenance. So vertical takeoff and landing, eVTOL, would be enabled through vertiports, and vertiports can be diverse scales. It could be very small for just one vehicle to take off or land, or it could be for a fleet of vehicles. Another important component of UAM would be airspace. Since it's a flying vehicle, the airspace has to be safely regulated. So the traffic management systems will have to be in place for UAM to be operable. And there needs to be data service in order to operate UAM systems. And another component is, although it is an air service, air mobility service, it cannot exist on its own. It has to be connected to the traditional or conventional land transport. So there has to be a MaaS system, that is mobility as a service. So it has to be a part of MaaS, and it has to be connected, and so that booking and payment can be smoothly facilitated. And also there has to be social acceptance for UAM, because there is the issues of safety, noise, and so that all those issues will have to be resolved for a stable demand for UAM. In many markets, there are forecasts on the demand for UAM. So in the next 10 years or so, hundreds of trillions of dollars will be invested into this field. That is the forecast. UAM did not come upon us overnight. It will come to us in various stages over a period of time. And so, and also the transportation mode, how it will work, will also differ from phase to phase. So in the short term, a pilot will be on board, but then the mode will change to autopilot, that is autonomous flying, will be enabled in the future, in the long term. And so there, in the short term, the services will be provided along fixed routes, so it'll be like a shuttle service, but then it will become on demand in the future, in the long term, so it'll become more responsive to real-time demand. And the traffic for UAM might be not so dense in the short term, but in the long term, the density will increase. And in the case of UAM, it is a flying transportation mode. But compared to the airports and traditional big-scale air transportation, UAM will be more commercial, and it will develop, therefore, more dynamically. And UAM in Korea is being developed, and the governments are focusing their efforts to that end, coming up with the Korean version of the UAM roadmap. And we have a UAM Team Korea in place. So they're developing the concept for operation and all that. And in the industry, you have Hyundai, Hanwha, SKT, and so on, big businesses, Korea Airlines, Incheon Airport, Korean Air, So big airliners are also interested in investing in this area.
그랜드 챌린지라고 해서
And recently there is the KUAM Grand Challenge
사회적인 수용성
that is being held to validate safety and integrate operation for commercialization.
이제 개활주의
So in phase 1, the Grand Challenge will be held in open spaces, and after safety has been validated, then in phase 2,
비슷한 환경에서 유인 실증을
UAM validation and demonstrations will happen in urban areas, like in the real-world environment.
이러한 유인
And Goyang City is also
하고 있습니다. 그래서
paying quite a lot of attention and spending efforts in
클러스터 조성을 추진 중에 있는데요.
growing this UAM industry, and so it is looking to create a UAM cluster which has
핵심적인 가치로 두고 있습니다.
which will offer three values. First of all is innovation, urban innovation, because in the future there will be a continuous influx of population
발전 커져
into this area
도시가 될 텐데요.
thanks to the development of the third generation new towns.
도시의 지속
And so new UAM industries need to be fostered to maintain the attractiveness of cities and to sustain growth
연결입니다.
through synergy.
교통수단
And the second value that can be offered by the UAM cluster would be connectivity, providing ultra-fast transportation and reducing commuter congestion.
이제 교통량이 이제 출퇴근하는 이제
Most of the transportation demand is focused on commuting
40% 이상이
in and out of Goyang. About 40% of the population of Goyang commute
뭐 아무래도
out of Goyang to other cities to work.
혼잡도 그러다 보니까 교통 혼잡도 이제 점점 심해지고
So that
UAM을 통해서 이제 새로운
leads to traffic congestion and rush hour congestion.
률이 뭐
But that kind of commuter congestion can be reduced thanks to UAM.
빠른 교통수단 교통 옵션을 이제 승객들에게 고향
It will be another
이런
very
장점
fast transportation
고양시가
mode
하나 이제
that can be made available to Goyang citizens.
하고 있는데 아무래도 그런 산업들이
And Goyang is growing into a media hub city,
많이 있을 텐데요. 뭐 그런 부분에 있어서 유인
and so UAM can contribute to that growth.
잘 맞는 교통 체계라고 이제
As the media industry grows, so will
마지막으로 이제
the demand for UAM services.
이제 시민 안전과 편의 증진을 최우선 목표로 해가지고
And safety will be a
클러스터
very important value add
고향
thanks to the UAM cluster, prioritizing the safety and convenience and comfort of citizens.
하려고 이제 준비 중에 있고 뭐 관련돼서 뭐 버티포트
And so the
뭐 설치
UAM cluster
건설이라
planning is now ongoing, looking at locations for vertiports and all that. So it's in the survey and evaluation stage right now. And so regarding culture, industry, technology, and safety and infrastructure, efforts are being made to build up such infrastructure and build up the culture as well.
발전 잠재력이 풍부한 도시입니다.
So Goyang City has great potential for growth, and
커질 거라고 이제 생각을 하는데요. 이런
especially
발전 잠재력과 유해는 이제
if the two Koreas
하고
are reunified in the future, the importance and status of Goyang will be elevated. So Goyang needs to grow into a
도시만 온난화 그리고
city
생활 패턴 변화로 인해서
with cutting-edge mobility services being offered to its citizens. So there will be an increasing demand for UAM, thanks due to urbanization, global warming, changing lifestyles. And so the Goyang UAM cluster development for urban innovation is underway, and we need to emphasize cultural, industrial, technological, and safety aspects. And in the future, UAM will advance into AAM, Advanced Air Mobility, which will extend beyond intra-city to intercity transportation. And this is expected to fundamentally change the paradigm of not only air traffic, but transportation as a whole, as well as urban development. And if Goyang can lead the way, then Goyang will be one of the first cities in Korea to become a three-dimensional city in terms of transportation. And for that to happen, the creativity of the UAM industry needs to be fostered by creating a robust policy and economic environment. And I believe that Goyang City will spare no effort to that end. I'll end my presentation here. Thank you very much. Yes, that was Professor Lee Geum-jin of Korea Aerospace University. Thank you very much. So the three presentations for this session are now over. And we'll move on to some remarks from the panelists. So the three speakers are invited to join in the discussion, the panel discussion. And we will be joined by the three panelists, Professor Ha Sung-yong, and Professor Hong Jin-hyun, and Director Choi Seung-wook. So according to my the list that I have and the program, I'd like to invite Professor Ha Sung-yong of Chungbu University to talk about the future of smart mobility and urban mobility. Yes, thank you very much. I don't major or specialize in urban transportation or urban mobility. I'm an engineer by training, so I am involved in designing vehicles and autonomous driven vehicles and so on. So that's my area of expertise. And recently, I was part of the committee that was writing up the technology report on urban mobility design. And I was part of the advisory council for air mobility. So regarding mobility, I'm not really an expert, but I'd like to share with you some of my thoughts. I'd like to keep UAM, my comments on UAM to the last part and talk about the urban mobility in many cities, like cities in China, in the United States, in Europe. There is not much of a gap in terms of development. But when it comes to RE100, transportation sector is responsible accounts for 20% of carbon emissions. So climate scientists and engineers and technological experts, they have different positions or views when it comes to this kind of emission problems. You have the internal combustion engine that was put into cars, and the cars began to be mass-produced after World War II by Ford. And there's an interesting report that is being discussed recently, and there is a call for more accurate measurement of carbon emissions by internal combustion engines. So if you look at the LCE, the carbon emission reduction compared to electric vehicles is not that great. It's about a 78% reduction. So I think we need to rethink our development policies when it comes to electric vehicles. In particular, electric vehicles, it's heavily subsidized for them right now.
주유소에 그러면서 주행세 가지고 보조금을 하고 있고 또 하나는 전기를 어떻게 생산할까?
And so you have the driver's tax that is being used to subsidize the development of electric vehicles. And so the dependency on thermal fuel power plants is still quite heavy. Even the electricity that is produced and supplied to electric vehicles comes from traditional power plants, coal-fired power plants. So you have to look at that structure. And if there are more and more electric vehicles and on the roads, where does the electricity that they run on come from? It will, in producing that electricity, we will still be emitting carbon. So there are still many issues that we have to resolve if we want to look at electric vehicles. And also when it comes to autonomous cars, some of the automakers have reached level 3, and level 4 and 5 are in the near future. And we are looking at the issues that could arise from level 4, level 5, such as, yes, the upside of electric vehicles and autonomous cars would be increased, enhanced safety, but then we will have to still resolve issues of drastically reducing safety issues. So there are many ideas that are being dealt with, but then we will still need some time for such ideas to be commercialized. So from my point of view, autonomous cars and electric vehicles, the technologies from the United States, China, Korea, and Europe, this is like a hegemonic war over technology right now. So we have hybrid cars. But the United States did not succeed with hybrid cars, so it is now depending on electric cars led by Tesla. And Europe, it's the same for Europe as well. So it is a strategic research area in Korea as well. So electric vehicle-based, EV-based autonomous driven vehicles is a national project. So the issues that arise from this project, or the electric vehicles as well as autonomous cars, how are we to resolve these issues? That is something that we have to focus on. It's the same for Goyang. Fortunately, Goyang is participating actively as a demonstration city in UAM, KUAM, and so Goyang is quite active when it comes to smart mobility and urban mobility. And I'd like to focus more of my comments on KUAM, urban air mobility. We went through a very compressed period of economic growth that was spread over decades when it comes to Europe. And our science community, as well as the local governments, will have to focus more effort on growing into a world-class nation when it comes to urban mobility and smart mobility. And I think it is possible. We do have the power. And I am aware that many projects are going on right now. And they are, of course, quite subsidized. So we have that system and program in place nationwide, and Goyang is quite strategically located near the international airport, and we have the aerospace university in Goyang. So although it will be in the nascent stages, we will be able to create a ecosystem for UAM and become a demonstration city, UAM demonstration city. Operability and validation. So social acceptance and safety are the most important issues from the government's perspective. And Goyang City, in line with such policy direction, will be able to plan its agenda to become a representative city and hub for this UAM in the future. Yes, that ends my comments. Thank you.
교수님께 감사하다는 말씀.
Thank you very much, Professor Ha, for the excellent remarks. So between EV and the
기술적인 이슈.
autonomous vehicles and also the UAM, so he talked about some of the technological issues with relation to these types of mobility. And also for myself, looking at the EVs and also then the power that is needed by EVs, then where is it generated? So I'm sure that not only myself, but many of you probably have had the same question. Then also for the autonomous vehicles, so without any technical glitches, then of course it wouldn't be involved in accidents. But then now the AVs and also other human-driven cars and also like bike riders and so forth. So there would also be interactions with other users of the road. So unless the interactions can be sorted out, then perhaps it would not be easy to innovatively resolve the issue of the incidents that could involve these AVs. Then also Professor Ha, the last point was about the EV, AV, and UAMs, and then also with all these elements, then what are some of the areas of consideration or agenda that we need to think about for the city of Goyang? So thank you very much. And now let me move on to the next speaker, who is Professor Hong Jin-hyun of University of Seoul. First of all, thank you very much for the invitation to this very special event today. Personally, it's been a very important learning experience for me, so all the more meaningful. And now in this session, I have been listening to such luminaries, and I would like to thank you all very much for the presentation. I fully agree with what has been said already. And of them, let me just add some points from my perspective, from my own perspective. Now, first of all, from Professor Thakuriah, there are a number of keywords, and I believe that they revolve around data. So as we move on to the smart city, then the society is utilizing and generating so much data of so many different types. And then the planners would have to make use of these data so that we can more efficiently run the city and in the end to improve the quality of life of the people. Now, of course, in utilizing the data and also when we look at the data that we use, then many of them are not generated for the purpose of research, but these data pretty much has been generated automatically through sensors. Then what is the utility of this data? And how can we put this data into uses so that we can also address traffic-related issues? I believe that these are some of the issues that we have to think about, that we need to research. And also, that also has to be considered as part of our city planning or city transport planning. And now, in the course of this, I once again realized the importance of talent. So the people who have studied city planning, urban planning, or transport planning, of course, that they're looking into this, but then not only them, but then also the data, what kind of data there are, and how can we process them, what kind of information can we glean from them. So this is an area where when we also need this type of specialized knowledge. Then the city of Goyang also has now to take more care of nurturing these experts, because it's not just only a handful of individuals who can do everything. So we need to work together to be able to address all the relevant issues, meaning that we need to have an interdisciplinary team, then the computer scientists, geoscientists, geography, urban planning, transport planning. So we need to have all the different people, all the different experts coming together from different fields to plan for the city, to plan for the transport. So we need to have such an interdisciplinary organization. And so I do hope that the city of Goyang would also pay attention to this. And once you have this team and once you have the talent for this team, then you also need to keep training and developing them so that they can continue to contribute to the city. And the second point that I'd like to make is about what was mentioned earlier about the infrastructure for future mobility and also the maintenance thereof, which is very important because the cities were not originally based on this infrastructure. Then within the built infrastructure, once we also have the elements of mobility added, then how are we going to accommodate them? How are we going to maintain the infrastructure as we continue to accommodate the new elements? So I believe that that is also going to be a very important issue for the future. So EV, mobility, and also charging stations. What is the demand and where do we need to locate them to make it the most efficient? So these are some of the very pertinent questions for which we need to study quite a lot. And also not only in single domains, but again, we need to look into them from different perspectives. So the city of Goyang also has to think about them, study together, and to create the kind of environment where we can all put our heads together and come up with the best solution. Then also earlier, Professor Oh Chul has also Mr. Lee Chul also mentioned, but then now between the public transport and the individual transport, so what is going to be the relationship between them? Because right now with the EVs and also the personal mobility, then what's going to happen to mass transport? So what are we going to do and how are we going to address this? That is also going to be a very important question. And now for the city of Goyang, another big question is the population aging. Now with the pandemic, then the issue of mobility of the elderly also became a big topic about their health, about their mobility. Now, is this a really elderly-friendly city? And what kind of city is it? So I haven't seen them use the e-scooters, but then, as was mentioned earlier, I believe walking, cycling are going to remain very important. And also, they are going to be very important for the elderly as well, not only for mobility, but also for their health. Then to entice them to utilize them, then what kind of urban space or what kind of transport system do we need to have? And also, of course, transport and land planning cannot be thought separately, so I hope that we could have a broader perspective to think about them together. Now, in Europe, many cities, they're talking about 15-minute city, so within 15 minutes, I need to be able to get to where I want, either by walking, cycling, taking the subway, so they are doing this kind of movement. So perhaps the city of Goyang can also do something similar. So let's say within 15 minutes, let's say within a 15-minute walking distance, then can the elderly or anyone actually, can they get to where they want? Like, for example, to their workplace, to a shopping place. So that also is about a livable city, smart city, future city. So if we can think more about them, then and incorporate them into urban planning, I believe that that is going to be all the more desirable. Now, for UAM and also autonomous vehicles, personally, I also do believe that they will become very important pillars of mobility in the future, but that can be done only in theory, but we also need to deploy them, to implement them in the city. But then we need to strike the right balance between safety and innovation. You can't just go about doing it indiscriminately, but then this will also have a big impact on the social acceptance. No matter how good the technology, if people do not trust it, if people do not feel safe, they will not use it. Then all this good technology will not be able to be embedded into our society. So then inside the society, of course, the safety is important, but then also we need to first have the test bed also in the city of Goyang. We need to have the test bed for these technologies. Otherwise, then we need to have a lot of pre-processing, like for example, legally and regulatory, and then also once we have these technologies, then what about the land, infrastructure, the urban planning, and also what kind of services will be allowed in first. So for example, shuttles to the airport, will it be first, or the robo-taxis will that be first? And also how much testing do we need at each stage? And also the spatial planning, how much of this do we need to accommodate this? So we need to have a long-term perspective. We need to have the right team. We need to have the right structure around this. That is all. Thank you.
네, 홍진영 교수님 감사합니다.
Yes, thank you, Professor Hong.
오늘 이 방대한 양의 빅데이터를 어떻게 잘
So how are we to
라는 말씀도 해주셨고
handle the flood of data that is coming at us? You mentioned that, and you talked about you shared your thoughts on the direction for Goyang.
어떤 가치 중에 하나도 이 모든 연령대의 시민들이 다 같이
And also, you shared with us food for thought on the mobility that is elderly friendly
대비하기 위한
and responsive to social demands,
이런 것들이 많이 필요할 것으로 생각이 들고요.
especially in terms of population aging.
중에서도
So,
패널 토론이 가능한데 이 세 분들 중에서 뭐 첨언하시고 싶은 말씀이 있거나 또 앞서
if there are any
전해주신 두 분 패널들에게와 또 어떤 논의가 필요하거나 이런 걸 가지고 계신 분이 계신가요? 세 분 중에?
points that you would like to discuss with the panelists out of the three speakers? Professor Lee Geun-jin, do you have anything that you want to respond? Any comments that you want to respond to from the panelists? If not, then we'll move on to the next panelist, Mr. Choi Seung-uk, Director of Urban Air Mobility Policy Division of MOLIT. Hello, I'm the Director of the Urban Air Mobility Policy Division of MOLIT. From MOLIT, Sejong City, I had to travel quite a long way to Goyang to participate in this forum. So I hope that the AE or EV or UAM will advance quickly so that it will be easier to travel to other cities to participate in forums like this. Yes, I listened with great interest to the presentations in this session, and I have been given a lot of food for thought. I think I can add to the Professor Lee Geun-jin's presentation, speaking from MOLIT's perspective in terms of policies. What should the government be doing to respond to this demand in the local governments? I think that innovation in spaces and mobility can make or break urban development, but I think there is a challenge that we're all facing: automation, communication connections, and environmental issues, safety issues. And now transportation has transformed into the word mobility. So mobility innovation roadmap is something that our ministry came up with. And the Air Mobility Policy Division was newly formed within the ministry. And it deals with policies related to EV, AV, UAM. And that is what we are focusing on in my division. And the philosophy of MOLIT when it comes to urban mobility and smart mobility is this: we can't regulate ahead of the private sector. We have to play a supporter's role to set up the legal and policy framework. So if there are areas where regulations have to be refixed, or there needs to be deregulations, or if there are areas where we need to pour the water to prime the pump, then that's what we will do. And maybe setting up an R&D complex or network if the private sector needs such an R&D platform. That's what we will do. And the private sector, companies in the private sector, they're not the only ones in competition. Countries are in competition. National governments are competing against one another to establish and nurture the industries, relevant industries in their own countries. So we do have an array of policies. I can't go into details because of time constraints, but let me focus on UAM for now. UAM consulting firms rank Korea about 4th or 5th in the world. So when it comes to operability or IT communications, we do have the power. And so we have the competitive edge in that regard. And so we are implementing relevant policies. First of all, we have a consultative body. We have the UAM Korea, UTK for short. About 100 institutions, over 100 institutions are part of this team, from the academia, from the private sector, from local governments. They all come together to make important decisions. And so the composition is very varied, and the way we run this team is quite different from the conventional way we run teams in the government. It's a bottom-up process. We have 14 working groups and 5 divisions with people from private companies and also scholars. They come together to consult one another and learn from one another on how to craft the best policies for UAM. So we can cover each other's loopholes or gaps and work in a collaborative way. And we have a validation project, the UAM Grand Challenge, and in Goyang we have this ecosystem for UAM, the vertiports and the traffic control and management systems, and all the sensors have all been installed in that place. And so starting from August this year, private companies, service providers have come to this area in Goyang to test and using it as a test bed. So from as early as August next year, we will have the test. We will complete the testing, and including consortium, including Kintex, we will have a consortium to do a test along the Han River. And from Suso to Jamsil, we will have the final stage of validation, and we will be commercializing all the technology and UAM system by then, so that anyone, if you pay a fee, can utilize the UAM system and actually board and take a flight. And we need systematic support for this, usually from MOLIT. And so there are a lot of legal, a lot of laws that we have to navigate in order to make the UAM possible. So we have tabled a bill, and a new law on UAM will be in place, will be enacted soon, as soon as it passes the Korean Parliament. So the biggest issue would be, of course, safety. And the new law, in order to nurture the industry, wants to make it as free as possible, to make the law as conducive as possible to developing the UAM industry. So relevant laws in the aerospace, most of the regulations, with the exception of safety, have been deregulated, have done away with.
제도 개선에 시간이 걸리지만 저희는 위원회 심의만으로 이런 제도랑
And these laws will take a lot of time to enact, but we have established a fast-track system so that the relevant regulations can be put in place
어떤 기체들이 오거나
as soon as possible.
실증을 하겠다라고 신청을 하셔도 저희는 다
So as soon as a service provider or a company comes to apply for a test services or to join the industry, then it will be easy for these companies to join as long as they meet safety standards. It's open. So UAM vehicles and vertiports will be populating the area once UAM is commercialized, and so we need a lot of infrastructure, and so we have already gotten the approval for an R&D complex to be built specially for UAM.
그중에 괜찮은 것들을 국가 기준으로 삼는 한편
And we are benchmarking many other policies and standards and putting such standards in place, WICAR, US FA, and Europe's ESA. So these are the regulatory bodies that we are benchmarking. We are signing MOUs with them so that the standards that we set will become global standards.
미국의 나사는 MOU를 맺어서 미국에서 진행 중인 실증
So, for example, the Aerospace Institute in Korea has an MOU with NASA to exchange data and to cooperate when it comes to setting global standards. So that collaboration is ongoing. And in order to increase social acceptance, we have events, public events. So in this Friday in Goyang, actually eVTOL operable event will be held where people can actually watch an eVTOL in action, and this will be connected to the Grand Challenge version 2.0 in the near future. So we are doing our best at the ministry to reach that aim of an environmentally friendly and, of course, safe UAM system to be put in place and actually operated by next year. So I hope that there will be a lot more understanding, efforts to understand and utilize the policies, and more effort will be put in place to connect with the policies that are offered by the ministry. And if Goyang makes that effort, I'm sure Goyang will be a leading city when it comes to UAM in the future. Thank you.
말씀 잘 들었습니다.
Thank you, Director Che, for your comments.
국토교통부에 여러 과가 있는데 이번
Of course, under MOLIT, there are various divisions, but then I believe that under this government, probably the hardest thinking and also probably the most hardest working would be the mobility division under MOLIT. And of course, yesterday in Kimcheon City, now as the director has briefly mentioned regarding the mobility law, now they also have set up the mobility support center under the Korea Transport Safety Corporation. So they have had the opening ceremony yesterday. So again, that is all under the mobility division. And also for the future mobility and some of the components of the mobility in the future, I would say that UAM is going to be at the heart of it all. And to promote it, then in terms of the legal framework and policy framework, what are the areas of interest? What are the areas of consideration? He pointed them out and also gave us word that the central government is going to give it a big push. So thank you very much. So now we have gone through the panelists, listening to their views, and now I would like to go to the floor to invite any questions or comments regarding the presentations or the comments and the feedback that have been provided. any comments or questions, then maybe we can take
좋을 것 같은데요.
questions, 1 or 2 questions. So anyone?
네, 뭐 마음속으로는 많은 생각들을 가지고 계시겠지만 여건상 뭐 여의
So I'm sure that you have a lot of questions in your mind, but then perhaps it's not easy to ask your questions at this point. So then
고양시가 앞으로 굉장히 잘 될 것 같아요.
with this, then we would have to wrap up the mobility session. But I believe that things bode well for the city of Goyang. I also have been a citizen of Goyang for some time. But now because the Korea Transport Research Institute,
시기가
and it was across Kintex. Now it is in Sejong City. Anyway, so that was about 20 years ago. And comparing the city then and now, then there has been so much development, so much that it is almost unrecognizable.
세계 도시 포럼
Now the World Cities Forum yesterday and today
예산 지원을
is the product of a lot of hard work and also fiscal support from the city of Goyang. And I also had a brief talk with the team leader in charge of this forum, and I heard that this is the 4th installment, and he said that he was going to keep developing this, and I do hope that such hard work and dedication will continue to bear fruit down the road. So there have been a lot of good comments and also insightful comments about the mobility
고양시 발전에
for the city of Goyang now and tomorrow. So I do hope that they can be the cornerstone of the mobility policymaking for the city of Goyang. And with that, let us wrap up this session. Thank you very much. Thank you. A big hand, please.
이렇게 교토 모빌
Thank you very much. So we have just
여러분 저희는 지금부터
listened to the mobility session. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a short break and move on to the next
10분에 시작이
session, which is urban planning. So we will resume at 3:20. Please be back here in time. And also for the online participants, I will see you at 3:20. Thank you.
네, 이제 모두 함께 하실 준비가 되신 것 같습니다. 자, 그럼 지금부터 저희 네 번째 주제죠. 공간에 대한 이야기를 함께 나눠보겠습니다.
We will now move on to the next session, urban planning session.
도시의 필요한 디지털 덕질.
So what are the digital innovations that we need for urban planning? So that is what we will be exploring, and we will also look at smart cities. What kind of smart cities we want in the future. Let me introduce the moderator of this session, Professor Shin Kyo-on.
좌장님 주제해 주시죠. 고맙습니다.
So thank you. The mic is yours.
오늘 이렇게 뜻깊은 자리에서 그리고 또 고향의 발전뿐만이 아니고 국가 발전 그리고 세계
Yes, thank you very much.
이렇게 앉아 계신 분들도 대단하시고 나와주신 분들.
My utmost respects to the audience as well as the panelists and speakers in this session where we'll be exploring urban planning. Let me introduce the panelists and speakers. First of all, we have Christopher Petit, Director of the City Futures Research Center. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. And we also have, as a presenter, Mr. Bruno Avila, an expert in digital twins and the I-Team Director of the City of Amsterdam. And we also have Park Eun-hee, Team Director of Goyang Industry Promotion Agency, in charge of digital industry. So we will hear from the three speakers, and then we will have some comments from the panel, starting with Professor Son Jong-won from the Bartlett School of Planning of the University College London. And someone is going to play a very important role in the future of urban planning in Goyang. From the Goyang City Council, Kim Hae-ryun, Chair of the Construction and Transportation Committee. So the speakers are given about 20 to 30 minutes, starting with Mr. Christopher Petit. Please welcome him with an even bigger round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's my great honor to be here with you today with my esteemed panelists to talk about urban planning and how we look at using data and technology for better city planning. So, what I'm going to do is introduce our research centre here at City Futures at University of New South Wales. I'm then going to talk about how data and technology is being used in a number of countries around the world, including Australia, America, the UK, New Zealand, and Canada, where I undertook a survey with one of my PhD students where we surveyed over 700 planners across these countries, and that paper has just been published in the American Planning Association Journal. So I'll talk about some of the outcomes there and what does it mean for planning and digital literacy and how those disciplines can come together. I'm then going to have a whirlwind tour of a number of digital planning tools that we've been building out of our centre, and I'll go through those and then provide some final conclusions. So our centre, City Futures Research Centre, has been around for 18 years. We have a number of professors, 12 professors, associate professors. We have 20 full-time postdoctoral research fellows and assistants, and over 30 PhD and master's students, and 16 distinguished fellows. There's some of my colleagues who run the centre with me, including Professor Hoon Han, who is also an advisor to the President of South Korea. So the mission of our centre is really to advance towards more livable, productive, sustainable, and equitable cities that we've been talking about in this conference the last 2 days. So we have a focus on people, places, policies, and technologies. And for this presentation, I'm going to focus more on how we use technologies, smart cities, analytics to sort of derive better decisions and planning of our cities. Our research touches upon a number of dimensions: urban planning, compact cities as our cities continue to grow up, like we have in Seoul as a world-leading megacity, healthy built environments, and so how do we make sure our cities are strong places to live? Mental health and physical health are really supported for all citizens. Housing, we have a huge crisis globally around housing affordability, access to housing. More recently, we've set up a new program on sustainable mobility and how we look at micro-mobility solutions, mobility hubs, and data and analytics. But I'm going to focus mainly for this presentation on our work around urban analytics and those digital tools so we can take a smart cities approach. So a lot of our work is lined up to the Sustainable Development Goals, which is very important. How do we look at more sustainable, productive, resilient, livable cities? So sustainability, as we move towards net zero targets for the world, and cities have a huge part to play. And as we know, just in transportation, it contributes to over 14% of global emissions. So how do we move our cities to being more sustainable? So SDG 11, sustainable cities and communities, but there's other important parts that we need to, dimensions we need to consider when we're looking at sustainability. We're going to climate action, Sustainable Development Goal 13, and the list goes on. So what we do in Sydney, we use Sydney as our living laboratory where we run a number of experiments. We have a digital twin of Sydney I'll talk about, a number of digital twins in fact. We do a lot of research globally, but we always like to be place-based and really try things out first in our own city, Sydney, which I welcome you to all visit. It's a global city. We have 6 million people living in Sydney. It's quite livable. It's usually in the top 10 rated livable cities in the world. And it's also growing. We expect an extra 1 million people every 10 years to come, live and play in Sydney. One of our facilities is a physical planning support theatre lab, as you'll see on the screen, where we have a number of digital screens in a room, including a digital sandbox, AR, VR, connected touch screens, so we can bring in policy planners, decision makers, the community and industry to co-design the technology, co-design the solutions for better cities. And we think this is really important as opposed to building top-down tools, so making sure that they're useful and usable. So we've been working on a number of digital planning tools. I'm going to present some of those today, but not all. Whether it's up there where we're looking at data coming from an app where we can see how people are cycling through Sydney, whether it's looking at the construct of the 30-minute city and trying to reduce travel time, where we've got the tap-on, tap-off smart card data and being able to create a dashboard so we can see which parts of the city are 30 minutes and which parts are not, and an array of other dashboards and digital tools, including down below, you'll see those different color DNA boxes. So this is coming from Harvard. This is the geodesign methodology by Carl Steinitz, who's now at UCL in the Bartlett. So, as I mentioned, I was going to reflect on some of the findings of this paper that just got published a couple of weeks ago by one of my PhD students, Claire Daniel, and myself, and really starting to understand what are the waves of interest and the applications of new digital technologies to support better planning. So back in the 1950s and 1970s, we had these large-scale urban simulation models. And there was a lot of feedback, negative feedback, in fact, because these models came from mathematicians and they were imposed on planners. They weren't designed with planners, for planners. And so there was a backlash, and there's a famous paper, Requiem of Large-Scale Urban Models, by Douglas Lee. We then saw the advent of GIS, and GIS has promised a lot to planning, and a lot of agencies use geographical information systems, and I'm sure many of you are very familiar with GIS. Then we saw the rise of e-planning portals, so being able to process planning applications, development applications. And the last 10, 20 years, we really started to see the rise of big data and AI. And we've had a few presentations today and yesterday looking at AI. I'm going to talk a little bit further about AI and show you a couple of the sort of bleeding edge applications that we're working on in the centre at the moment. But AI is not new. And as one of the previous presenters today was saying, you need good quality data. A lot of the neural networks and the AI solutions have been around for decades. But until we've started to get clean data, good quality data, we haven't been able to get good results. And also talk about digital planning and the rise of plan tech. We've got fintech, property tech. We're also seeing this term plan tech. So just reflecting on a couple of the questions and the results that we had of this global survey. I do apologize, we couldn't pick up Korea, unfortunately, in this survey. It is very Anglo-Saxon based because of language barriers and being able to administer a survey in English. But if there is further interest in using the survey, be happy to share that with colleagues. So if you're interested in benchmarking how Korea is going using this particular survey instrument, more than happy to talk to you about that. So we looked at what types of data do planners use in their current role. And I will stress, these are planning practitioners that we interviewed. They're not academics. These are people who work in councils, they work in industry, they work in government, who actually plan the future of our cities. And so if we look at the sorts of data they use, boundary data, so we need administrative boundary data, property development data, property price data. From a people perspective, looking at socioeconomic data, population projections is a big data set, demographic data, and we've got cultural heritage data and community consultation data, just to name some of those. What we're seeing a lot more used around environmental data is the rise of natural hazards data, and as we've heard the last couple of days, we have a lot of challenges facing our cities now. In Sydney alone, we've had 3 lots of natural disaster impacts in 4 years. Actually, if you count, and that's just natural, if you look at, well, COVID, we've had about an event every year, whether it's a pandemic, whether it's a bushfire, whether it's a flood, whether it's another flood. And with the weather conditions at the moment, we've got more bushfires in Australia. And this is happening in cities around the world. So we need this environmental data. We need flood models. We need bushfire models. And we need that data to be accessible. And that's one of the big challenges, is how we share our data. And it should be simple, but it's not, because there's a lot of privacy concerns and there's a lot of commercial interests. So what types of software are we using? Well, you see the general software, very common word processing, video conferencing has really boomed since COVID, spreadsheets, PowerPoint presentations like the ones we're giving at the conference. But then you've got spatial data, so a lot of mapping, fine scale data, GIS data. And you'll see lower down is digital twin data, but at least it's on there. So we're seeing the rise of digital twins. We've got e-planning data, permit system data, and you'll see there from data analysis, we've got a lot of portals that are used as well. Software, there's a lot of, I guess, Anglosphere related software that's used, and we've mapped that across the various countries. We've got a lot of sort of GIS software, which is front and center, but I think we're going to see that change a lot with the rise of generative AI and other technologies. Okay, so that was a sort of brief tour on, I guess, how data and technology has been evolving and the current state of play on how it's supporting a number of those countries. What I'm going to do now is go through a number of emerging digital planning tools, starting with colouring cities and the what-if scenario planning support system, which fit underneath this national platform that our centre leads, the Australian Housing Data Analytics Platform. And this platform we've set up working with government, working with 6 other universities in Australia, working with our largest bank, the Commonwealth Bank. This is about trying to provide better data around housing and our cities, and having that data so it can be shared across government, shared across industry, shared with communities and across academia. So the Colouring Cities Network is one component that we've been looking at under this broader umbrella, but it also intersects with work that came out of UCL with Dr. Polly Hudson, where she set up Colouring London. And we now have this global network of colouring cities. And so there's volunteered geographical information, VGI, at a building level. So we get data, Microsoft provides building footprints. There's other open data sets at various levels that we can bring into this open access view of our cities. And there's a number of countries and other cities that have adopted and been joining the Colouring Cities Network. And I'd invite the city of Goyang and other cities in South Korea to look at joining this network. So in the context of Australia, we've set up Colouring Sydney, Colouring Melbourne, Colouring Brisbane, Colouring Perth, Colouring Adelaide, and Colouring Hobart, and Colouring Canberra, all our capital cities, working with universities around Australia to do so. So what does Colouring Cities look like? It looks like this. When you zoom in, there's over 50 subcategories of data. It's open data. You can see a snapshot there of Adelaide and Brisbane. And it's an open data platform. So it's the democratization of data. So anyone can come in and access this. And so if you're after a URL, a web link, if you look on our Australian Housing Data Analytics platform, you'll find a link and you can zoom in and interact with this data today. So here's Colouring Sydney. And we have data here coming through our planning system. What are our planning approvals over the last 12 months? And you'll see the development activity. The green that you see there is approved development. And this is the level of development that we have going across Sydney and, of course, many cities around the world. But being able to have that information and it's accessible, then you can start to understand what's happening in the pipeline. The community can understand what's happening in their neighbourhood. Everyone can look at the same view of what's happening in the city. So, in fact, in a way, this is sort of a digital twin of Sydney. We also, when talking about sustainability, we're working towards net zero cities. So we have a number of energy rating schemes in Australia and, in fact, globally. This is one, the Nehrbass energy rating. So you can look at 6-star buildings, 5-star buildings, and so forth. So which buildings actually have been rated as 6-star or 5-star or 4-star? And again, this data you can just find within Colouring Cities. I had another PhD student who published a paper that came out this week around a walkability index, which is, she's published it as an open source walkability index. And if anyone's interested, I've got the reference list in there. But being able to have that open source walkability index, we can then propagate that across platforms like Colouring Sydney. And we can start to understand which parts of the city are more walkable than other parts. And what does this mean for investment in our footpaths and other parts of our infrastructure? So again, putting that data out there so we can all use this, so city planners can use it, designers can use it, and others in the community can also interact with it. Okay, so that was Colouring Cities. So everything I just showed, you could log on and interact with that, and many, many other data sets. As I mentioned, there's over 50 data sets that are all open and accessible via that platform. Another tool that we've been working on is the what-if scenario planning tool. So we can start to look at our future, because we know we can't predict the future, but we can explore various what-if scenarios. What if we have a population growth of Sydney of 700,000 people in the next couple of years? And at the moment, we've got accelerated immigration rates post-COVID. But what if we have 500,000? What if we have 1 million? We can explore these various options. So again, this is another open tool that we've coded or recoded. It's been recoded, originally produced by Professor Richard Klosterman in 1999, and it's been recoded a number of times. It's now in a cloud environment, and I'm just going to give you a very brief tour of the tool. Usually I can run a whole day session on this. So very, very quick. So it looks at land suitability, so what land is suitable for future housing and growth. The demand, so if you put in your population projections, other projections of economic growth, and it has an allocation module. So it'll allocate growth out to a defined period that you set, whether it's 2030 or 2050 or 2100. And we've run this tool with some demo data. Again, if you go into the Australian Housing Data Analytics platform, you can get a free log-on to this, and you can set it up for your own city, whether it's in Korea, whether it's in the US, whether it's in the UK, whether it's in Australia. This is for Ipswich City, which is a small satellite city out of Brisbane in Queensland, Australia. And we've got some suitability maps there under various scenarios to show you how the tool works. You can then put in your population projections, household density, and other variables, and then it will start to run the allocation module. And you'll start to see, based on those assumptions that you've put in, how the city will grow. So we've calibrated this for 2021, where our census data comes for, and then this will go out to 2026, 2031, 2036. We could go out to 2050 or 2100. You set that up and customize it. So it's a planning support system. So if you're interested in that, there's the QR code, and you could set up your own account. So we launched that a couple of months ago in Montreal at the Computational Urban Planning Urban Management Conference. Okay, another project we've been doing, and this is moving into more commercial-based data. And so we've been working with the Commonwealth Bank of Australia, and we've been working with others, and we've actually set up a company now called Value Australia. And this is the back of 6 years of research looking at using artificial intelligence to create rapid analytics of property prices and changes in property prices. So I've got a little video to show you. Leave it there, conscious of time. So yeah, this is an interactive tool we've built for all of Australia with over 1 billion data points. And what you saw there, you can drag and drop a train station and it rapidly calculates what does that do for property price. You can rezone part of your city and it will say what does that do to property price. So it's based on economics and property valuation. You could then get in at a building level, property level, change bedrooms and bathrooms. What does that do to the property price? Because the reality is property prices drive a lot of what happens in cities. In Australia alone, our property market's worth $10 trillion. In Australian dollars, that's about 6.5 trillion US dollars. And there's a lot of infrastructure going into cities. Goyang City has the high-speed rail. What does that do to property price? It will do a lot. So this is a tool that runs rapid analytics using machine learning. I'll just go through that quite quickly, given the time. But we've been working with our Premier of New South Wales, Chris Minns, and the Planning Minister, Paul Scully, to help them with their planning policies around increases in investment in further metro in Sydney. As I mentioned, we did spin this off as a joint venture company, and if you want more information, have a look at the website. So just going to conclude around a couple of initiatives we're doing around AI for better city planning. So we all know about large language models, ChatGPT, OpenAI, many other generative AI platforms. So what we've been doing is grabbing all the planning assessments across the country and then classifying those using machine learning and being able to run generative AI to then start to pull out various attributes and to classify what's happening across our cities. And so combining generative AI with planning assessments, we have many bottlenecks I'm hearing around the world, whether it's in Australia, I was talking to people in Indonesia, being able to speed up the planning process is something that we need to look at. What's the role for AI? So final application, sneak preview, we're working on an application called MapGPT. And this enables you to just write in text queries or speak queries and then start to interrogate the data. So this is some data around unmet housing needs for Australia and being able to use this engine to be able to run queries. Show me all the cities that have unmet housing needs of over 20% in 2040. And so being able to make GIS and geospatial analysis a lot easier to use for those who don't have degrees or backgrounds in geomatics or GIS. So we've just started working on this. This is a very early prototype. Okay, my concluding remarks. I think over the last few decades, we've had a low level of adoption of data and technology in the discipline of planning. Spreadsheets and PowerPoint have dominated how we do planning. So with the rise of digital twins and AI, I think there's significant promise if we can harness these technologies to provide better data and evidence to our planners and policymakers. Open data products in our survey were the ones most used by planners because planning doesn't have big budgets. So I think we really need to look at this open, accessible data ecosystem to support planning. Open city planning platforms such as Colouring Cities can support innovation and wider adoption and breaking down silos between government, community and industry. And rapid analytical scenario planning tools such as the Value Australia RAISE tool I showed you or What If offer much promise. AI now offers real potential. Now that we have big data, we have cleaner data to support efficient and effective city planning. But there still is a need for useful and usable data and technology solutions, not just building them for the gee whiz factor because they look nice, but we actually have them to make better decisions because we have so many problems facing our cities around being more resilient, more sustainable, more productive, more equitable, and more livable. Some references there I'll leave in the presentation for some of the work that I just introduced, and happy to talk to you all later. Thank you.
예, 큰 박수로. 예.
Thank you very much. A big hand one more time. So yes, that was
센터장님께서
Director Christopher Petit. Thank you very much for your talk. And yes, please have a seat. And as for myself, I was in Sydney a couple of months ago and from the South Wales University. So there are so much astounding projects. So then for Sydney and Australia, I would say that the urban environment, urban planning have been so excellent in these areas. So I also majored in urban planning, and then I also was a professor at the Department of Property, and now I am in a different organization. But then again, what you mentioned, I mean, they really hit the nail for me. So for example, as far as I understand, we are also working on like twin cities with investment of like billions of won. Then also one of the leading companies in Korea like Protech, now they're also utilizing machine learning to predict the prices of property. And so I can see that some of the things that you're doing are much ahead of the US even. But then now what we are doing is really on specific areas. But then now what Mr. Petit has mentioned is now within the realm of the digital tool and also AI, big data, how they are being used. And then also coloring cities, for me, that was very interesting. Then inside this,
시티라든가 이런 다양한 개념들을
net zero cities and also deriving quite a lot of concepts out of them, I think that is also going to be very helpful in developing Korean cities as well. And then also what if and also other programs that you have also explained and also some of the case studies that you have explained. So I believe that they have been very helpful with a lot of implications for Korea. And I believe that Kim Hye-ryun from the Goyang City Council could also respond on whether they can be applicable to the city of Goyang as well. Then also the last part about Map GPT, that also looked very useful. And I believe that he has given us a lot of implications, a lot of food for thought. So once again, a big hand, please. Thank you very much.
Next, we have from Amsterdam, Mr. Bruno Avila, who will be delivering a presentation. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Hey, good afternoon. Very happy to be here in Korea. It's the first time I came to Asia for a conference, so I'm actually extremely honored to be here. Thank you, for panelists. Thank you for the invitation, and I hope I can share a little bit of what we are doing in Amsterdam. So actually, talking about technology, I would like to look back for a second and see how we used to design our cities. This is like if looking back 30, 40 years, it's not long ago. Actually, this is how the city where we live today, most of the cities we live today were designed. And actually, we didn't have a lot of tools. I mean, we did have a lot of paper, and a lot of actually super big plans and big designs. And now when we're thinking about all those beautiful examples that my colleague from Sydney, that Chris was showing us, imagine if we needed to use those tools with this kind of data. So if you only had like all these huge plans. But then in the last 10 or 20 years, especially, then we're mainly designing with computer-aided design, CAD, also 3D modeling software, also GIS, especially for urban planning. And these tools helped us a lot with speeding up the process compared to what it was before. But still, it's not really optimal use of all the technology we have today. And then I say, yeah, so what is special about digital urban planning? Because this is already digital, right? I mean, you have AutoCAD, you have 3D modeling, you have GIS, and it's already digital. And then I would like to show you, actually use this metaphor that I heard in a conference some weeks ago, and say I'm gonna steal this idea. So actually, is this an electric car? Because when you look at it, you actually have a lot of electrical systems on it. You have a battery, you have all those systems in this car that are just electric. Does it make it an electric car? And most people say, well, not really. And it's very similar when we're talking about digital urban planning and all these digital tools that we use. But are they really making use of all the possibilities that digital enables us? And then actually what we see most of the time is this digital mess. So it's really, I mean, if you go to an urban planning department, urban design department in every city in the world, you actually will see all these PDFs going back and forth, and all these emails, and version 1, version final, and documents, Word documents all around. And of course, they're digital, but it's not because it's digital that it's actually smart. And even in many cities, even though you have digital process, afterwards you need to print everything and then have the paper version of those plans and these designs in order to actually have a legal value. Now, so actually, now what we're seeing is a new generation of digital tools for urban planning and urban design. Some characteristics of those tools is, so one is the integrated kind of design where you can actually have design sessions at the same time incorporate and visualize different kinds of data. You can also integrate the data, the design, and the calculations of the project. So, for example, Moderator, it's an European solution, integrates SketchUp, and then you actually get to see in Excel the costs, number of housing. And one very interesting solution that is very common nowadays is actually the online-based tools. So typical, and here you can see in the bottom, like you can just like type your comments and actually visualize a project in the web browser. This is something that really makes it easier to use and access this kind of tools. So there's a whole new generation, and one of these new tools are the digital twins. So digital twins, they are virtual replicas of something that exists in the reality. So not long ago, so around 20 years ago, this concept got popularized by Michael Greaves in the US. And then in the 2000s, it was mainly like for product. So in the industry, machines, vehicles. So you have a car in the real world, and then you actually go and visualize it in 3D, but also you have all the properties and structural properties of this, of the materials in the car. Later on, we actually start talking about digital twins of buildings. So it means not only the design of the building, but also the maintenance, and so link to reality in these buildings and their virtual replicas. And now, in the last years, we have been seeing the digital twins for cities, because the level of complexity when you're twinning a city is way bigger. There's so many factors, and just the extension of it is just so big that actually makes a total difference. So there are many frameworks on this digital twin platforms. In some cases, like for example here on the left, digital twins are a data broker. So you have all these data sources, and the digital twin is acting as a broker of this data. So bringing from the data sources to the data users. In some other examples, they use more of a modular framework, and they actually see the different layers of data and kind of data, behavioral data, physical data. I heard also that many digital twins, they focus mainly on the physical space, and this is true. But also there are some digital twins, especially when it comes to some use cases in crowd management, that actually have a real-time monitoring of the behaviors, especially in large crowds. And then I would just like to share with you this research that I did during my doctorate. Actually, I was trying to see what were the digital twins, what was the scene, what was going on with digital twins for cities around the world, and it was very difficult to find sources. And actually, I saw that mainly some papers. There was like 8 or 10 each paper. Then I tried to summarize them and understand what were the digital twins, what was going on. And then this is going to be launched soon online, and then be able to see those digital twins all around the world. So they mainly from search engines, newsletters, academic papers, white papers, company websites, and those are all the cities where I identified digital twins. So some attributes of those digital twins. So ownership, so who owns a digital twin? Is it the government? Is it a company? Is it accessible to everyone or just partially accessible? Is it open? what is the scale? Is it a district? Is it for the whole city? Is it for the whole region or province, as we see in Australia? Who is the operator? Which company is operating this? Or is the local government operating his own digital twin? And then, so we can see here a number of digital twins. Actually, among the ones that I have identified, South Korea is actually on the top. We have China, US, Germany, but then we also have South Korea as one of the cities, one of the countries with the biggest number of digital twins. In terms of use cases, and here I have I kind of listed all of them because also to show that cities have been using digital twins for all kinds of things. So mainly city planning, 3D visualization, city management, but there are also some very interesting use cases. For example, for public policy monitoring, for noise analysis, shadow analysis, crisis management. Our colleague that was here in the morning from Luxembourg, they had a digital twin for monitoring health and epidemiology. And then, but what I noticed also that many cities, they actually have only one use case. And so they're still advancing in having many use cases. For the companies that are running these digital twins, I found a very regionalized market. So it means that companies in a certain region, they have more chances of having digital twins in their region, and also very fragmented market share. So actually there's a very big companies, there are small companies that are working on digital twins. So in terms of economic development, maybe also working with developing digital twins is also a market possibility. In terms of region, so just some highlights. So in Europe, we have city planning, but we also have community engagement as a very important use case for digital twins. In the Middle East, 3D visualization, it's a very big, it's a very important use case. In Africa, so also the logistics operations. In Latin America, the infrastructure management, so you have those huge cities. So also we have many digital twins for infrastructure management. In North America, very interesting that we have real estate customer experience as one of the main digital twin use cases, and then those are digital twins owned by the private sector. Here in Asia, it's the only region in the world where most of the digital twins, they're actually used for city management. And in order to use digital twins for city management, you need a more advanced maturity level of this technology. So also is actually a good sign of development of the technology here in the region. And Australia, New Zealand, the environmental monitoring, all the control of wood fires, climate change, rising sea levels is also important use case. But then going to the Netherlands, where I'm coming from, we heard in the other talks about systems and ecosystems and innovation ecosystems, economic development ecosystems, and also for digital twinning, it's also an ecosystem. So if a company comes and say, well, we want to sell you a digital twin for a city, I would be very suspicious because it's a very complex thing, and one single company will probably not be able to deliver this product. So actually, in order to have a healthy and developed digital twin ecosystem, you need a lot of companies. You actually need competition. You need different operators. So we have, for example, some cities and municipalities that they operate their own digital twins. In some other places, especially smaller cities, you have companies operating these digital twins. So also in these digital twins, sometimes the data owner is not the same as the operator. You have some companies that they only provide data about vegetation or cadastre or some specific things. And you have a multitude of different data users of those digital twins. And this whole ecosystem is important to keep those digital twins innovative, and really being able to provide all those different solutions. Then going to Amsterdam, I don't know how many of you know Amsterdam, and most of people think of this little city with these beautiful canals and old houses. But actually Amsterdam, for European standards, is quite a big city. So we have around 1 million people, so it's actually similar to Goyang. But actually, and we're facing a very big crisis, especially in housing. So we're building, or expect to build 40,000 new housing units in the next years, but it's been challenging to actually be able to build all that. And then, yeah, in some areas of the city, for example, South-Oost, you have many new urban developments, and at the same time, you have a population that already lives there, and they're not understanding, oh, what's going on? Why there are so many buildings coming next to my house? What is going on here? And then, so this is our digital twin for traffic monitoring. It was developed along with TNO. It's a Dutch research institute, and it's used mainly, so it's a digital twin for, in this case, for traffic. You can actually simulate what would happen if you close up a street temporarily or permanently, and it's actually quite used on a daily basis by the traffic department of the city. We have 3D Amsterdam, and this is openly accessible. If you type 3d.amsterdam.nl, you actually can see the whole city in 3D. It's a platform that is open source. The code is also on GitHub. And in this platform, you can actually see all these buildings of the city in 3D, the vegetation, the streets. When you click the buildings, you have some more information about them, like the year they were built. And if you link that to other data sets, you're actually able to know how many housing units, energy label, and all things, all information about the buildings in the city. You'll also have some functionalities to be able to see the underground infrastructure. Is also very used, especially by the engineering department of the city. And then it comes to our work as a digital urban planning lab. So actually we started in the beginning of this year. Last year was mainly preparing to start, so we are a new lab in the city. We are part of the city government, so we are not in a university, we're actually part of the city government, but we collaborate a lot also with universities. And the goal is to promote digital innovation for urban planning tools. And an important part of it is having this very multidisciplinary team. So we have people working with the community, we have people working with software, people working in the spatial domain. And this is very important to be able to develop these products that meet a need of the community, but at the same time make sense on the technology point of view. So our goal is develop these products, create impact, get feedback from residents in the city, and improve our products. So it's mainly about testing, prototyping, testing new tools, new technologies, and then bringing recommendations to the city on what could be further developed. And then building capability in the process. And this is very important in the context also here in Goyang and all municipalities. It's very important that the city and the city officials and the city employees get the knowledge of these new tools, that not only companies provide services, but also that the city itself, the city structure, have the knowledge on how to manage and understand these tools. So getting the resources and then converting them into actual capabilities within the municipality. And then when we make a choice, a political choice of making use of those tools, actually seeing the impact that those tools can generate. Then moving towards, actually this is Amsterdam also on the right. This is the Belmer. This was designed and implemented in the 60s, 70s, 80s. And I like this picture, and then on the left you have Oscar Niemeyer, a very famous Brazilian architect that designed Brasilia, the capital of Brazil. And those two images, they show to me that design is power. So when you have the power, when you are designing, especially those very big complexes and very big, and also you can see here also in Korea, those very big apartment complexes, actually you have a lot of power in your hands, because based on your design, you're going to define how people are going to live, what kind of experiences they're going to have, if they're going to mix with people with other backgrounds or not, if they're going to feel lonely, or if they're going to integrate with their neighbors. So actually, it's a lot of power. And those decisions, especially design decisions, they're usually made by people that have the means to do modeling, to do design. And our idea is to develop tools that help people to actually design themselves and communicate their ideas. So when you have this scale going from informing into actually empowering, you can use those technology tools and digital tools in all those phases. If you just want to inform, you can just show a very nice immersive 3D environment of this part of the city that's being designed. Or you can use it to consult also and actually get feedback on this platform, or involve people, or really collaborate, or actually make in a way that it's so user-friendly that people can design themselves what they would expect to see in that place. So we believe that people are at the center of innovation, and then it goes from paper, it's okay to use paper, but also moving towards also using digital tools to be able to involve more and more people. And then going towards the end, just some examples of some products that we have, that we developed. This is a project that we're developing also along with students from universities in the city, but it's the use of augmented reality for participation. So instead of seeing a very nice 3D photo of the new buildings, the idea is that you can actually walk on the street and see how the building is going to look like, or this neighborhood is going to look like in a real scale. And then we are understanding what is the process of developing these applications, and learning within the municipality also how to develop those applications. This other relates also to the housing monitor, and then you have a lot of dashboards with data regarding the development of those housing units in the city. And I like this project because it's not super advanced on a technology way. I mean, it's a data dashboard. But before that, the city officials would use Excel spreadsheets, version 1, version 2, version 3, version final. And now they're actually able to share this information easily. And that's a way to say that innovation can also be easy, can also be simple. If you don't, sometimes like a simple dashboard can help you, and you don't need anything more than that. So it's about using the technology that actually helps and meets your needs. And then the last, this is our vision for the midterm. Of course, we're starting now with the lab, but the idea is to further develop it and have a more comprehensive digital twin of the city. So going towards really understanding what is happening now in the city, what is planned. We're getting 3D models from the city archives, 3D models from the past. The city is turning 750 years next year. So really understanding how it was back in the day, and what are the plans for the future. And yeah, and I would say in the Netherlands, bedankt. So thank you very much.
예, 좋은 얘기 잘 들었습니다.
Yes, thank you very much for that wonderful presentation. Amsterdam,
그렇게 얘기를 하시는
is the digital twin, right?
디자인 강국이고
Or Amsterdam is the way you pronounce it. MVR team and Ren Cross Square, I visited those companies and entities in Amsterdam.
그쪽에서 경험담을 얘기하신 것 같습니다.
And you have talked about the experience of all these companies and entities in
잠깐 설명하셨고, 그다음에 이제 디지털
engaged in BIM and also urban planning and digital twin technology applied to urban planning. I think digital twin technology has been applied and it's being tested right now.
강이라는 인프라 강점이 있는데 이런 소프트웨어적인 굉장히 좋은 얘기를 많이 들은 게 아닌가 싶습니다.
And so we do have the infrastructure in place, and you were talking about software.
그리고 58개 국가에서
And so one interesting fact that you gave us in your presentation was that 344 cities in 58 countries have this digital twin.
대륙별로 소득에 따른
And
좀 차이가
by continent, there is that income gap from continent to continent, right? And I think an interesting paper, academic paper, can come out of
디지털 트윈 에코시스템 같은
this.
경우에는 아직까지 우리나라에서도 그런
And digital
되지도 않았습니다.
ecosystem, I think that concept is in its nascent stages in Korea, but I think that it deserves much more interest in Goyang and around the country. And lastly, you showed us a picture of Imayer and how the architect designed the capital of Brazil. He's not that popular or well-liked in Korea, but you talked about this very important fact of that design is power, and you want to distribute that power among the people to enhance community engagement.
And last but not least, we have Director Park Eun-hee.
네, 안녕하십니까. 고양산업
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Park Eun-hee from the digital industry team of Goyang Industry Promotion Agency. Great to meet you all. Now, first of all, it is a great honor for me to be here at this World Cities Forum to discuss the issues of cities all around the world. And it is also all the more pleasure for me to be presenting about the city of Goyang. I would also like to thank all those involved in enabling today's event. Now, today I would like to tell you about the Goyang Smart City best practices as well as a future plan for creating a base-type smart city. Now, this is the title of my presentation, and that is about some of the best practice cases as well as the hub-type smart city development plan. Now, these are the contents: status of Goyang Smart City, followed by the current status of Goyang Smart City Living Lab, followed by the best service cases and future plan. Now, first about the smart city. Now, Goyang is at the center of Northeast Asia. It has over 1 million population, rich in human resources, and also boasts a very good living environment. Unfortunately, it is also the first generation of the new planned city, meaning that many of its city infrastructure is now obsolete, and it is long been considered a bed town. Now, knowing such limitations, the city of Goyang has also been pursuing plans to make development, and also we are currently developing some of the most advanced clusters or regions around the city so that we can become a global self-sufficient city and a business city. Now, I'm sure that many of you are aware of this. Now, smart city is defined in various ways depending on the circumstances. Now, according to the Korean law, a smart city is a sustainable city that provides various urban services based on urban infrastructure to develop the competitiveness of a city and to improve the quality of life. And also, as you can see in the diagram, it can also be defined as a city that improves the quality of citizens' life by utilizing technology and innovation, and also provides platform for new industries and become a sustainable city. And more recently, for the citizens who are the leaders of the city, now together with the citizens, we try to identify the issues of the city and also to find the solutions together. So this, in a word, is the Smart City Living Lab. This approach is people-centric, and also it's about creating the smart city services that can be experienced by the people. Now then, when you hear Goyang Smart City, then what are the keywords that you think of? So utilizing the media reports, we have also done this word cloud analysis. So you see the city mayor and then also the economic free zone. So these are some of the keywords that stand out. So I see that they represent the efforts of the city of Goyang and then also lab or the city innovation. So these are also the keywords that represent the living lab. And then also the citizen solution group. So this is the key to our efforts that I have mentioned earlier. So these are some of the keywords that we were able to find, and I will come back to these keywords later on. Now, for the Goyang Smart City, in the beginning, just like other cities, we had focused more on building up the physical infrastructure, like the Goyang U City. But then now, from 2018, we have been working together with the citizens to identify urban issues, and now we have been focused more on the living lab so that we can create a sustainable smart city ecosystem. Now, the city of Goyang has been working toward becoming a smart city in two approaches. First is to turn the existing city into a smart city by utilizing the living lab. And the second approach is to create new towns where we can apply state-of-the-art technologies. And once all these efforts are combined, then the entire city of Goyang will become a smart city. And also by utilizing advanced technology, we will generate data. And by utilizing the data, we can create a city where people are happy, where the citizens will be able to realize their own dreams. And now in 2016, the city of Goyang also has been pursuing the demonstration complex for IoT convergence with the government support. And we have been installing various IoT services by installing sensors throughout the city. So this is one example. So this is the Goyang Smart City Support Center. And you see the equipment as well as the monitoring room where you can see the data per service. Then also, we have the Ecological Environment Service that measures the odor of the biomass treatment plant in Goyang and informs the degree of odor. And then we also have the Smart Quarantine Service to minimize mosquito complaints. So we have the installation equipment, and then it also collects data about the mosquito, and then it also sends information to the health center, and the health center can also carry out smart quarantine services to deal with the problem right away. And in the past, they would just use insecticide indiscriminately, but now based on this data approach, we can also save on the insecticide as well. And now this service is something that is being used also for creating new zones in and around the city. Now then let me tell you about the Smart City Living Lab. Now for the Smart City project, and also we are focusing on Living Lab in particular for three reasons. First is because of the complexity in the old city center. So we want to regenerate the old city center and evolve into a smart city, and Living Lab is going to play a key role in this. And then second, we also want to turn it into a test bed to try out the technologies of SMEs. And last, as we apply the technologies, we will be able to address some of the issues or the hardships of the citizens. So for example, in transportation, environment, and healthcare, and Living Lab is also going to hold a key in finding the solutions to these issues. Now then, for the Goyang Smart City Living Lab, now we have this bifurcated process. One is about the problem discovery, another is problem solving. Now for the problem discovery Living Lab, as I have mentioned, in the Word Cloud Lab, we have what's called the citizen solution groups. So together with the citizen solution groups, we would identify the local problems, concretize them, and also come up with solutions, and also come up with the prototype solutions. Now the problem solving Living Lab, now this is to select the companies that have the solutions, try to resolve the problems directly, and also validate the result. So for example, there was this case of the reverse driving prevention smart alert service that was identified by citizens. So this was a real case where this issue was resolved. So as you can see on the street, so I can't see the pointer. All right, so here on the street, now this is a one-way street, but then sometimes the cars would make a right turn and go into here in a reverse direction, and it sometimes ends up in accidents. So one citizen who has had an accident here, now he joined the citizen solution group to find the solution to this problem. And to do this, then we also installed a alert service with state-of-the-art radars. So once a vehicle comes in a reverse direction, then there would be a vocal alert telling the driver that this is a one-way street, so please do not come in. And for those who happen to come in, then they also let them know where to go so that they will not keep going. And by doing so, we were able to reduce the vehicles going in the reverse direction. And also this video, this is when this system was being installed. The citizens and the police officers, as well as the businesses and others, were there to celebrate the installation. So even today, you see that they continue to identify and solve the problems of the city of Goyang. Now then, let me show you some of the best practice cases of Goyang Smart City Living Lab. Now first is for the services for children. This is Smart IoT Walkway. So as Director Petit has mentioned earlier, walkability. Here, walkability is very bad. It is very prone to accidents. So then here we have first identified the problems. For example, the environmental problems, and also we have done a survey on the students. Now, here the roads are very small, narrow. Because of that, the walkable area is small, and also the view for the drivers is very much limited. So because of these limitations and problems, then the citizens, parents, and teachers, they all got together to have consultation, and then this is what we installed in the end. So at the intersection, then they will know about a vehicle approaching, or it would also tell the car about the pedestrian approaching. And then also below, this is the speed limit notice. So for the speeding cars, then it would frown like this. And then for slow driving cars, there's the thumbs up. And then also the service called waking up the Smombi. So many students would walk with their head stuck to the smartphone, so we would also notify them about incoming vehicles. And as a result, we were able to see that the vehicle speed fell by over 20%, so the citizens were very much satisfied. And this was also the service that won the Innovation Championship Award from the Ministry of Administration and Interior in 2020. And next is about the case of service for the disabled. Now, because of the problems with or the lack of service for the disabled or the elderly, then some of them could be lost. And they say that to prevent missing persons, it's best to leave their names in shoes or inside the clothes, because even if they get lost, they still keep their shoes. So this is what we have done. So this is the smart insole location. And we named this project Gokgashin, or this product called Gokgashin. So the Gokgashin is a traditional Korean word meaning colorful children's shoes. So we would install these sensors inside the shoes, on the soles of the shoes, and if they get lost, then the parents can get real-time location information. So this was applied for elderly dementia patients as well as those with developmental disabilities. So we would install these sensors, and then also if they travel outside of the designated area, then there is also the alarm service which you can designate on the application. Now, in the beginning, it actually was installed on the shoe, but then now shoes meant that they had to change the shoes every now and then, which could be costly, so we changed it to insole. So the GPS Smart Insole was developed instead, and this also won the Prime Minister's Award, as well as the President's Award before then. And this was also selected as a new innovative product by the government's procurement agency in 2023. And then last is the case of services for teenagers. So this is the solar smart LED bench installed in the Masan Park, frequented by the local residents. But now at night, the teenagers sometimes might smoke or drink. and the citizens did not find it easy to be there. So we also collected views from the citizens, and then we installed a solar smart LED bench. So you can see that it started out as an identification of the problem, and then we had the citizen solution group, initiatives, idea gathering, and then installation of the solution. So again, when you look at the process, then the citizen solution group, and they decided on the service installation location, and then they discussed the design, and then the company would develop the product, and then together with the Goyang-si municipality, then they would install the products, and then afterwards there would be demonstration and also survey of the citizen satisfaction. Now we go through this iteration because this will make it sustainable. This kind of service will be made sustainable only with the participation of the citizens. So again, we would have the system installed by the companies, and then afterwards we would survey the citizens about the satisfaction. So you see, this is what it looks like now. So on the bench with the LED, it says Masan Park is a no smoking area, or teenagers, time for you to go home. And also there is the smartphone charging system embedded into the bench. So the citizen satisfaction rate was over 97%. And also the city of Goyang also won the award at the World Smart City Awards city category. Let me show you a video on this. It's a long video. I cut it into a shorter version. So this is what it looks like in the end. And then this is showing and telling the citizens what these products are. This is using solar panel. And again, with all the stakeholders, they have had this unveiling ceremony together with the citizens and other stakeholders. And again, it shows the characters in LED. And then, yes, this is a character. So we also created a character to turn this place into a famous destination in the city. So I showed you a brief version of the video. So far I have shown you the best practice cases, and I believe that I can sum them up as 4 achievements. First, we were able to solve local issues in Goyang and spread the solutions nationwide. Second is, we were able to connect the local issues identified with citizens to problem solving. And third, the citizens of Goyang were able to lead the way in finding the solutions. So we are developing smart citizens who are leading the way in identifying and solving problems. And fourth, we also helped corporate growth by providing service demonstration opportunities to companies participating in the Living Lab. In fact, the products that are being used here, they have also been selected as new innovative products by the Korean National Procurement Agency, and has also been instrumental in driving up their revenue as well. Then also 5 implications from this experience, and I would say that the most noteworthy is now for public organizations like ourselves that are known to the citizens, known to the businesses, so we can serve as a bridge between citizens and the businesses, and we can also coordinate among differing views. And also by pursuing the Living Lab project in different approaches, we were able to establish a Living Lab process that is led by the citizens. And last is the future plan. Now, the Goyang Smart City is an ongoing project, and I believe that this year we were able to take it up a notch. So the hub-type smart city has also, so Goyang City was also selected for the hub-type smart city by the central government. So this is about creating a hub-type smart city with budget of about 40 billion won for the next 3 years, so that it can help spread the smart city across the nation. So there are others that have been selected. So for example, Sihung, Sejong, Daegu, Busan. So we will be connected to these other cities as the hub smart cities in this S-curve. And by doing so, we can turn the Goyang city as the best hub, serving as the starting point of the nationwide smart space system. And to be more specific, in terms of the governance, we intend to utilize the Goyang Smart City Innovation Center. So based on the living lab experience that we have had, and starting from the services, we are going to gather the views from the citizens very actively, and then we will be utilizing the experts from government, academia, and the industry to also allow demonstration opportunities. And then in terms of the space, then we would also be utilizing the Goyang Smart City Hub Center in northern Gyeonggi. So that will be completed by 2026. And then now some of the services that we are working on. Now, Goyang is also home to the Flower Expo. And for the visitors, then we also have the emergency bell or the disaster prevention services. So that is the media wall as well as the multifunction smartphone pole services that we provide to the citizens. And utilizing these services, we are going to make our streets more walkable and safer. And then also we will collect data on the traffic as well as the foot traffic so that we can optimize mass transport. And we will also analyze the real-time foot traffic and analyze the density so that we will be able to prevent accidents. And then we will also create drone valley services. And by doing so, we will also utilize a drone anchor center in the Goyang city to be used as the control infrastructure as well as the control system. And then we will also unify our services channel into the KakaoTalk channel so that citizens will be able to get all the information they need through this single channel. Then also, as I mentioned in my talk earlier, we are going to utilize this digital twin service so that we can come up with a three-dimensional urban management service model. And by utilizing the data hub platform, we will also collect and analyze data that is generated from various parts of the city. And by doing so, we will also develop various services based on this. So going into the future, then you can all look forward to a Goyang special city that is more developed and where citizens are happier. Now last, this is an image of Singaporean university students visiting us, and we have also shown quite a lot of services to them, and then they wrote us back after going back saying that our students have really enjoyed it and were able to, and the applications were eye-opener to all our students. So we are quite touched and moved by their message, and I do hope that this presentation has been useful for your understanding of the smart cities as well as some of the best practice cases. And thank you very much for your attention. Yes, thank you. So I'm not sure exactly when it was, but then I think about 15 years ago, the word ubiquitous was all the fad. And then in a few years later, U-City also became the trend. So then in some southern part of Gyeonggi province, they were trying to establish a U-City. The problem was in terms of the facilities. Now the central government provided the facilities and the sites, but then now the municipality rejected this, but then, so it did not pan out. But then now you can see that Goyang City going from U-City now moving on to smart city. So yes, we can really see the development, but no mistake here. So not all the cities in Korea are like this. I mean, Goyang City is indeed special, and I believe that the central government is also paying a close attention to Goyang City because it is leading the way, and they want to spread this model to other cities in Korea. And also Living Lab, this concept, Living Lab is a well-known concept throughout the world, and it is something that through which we can approach the citizens, and we can have the citizens take leadership in discovering and solving problems. But then many of the outcome here, so sometimes they say that it is not really up to standard, but then later on, so over time, Now, all of these capabilities combined together, then they actually are quite useful to the citizens, as you can see from other parts of the world as well. So then in the city of Goyang, that is also what we are able to see, and I believe that all of these that you have shown to us today will become the infrastructure or the foundation for further development of the city. So aside from the summary, then now the next part of the program is the panel discussion, and then now we have two members of the panel with us now, Professor Son as well as Chairperson Kim. So we are going to hear from them, and then we will go to the floor to take their questions and comments, and then we will go back to the three speakers to listen to their responses. And first, let me invite Professor Son from the University College of London to deliver the comments.
예.
Hello, my name is Son Jong-won from the University College of London. Thank you for inviting me to this forum, very important conference. And I'm sure you went through a lot to organize and put together this conference. So thank you very much. So the aim or mission of using all these tools and technologies would be to enhance community engagement and for better urban planning. And many new attempts are being made, many experiments are being made. But one thing that I find lacking, or one shortcoming that I feel, is well, according to the a recent survey, most of the big cities, they are seeing an increase of remote working or telecommuting. And so in the UK, about 60%, New York, more than 50%, and in Tokyo, another 60%. So 50 to 60%. So more than half of the workers around the world in big cities are working not in offices, but out of the office, in their homes or in restaurants. So half the workforce are telecommuting. There are services that must be provided on site, like in restaurants and much of the service industry. You have to be on site and at work. But so that means that the majority of office workers work from home or telecommute. And as we went through the pandemic, that became a trend, and this trend seems to be here to stay. And I think we are seeing this in Korea as well. And so in New York, in London, in Beijing, many people were forced to work out of their office in their homes. So they were forced to telecommute, and there was remote working put in place. And this became a irreversible trend even after the pandemic. And I think telecommuting systems and telework systems will be established in most companies. And so Goyang, since it is near Seoul, just like London, Beijing, New York, Seoul, and Goyang, the whole metropolitan area will be seeing this trend as well. So the number of commuters will be reduced, meaning that you don't have the number of people who have to live in the heart of the city will be reduced, meaning that you can stay in live in a satellite city, or say in Paju, and you can still work in Goyang or in Seoul. And I think Goyang can benefit quite a lot from this mega trend of telecommuting and telework. So even if you don't have the GTX,
고양시에서 할 수 있는 그런 날이
A lot of workers will be able to work for Goyang companies in Goyang,
더 많이
but not live in Goyang, and vice versa as well. And so we will, Goyang City will have to craft strategies to respond to this trend,
근무지 같은 걸 만든다든지 뭐 이런 식의
creating places or spaces where telecommuting will be facilitated. I think that's one idea that I can suggest to you. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you. We'll move. Well, you've talked about telecommuting and the opportunities and challenges that the rise of telecommuting will present to urban cities. You said that Goyang City will benefit quite a lot from this. Well, maybe I may have a different opinion, but we'll move on to this next panelist.
Good afternoon. Greetings, everyone. I am the chair of the Construction and Transportation Committee of the Goyang City Council. My name is Kim Hye-ryun. Now, it is a great pleasure for me to be here today, especially together with the leading scholars and also the experts. So thank you very much. And also to Director Christopher Petit and also Mr. Bruno Avila. So if I had known about their presentations earlier, then instead of going into what may seem like secondary issues to me, I would have been able to touch upon more of the global issues. But anyway, so the two speakers talked about the digital system-based urban planning and also how the large cities these days are utilizing digital system to help them in the urban planning and also help them run the city in general. So they talked about the global trends as well as the trends of the time. So thank you very much. But now for me, now together with Ms. Park Eun-hee, who was the third speaker, and I would then talk about some of the projects that are underway in Goyang and what are the issues or the challenges, and then also what are the challenges that we need to overcome so that we can ensure the success of the hub-type smart city, and then also offer some policy recommendations. Now, first of all, in 2008, we first came up with the law on building a ubiquitous city. Based on this law, then the urban infrastructure as well as the facilities were also applied with the concept of ubiquitous. And then now we were being called the U-City, just like in the science fiction movies. So we thought as if many of our systems or the urban infrastructure or the urban environment were going to be all digital and fancy and state-of-the-art. But then in the process of moving on to the project, then for the old town, they were excluded. So from the project, the old town area was excluded. Then also it would be applicable only into the new town area within the diameter of like 150 square meters and so forth. And then also many of that was focused only on the public sector and so forth. So in fact, for the citizens to experience, oh, our city has become so smart, was not really happening. So we fell short of having the citizens experience them. Now I have to read off of my script because the law's name is very long. So the law on ubiquitous city development, now it was changed to smart city and industrial development. And as a result, then the project also finally included the old town and also became a wider area, over 300,000 square meters. So there was higher interest on smart city, and also many other projects are undertaken by the central government as well. So that is where we are today, and also citizens of Goyang might not be aware of this, but then now in the city of Goyang, we also have a number of smart cities. So for example, Samsung district or the Dong-Eog zone, and then also the Hangdong zone where they have just started moving in. So these are all the areas or new towns with the concept of smart city embedded. But again, all these areas, all these zones have been built by the Korea Land and Housing Corporation, the LH. So because of this, or the For the Goyang city, the biggest feature of its smart city projects is that it has been led and implemented by LH, the Land and Housing Corporation. And as a result, the content of the smart city were also being led by the LH, so they were largely on the transport or also accident prevention. So for example, the apartments have to be safe and fire prevention, accident prevention. So for Goyang City's smart city projects, they have been mostly on transport, environment, and accident prevention. So I would say that it's been true that that was the limitation so far. And then aside from this, other smart city projects then from the Ministry of Land, Infrastructure and Transport. So from MOLIT, they would also put up notification for city-level smart city projects, and some of them have been won by the city of Goyang, so that they have also been undertaken by the different divisions in the Goyang municipality. Now, as a result, the smart city projects of Goyang, again, I mentioned that they are mostly concentrated on transport or environment and accident prevention or crime prevention. And of course, the projects in and of themselves are very important and significant. But then, again, because of this, for the citizens, it fell short of reaching them in terms of experience. So they were more about public services, and also it was a top-down or city-led or government-led collection of data. So again, that is a reason why, from the perspective of Goyang citizens, they were not really feeling the benefits of living in a smart city. Now, as a result of this, now what we call the hub-type smart city project, so that is 20 billion from the central government, 20 billion from municipality. So we were selected for this project. And through this project, what we have been handed over from the LH, and that is about the accident prevention system, but not only that, but also some of the systems that have been scattered around the city. So we would all put them together into this, and so based on this, we will be able to further develop as a smart city. Now then, to make this possible, I would like to offer 3 suggestions to Goyang municipality. First, in the process of the project, some of the projects that have already been built around the concept of smart city, we need to utilize them, and to do that, then we also need to do some global standardization work. And as I mentioned earlier, because different divisions inside the municipality have been awarded some of the smart city projects by the central government. So because of this, inside the Goyang city, it seems as if there is no one control tower on smart city. So of course, thanks to the organization restructuring, we now have a smart city division. Since we have the smart city division, then some of the projects that have been scattered around the city, we can also link them together. And because the smart city projects are scattered across the divisions, some of the budget is redundant, and there has been some confusion between the divisions as well. So again, the smart city related projects can be all combined under one division, or we could create a task force so that there would be no more confusion between the divisions to try to have something like a control tower, and also have a single governance over all the different smart city related projects. And then the third suggestion is that Goyang City also has to come up with a mid to long-term plan for smart city development. So then let's say for a 3-year, 5-year, or 10-year planning. So the city has to come up with this kind of medium to long-term planning for a smart city so that you can also keep developing your capabilities. And now for this new project, the hub-type smart city development, now to make sure that we can be successful in this as well, then I would also like to offer some suggestions. And also, in the course of implementing this project, what are some of the concerns that the City Council has? I would also like to share them with you. Now, in
선정이 되었습니다.
April 2020, the city was awarded the hub-type smart city development project. So the 20 billion won in budget support is a good thing, but then we also have to match that with another 20 billion won from the city. Then also the
역할도 해야 합니다.
city that we built also has to serve as the hub not only in this region but also for the northern part of Gyeonggi province. Means that we also need to define the relationship with other municipalities in the region, and there are some causes of concerns in this relationship building as well as relationship defining. And now, based on these concerns, I would like to offer some suggestions. Now, the first concern is the lack of post-facto management system and also about the maintenance cost. Usually, it takes about 5 to 10% for maintenance out of the total budget. Then also, the system has to be replaced every 5 years. And then for the build system, we also need to keep updating them every year. So what we need is management plan afterwards, and also, of course, building this hub-type smart city. That is a good thing. We welcome it. But then what happens afterwards? The maintenance planning, maintenance budget, and who has the responsibility, who is going to foot the cost is not clear yet. As I mentioned earlier, the purpose of this is to build a hub smart city that would serve as the hub in the northern Gyeonggi province area. So again, for the Goyang municipality to lead this project, that is a welcome thing. But then again, the post-facto management plan as well as the cost planning, again, to whom the responsibility falls. Again, that is one issue of concern for us. Now, for the northern Gyeonggi counties and towns, they're not obliged to take part in this project. Now, without such obligation, then later on, what would happen if they want to participate? And again, what would happen to the budgetary allocation if they do? So I'm not sure how we can approach this question. So again, the project itself will be led by the Goyang municipality, but then afterwards, the actual coverage will be beyond the city of Goyang. It would also cover the northern part of Gyeonggi province. Then does that mean that the provincial government of Gyeonggi province, will they also bear a part of the cost? That is also one question that we need to ask of ourselves and the Gyeonggi province. And now, so these are suggestions and the concerns that I wanted to share with the Goyang city. So then, even before the operation of the Smart City Hub, then I hope that there would be continuous consultations and discussions with the relevant municipalities in the region as well as MOLIT, so that we will be able to clearly define the roles and responsibilities in terms of the management as well as the budgetary allocation.
앞서 말씀드린 이 모든 우려에도 불구하고
Now, despite all the concerns that I mentioned earlier, again, the Smart City Hub project, this is a welcome project because this will further elevate the level of Goyang City, where we are still mired in a local smart city project. We all are living in a convergent era, and developing the urban management services, combining all the administrative capabilities, providing a safe and healthy living environment, and also by creating an innovation center participated by the citizens as well to create more opportunities for the businesses, creating more jobs, promoting the local economy. All of them are welcome events, and perhaps they are not a nice to have, but a must for a city like Goyang, where the industrial base is still weak. But again, after this hard-won project is over, we need to make sure that this will continue to contribute to the self-sufficiency of the city and for the quality of life of the people. To do that, then we also need to make sure that we can gain sufficient revenue out of the smart city and also come up with the right planning for post-facto management, and with that,
드리면서 토론.
so far has been my concern as the chair of the Construction and Transportation Committee, and let me conclude my remarks. Thank you. Thank you very much. So that was on par to a topic presentation, so I do not believe that I have to summarize this, but then just briefly, so she talked about the history of smart city development in the city of Goyang, and then I believe that she also offered some suggestions about the standardization, the need for control tower, and also the need for mid to long-term planning. And some of you are from Goyang, right? And then also Ms. Park. So Ms. Park is also related to Goyang, so I'm sure that they can be duly delivered to the municipality. And of course, so many good messages. And then in the end, she ended with budgetary issues. And of course, between the city and the province and the central government, I'm sure that they will work out a good arrangement so that the Smart City Hub project will be not only for Korea, but become a model that can also be exported as well.
Okay, we would like to entertain some questions or comments from the floor. A couple of questions or comments, and then we will hear some final remarks from the speakers before we close the session. Are there any questions or comments that you would like to make? Yes. Please deliver a microphone to the gentleman who is standing. Please introduce yourself and your affiliation, and then ask your question or give your comment. Hello, my name is Se-won. I live in Goyang. I have a question for Ms. Kim Hae-ryun. A few years ago, as you said, you had Haejong, Samsung, and Ilsan that was selected for the smart city project, and Ilsan has already started building up infrastructure for urban regeneration. And the current status of the Goyang urban regeneration project, how much of it is going on? Well, this is digital urban planning session, and I think that question is not very related to digital urban planning, which is the theme of this session. So I will collect a few more questions or comments. Yes, I live in Goyang, and I was the moderator for a previous session. My name is Kim Dong-Eog. As a citizen of Goyang, I really enjoyed listening to this session. And one thing that I felt was, why is it that Goyang, aspiring to be a smart city, is not looking at Incheon or Seoul or collaborating with such big cities? You don't have to go look all the way to Singapore, but so why aren't we looking at other big cities that are pursuing similar projects? So someone who lands at Incheon International Airport might pass through Goyang. So how did that S-band come into being? So I think that has to be kept in mind in urban planning. That was one comment that I wanted to make. And secondly, you talked about cost and budgetary concerns. But I think when it comes to smart cities, what is most important is the ownership structure and the security issues of the data collected from the residents. So blockchain technology will be a core solution. But blockchain technology has to be embraced. And how much is it considered in building up Goyang as a smart city? That's a question that I have for you. I think the most important thing when it comes to smart cities is to have concrete infrastructure to realize actual smart city. So we need to focus on infrastructure, and in order to do that and create a robust infrastructure, we have to look to and depend on networking. I think networking is very important. Yes, the questions don't seem to have much relevance to digital urban planning per se, but they are very in-depth questions. Yes, we'll listen to one more question before getting the panelists to respond. Yes, I'm a resident of Goyang myself. Thank you very much for the presentations in this session. They were very interesting. Yes, efficiency and other advantages of smart cities, I'm aware of that. But the digital divide and that is felt by people in the margins of society, like the disabled or the elderly, that we'll have to take that into account. How do we resolve this issue of digital divide so that no one is left behind in a smart city? Yes, if we entertain any further questions, we might have to spend the night here. So I think we'll close the questions. Hold on, please. As the moderator, if I give you an opportunity to respond to that first question about the policies of Goyang, we might go over time. Okay, then if that's the way you understood the question, then please keep your response very brief. Let me summarize the questions and direct them to the panelists. I think the first question has to be answered by Ms. Park Eun-hee, since it's to do with Goyang, and the other questions regarding the digital divide and also data security, please keep those questions in mind as you give your final remarks, the three speakers. So, Ms. Kim Hae-ryun, please keep your response brief.
Well, I was actually very much surprised by the question. Now, yes, in urban regeneration project, now the 5 areas of Goyang, so we have 5 zones for regeneration, one of them being Hwajeon. Now, one of the key of the regeneration was about smart city safety project, so utilizing drones to help find elderly with Alzheimer's, or also to ensure safety of women at night. So we wanted to build up that system, but then for the city of Hwajeon, it actually has altitude limitations. So because of that, I mean, we did win the budget for it, but still, because of some of the institutional limitations, we were not able to go ahead with the project. So for me, that was also a big regret, but I believe that the question was about that. So let me just respond that there were some institutional limitations that did not allow us to move ahead with the project. All right, thank you. Then now let me move on to Ms. Park. Thank you. So is this working? Okay, so thank you very much for the question. And also, since you are living in Goyang and also being interested in the Smart City project, thank you very much. And also thank you very much for your curiosity. Yes, Goyang, Incheon, Seoul, you talked about the linkage among the 3 cities. But now, in fact, right, in the slides, it was not included, but between the cities, the boundary of services among the different cities, I believe it's gone already. So for us, developing services or thinking about services, we first look at Seoul, Incheon, and other leading smart cities to benchmark them. And also the center that is created there, we would also visit, learn from them. So it is the final product of such learning that are being incorporated into our smart city project. So I cannot say that there is no linkage whatsoever. But yes, the chairperson also mentioned this as a concern. But yes, in moving ahead with the Smart City Hub project, then yes, about the traffic problems of Goyang. So that is one area of focus for us. So for example, traffic and foot traffic data, utilizing such data, we also want to optimize mass transport. And also in this process, we also want to create better linkage to other large cities, for example, Seoul and other areas. So we would also look into this question. So let me reassure you that you do not have to worry about it. And also the S-curve that I mentioned earlier, it's like this. MOLET has engaged in various smart city projects and also created the data hub. Siheung, Daegu, Busan, such cities are included. So the data hub that has been set up, we can also tap into that. The data hub will be further upgraded so that it will become more usable. And it would also include data from Goyang City, and all the Smart City Hub project cities will also utilize the data hub. So it is going to be a more integrated data hub that we have. That is one goal that we have, and that is what we have declared as our aim. And again, I believe creating and utilizing such database or data hub is no longer an option, it's a must. So to do that, then we would also collect data, then also for other areas as well. I hope that they can benchmark the Goyang City case so that they can build the data hub for their own. So thank you.
아빌라님께서.
Yes, Mr. Bruno Avila.
Yes. So actually, I'd like to address the question about the digital divide. It's also something we have been discussing a lot in Amsterdam. Not only the digital literacy, but even the language is a problem. So we have in Amsterdam over 180 nationalities, and even communicating the project in Dutch or even in English is not enough many of the times. And I believe that 3D is actually a universal language. So when instead of having this 2D images or very nice renderings and some long documents with information, when you have these more immersive experiences or with augmented reality or virtual reality eventually, and or even 3D models that you actually can use projecting data and projecting information. I think it's a way to bridge this divide. And also because as we move towards products with better interface and usability, and we actually do user research in order to understand how to design this products or this tools in a way that people can understand better how to use it. I think it's also a way to address this digital divide. And another thing is we don't intend to replace all the other participation mechanisms with digital tools. So the old and good public hearing and the community meeting, and just as the pictures I saw from the Living Lab in Goyang, also a lot of site visits, a lot of meeting in person. This is very important. But it's not always inclusive, because you're taking the time to go and go into a meeting like this, and then you have 10 people, 20 people, is also not always inclusive. So I would say digital tools can be a complement to this, to other participation methods, 3D, and I think it's just like all contributing to reaching everyone, reaching the youth, reaching the elderly, and all those groups.
예, 마지막으로 우리 크리스토퍼 패티님께서. 예.
So been a very good session hearing from all the presenters and the questions. I think when you look at technology, I think it's a privilege to have money to spend in smart cities, to do technical innovation when we have so many problems facing our cities. So I think whatever that money is spent on needs to really deeply, deeply look at making a big difference to that city and that place, not as a term that we coin, digital bling, that it's not just isn't this nice? We are a digital city. Yes, we're rated number 5 or number 1 in the world. It can't be about that. It's got to be about solving problems, looking very deeply at your city and your place, and actually understanding if you've got this money, what are you actually going to use it on? You know, and if you look at problems like the city here, I see, and you're getting external sort of views, I think there's a big issue, and I think our presenter, our colleague from UCL alluded to this, is having Goyang City actually fully activated. I walk around here, apart from the beautiful park, it is very empty. And how do you activate? How do you support the businesses that need to make money? So I would just put the challenge out that, you know, if whatever investment that you use for smart cities, that it's actually going to make a real difference, and not to do it in a silo, you know, and open up what you're doing, which is great, with the community, and think about not necessarily having a smart cities control room. Do people want to be controlled? What about inviting people in? You've got the living laboratory, so, you know, you're inviting citizens, residents in to your digital smart cities, you know, laboratory or living lab. But as soon as it's a command control center, I've been to India around the 100 smart cities. I would argue that that doesn't work for the citizens as much as what it could be. And don't come up with solutions that are siloed. Obviously, there's a lot of people in the last session in mobility doing a lot of very advanced, you know, human mobility modeling solutions. So if you're bringing in a smart cities overlay, it's got to work very, very deeply with those other communities that already exist. If you're working in mobility or in planning, or, you know, working with those groups that are disabled or the elderly, work really, really closely and come up with really high impact solutions.
정말 좋은 얘기 많이 들은 것 같습니다.
Well, thank you very much. So such good comments, and also related to privacy all over the world. And they say that AI, facial recognition technology, is the most developed in this country. Which country? China. So I would say that that could be a point of concern for AI smart city as well. But then that is one issue that we have to avoid. Then also in terms of the cost, yes, there are some issues that we need to sort out. So of course, Korea is, I believe, number 1 or 2 in the world in terms of IT infrastructure. But then in terms of utilization, it plummets to like number 20 in the world or so. So that is why the government is also trying to build these smart city hubs, and also the city of Goyang with so much infrastructure and use cases. So many of good achievements are coming up. So we also need to build down the boundaries so that we will be able to further cooperate together and build the right smart city hub. So thank you very much. And we have listened to 3 presenters, and it is quite rare for us to listen to these valuable presentations. And also we have had the 2 panelists, so why don't we thank them all. Thank you very much.
Yes, a big round of applause for the panelists. With this, we will wrap up the urban planning session. Thank you very much to one and all for your participation. We'll take a 10-minute break before coming back for the general session. So see you back here in 10 minutes. Thank you.
네, 이제 모두 준비가 되신 것 같습니다. 지금부터는
I think everyone is ready. As announced, we will have a general session, general discussion session. We have speakers from each of the previous sessions who have gathered for this general discussion session. So we'll be summarizing the takeaway points from the previous sessions. And we have a moderator for this general discussion session as well, Mr. Kim Hyun-ho, Director of Goyang Research Institute. Please welcome him with a big hand. So, Moderator Kim Hyun-ho, the floor is yours. Yes, thank you. This is the final session of the World Cities Forum, and we have panelists, including myself, 5 panelists. As you can see, there are 3 of us are on stage, and 1 person is joining us online via Zoom. So let me introduce the panelists for the general discussion session. Right next to me is Mr. Spencer Nam, Managing Partner of KSV Global, and Dr. Christopher Petit. And joining us online is Piyushimita Thakuriah. Thank you for joining us. And since this is the final session that will be wrapping up the World Cities Forum, we will be summarizing the previous sessions and also tying up the loose ends, so to speak, and wrapping up the whole conference. So we could be very general, looking at the big picture, but we could go in a few rounds, focusing on different themes. Since you have different specialties, and your area of expertise are different. So we've had sessions dealing with urban planning, and then before that, mobility, and then economy, and then culture. So maybe we can focus on each of these topics of the session. So that would be the first round. So since this is the final session, in the second round, we can invite the panelists to offer some recommendations to Goyang City for urban innovation for the future. Because we're holding this forum in Goyang after all. So the issues that Goyang is concentrating on, but actually they are not just Goyang's problems. It would be similar in Beijing, in Tokyo, in Singapore, in London, in New York. So many global cities around the world share similar problems. So cities of the future, the direction that cities should be taking in the future going forward in terms of urban planning or mobility and so on. We have about 1 hour, 10 minutes to spend on this session. So let's keep that in mind. And I'll be allocating about 5 to 7 minutes to each speaker for every round. And then we'll move on to the next round. So let me hand over the microphone to Dr. Spencer Nam.
감사합니다, 원장님.
Well, first of all, thank you very much, Director. Thank you very much for this opportunity. In this very hopeful conference, as we wrap things up, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Now, today at the economy session, the ideas that I discussed, and then also in the economy session, what others have talked about some of the information that they have shared, and also the ideas that have been proffered. So in sum,
결론을 내려드린다면
now if I may
일단
try to
고양시의
sum up the discussion then,
잠재력은 엄청나다.
is that Goyang has enormous potential. I believe that that is the key message.
많이 알려져 있지 않지만
Goyang
입증된 사실이고 현재까지
not being well known to the rest of the world yet. I mean, that is a fact, but then again, its potential, its geographic location, and also
가능성이 사실
many possibilities that lay here. So looking back to the past 50 years or
결코
the past 30 years,
세계 어느
we see that
나라 곳에
compared to any other city in the world,
가능성을 보여주는 이 지역이 바로 고양시가 아니에요.
it does not pale in comparison, is what I want to emphasize.
정서나 문화적으로
And also, given the Korean psyche and culture, then in the past 30, 50 years, Korea has been building
인프라와 이런
building edifices, infrastructure. So Korea has been also manufacturing its way out of poverty, achieving economic growth, becoming a developed country through manufacturing. So Korea is a very good example of manufacturing powerhouse. And then now for Korea to create new clusters in search for new growth engines, then what Korea and also Goyang has to pay attention to is, of course, infrastructure would be important, but then more so is software, how we can solve problems.
그런 그 계획
If we can further advance that, if we can innovate them, then that is going to be all the better, for which we need to plan starting now. So in terms of problem solving, what the developed countries are doing, so you also need to
고양시 인프라는 지금
come up to the approach of the other major cities. And then second point, now the infrastructure of Goyang compared to Boston, I would say that you're like 50, 70 years ahead. Because Boston, I mean, they can develop for the next 50 years, but will be hard pressed to reach where you are today. So I would say that you probably have the infrastructure that is way better than the bio-health infrastructure in Boston. Then what is the shortcoming? Again, that is the problem solving. So you need to be able to build up the problem solving capability to have other companies or the leading global companies seek out Goyang and want to come here. And the third point is for Goyang to keep developing, then you have to make sure that you will have a steady inflow of highly educated workforce. If they want to stay here, so if they stay, live here, then this will ensure the local development, but not only that, but it would also make sure that Goyang will be the center of Gyeonggi province's development and the development of Seoul as well. So of course, building centers, building clusters is a good thing, but ultimately what you need to make sure is that the highly educated workforce want to stay here, raise their families here. I mean, you've done a good job in that, actually. You've developed quite a lot, and you need to keep doing the same so that Goyang, in the eyes of Boston, New York, or other cities, they will tell you, go to Goyang, so that they will receive and give out the message, go to Goyang. And last, for Goyang to make inroads into the global market and be on an equal footing with other major cities, even surpass them, and to create the world's best cluster. If that is your goal, then you cannot stay in Goyang. Those who are here must also go outside. Now, of course, in the UK, they know about Korean football because, of course, Korean national team is good, but then they know of Korean football because of Son Heung-min. And also in the US, they know of Korea because of BTS, because of the Squid Game, and because Koreans won the Oscars.
보스턴을 우리가 따라잡겠다. 보스턴 같은 클러스터를 만드시겠다.
We want to catch up with Boston. We want to build the cluster that they have in Boston. Then you have to go to Boston. You have to go to the U.S. so that in the next 10 years, and when they hear Goyang, then they could ask, is Goyang the capital of Korea? So you need to get to that level. So much so that people will be confused about the capital city of Korea. Is it Seoul or Goyang? And you might be saying that that is not possible, but then it is possible. It's more than possible. So I'm sorry to Seoul, but then we can do that because Seoul is not deliberately trying to do that. So I would say that Seoul actually stumbled into becoming a global city, but then from my eyes, it is not really trying to do global branding. So there are few cities in Korea that are trying to do global branding. So if Goyang could beat others to it, then I believe that you could take the first step toward innovation. So just remember these three things. First, software over hardware. Second, Goyang has to attract highly educated workforce, so you need the environment for that. Third, you have to go outside with your brand Goyang. Go outside. Do these three things, and in 10 years, 15 years, Goyang is going to completely alter Korea's paradigm. That's all. Thank you.
예, 감사드립니다.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Spencer Nam. Considering the potential of Goyang, in light of Goyang's potential, we should not be resting on our laurels, but aspiring towards global branding, branding ourselves as a global city and beating Seoul to that goal. Thank you very much for those wonderful concluding remarks, wrapping up what you have been saying in the presentation. We'll move to Christopher Petit. Would you like to go?
Thank you, Director. From the perspective of planning cities and smart cities, just reflecting on visiting Goyang City, as a planner myself, it's a privilege to be coming to a city which has really thought about the future of the city and has planned some extraordinary infrastructure. The largest artificial lake, I think, in Asia, if not the world. And that has really activated a sense of community and place. And having visited that lake, there's a lot of people using that, and it's a very pleasant environment. And when you're looking at cities, it's not all about digital. It's a combination of analog, place-based, livability, coupled and combined with digital solutions. So I look at the infrastructure that could potentially support a very vibrant micro-mobility solution. You've got very wide streets, a lot of room to cycle, to walk, last mile delivery. It's all there, and it's been planned accordingly. And very exciting, you've got the GTX. From an Australian perspective, we're very jealous that you can put in such high-speed rail, and I think that is going to be a game changer for Goyang City. It has to be a game changer, and it will be. Getting to central Seoul in 18 minutes is going to be unbelievably powerful in overcoming some of the challenges that the city has around, I guess, historically being a bed city where the workforce goes into Seoul and commutes. So making the most of that opportunity, which I'm sure the city is doing, because you look at this whole facility here, Kintech. This is one of the largest, most impressive conference facilities in the world that I have seen, and I'm not just saying that. And it's still growing, and it's here. You've got the World Cities Forum, and I think one of the opportunities, as Spencer was saying, is engaging with the global community, and not just having potentially 4 or 5 privileged speakers like myself coming from other countries, but I can imagine having a World Cities Forum where you had 50 people from Australia, you had 200-300 people from America, you know, the same number from the UK. So for having this World Cities Forum, which is an amazing event, having that as an opportunity for people to fly into Incheon,
catch the high-speed rail here and really help activate this amazing city. So I think there's huge opportunities for place-based solutions for Goyang City. I think from a smart cities perspective, very impressive array of demonstrator projects that have won the President and Prime Minister's awards. So obviously some innovation there around smart cities, and having a tour of the smart safety facility. There's a lot of good thinking and infrastructure there around smart cities, making sure that that ecosystem is grown in a way that's inclusive though, and working closely with the community to co-design innovative solutions, which is being undertaken, and making sure that that data, like my colleague from Amsterdam was showing with his impressive digital twin model, that you've got open data so you can support that ecosystem, 3-dimensional, 4-dimensional, open data, to really then support that smart cities community to really innovate further. And using your city as a living laboratory and opening up those data sets, and you'll get new industries that come from that. So yeah, overall, very impressive. I think like many global cities, Goyang City is challenged being a post-COVID city. What does that mean for current businesses? And we've got that macroeconomic overlay where we've got very difficult financial situations based on raising interest rates and the price of money globally. So what does that mean for Goyang City? But with all the infrastructure that's been put in place, it's in a very good position to really capitalize on those investments, and the biomedical precincts that's been discussed and Spencer's talked about, you know, very impressive sort of incubation capability there.
예, 감사드립니다.
All right, thank you. So then, compared to Goyang's potential,
성장할 수 있는 이런 말씀을 해주셨는데요.
how it can further develop as a future city. Then about smart city.
박사님,
Then
스마트
what about
스마트를 포함한
then smart city? So including smart.
다양한
Then I believe that there are various definitions about smart. So Dr. Petit, if you could also elaborate a bit more about smart city, what it is and what can it be?
I'll be a little bit cheeky and say a smart city is a city which is not a dumb city. And so, because if you go to a resident walking around the park and you say, what is a smart city? They go, I don't know, what's a smart city? But you have a lot of smart people. Smart city is about having very smart people, and you have a lot of very smart people in South Korea, in Goyang City, and those who interact with the city. And you know, being able to develop those sorts of innovations, and I think there was a question before in the last session around blockchain. So I know there's many excellent academics, research groups looking at blockchain solutions. So how do you overlay blockchain with your IoT solutions? So there's a lot of smarts. There's no question of the smarts that exist, you know, with Samsung and your big technology companies. I mean, this screen behind us is just high definition, unbelievably high tech. So how do you channel all that amazing high tech capability that you have, and those smart people that can create these technologies to really help solve those problems in the city, but also accelerate and take those solutions to the world. And you know, South Korea has been doing that. Hyundai, Kia, you know, Hitachi, Samsung. I mean, the technology solutions that have just exploded. So working with that ecosystem to sort of help take those smarts to the next level, where we're looking at, you know, potentially hydrogen cars in the not too distant future, a hydrogen city. So taking all that smart to try and solve these challenges, we need to reach net zero by 2050 at least, the climate challenge. So looking locally for solutions, smart solutions that could be scaled up and accelerated globally. And I think that's an exciting opportunity for Goyang City.
예, 소상한 설명 감사드리고요.
Yes, thank you very much for that detailed response. And we'll now move on
인터넷
to give the floor to
러커스 대학의 피유시마타 타쿠리아
Piyushimita Thakuriah
교수님한테 마이크를 넘기겠습니다.
of Rutgers University. Would you like to say a few words, respond to this general discussion?
Yes, certainly. I did not have the pleasure of going to Goyang, so I don't know exactly the situation there, but I did listen to the presentations and got a good sense of all the various activities you have going on there in terms of smart cities and other aspects. I gave the transportation talk, so I will begin my remarks from a transportation perspective. I think with transportation, myself including in many cases, it's very easy to get excited about the latest and greatest technology. Yet the common person on the street worries about the basics in transportation services, meaning they want to go from point A to point B with a lot of choices, incurring low cost, affordable trip making, and in a healthy way. And most of all, they don't want to get killed, or there shouldn't be traffic accidents. So I think these basic issues have to come first. And of course, technology can assist in that. But it is something that has to be, these are so important for any city that they need to be strategic priorities in the mix. The second point I wanted to make, continuing from the first, is there is a lot of technology for technology's sake is not useful. And technology is best leveraged when there is a specific need for it, or when it can facilitate other development or return on investment of some kind. And therefore, I think it'll be very important to select the kinds of technologies, given that you're still at an infrastructural stage in some cases, where there is a lesser chance of technology obsolescence not setting in. So to give you an example from the United States, the US highway systems, many of them still have sensors, inductive loop detectors put in the 1960s and 1970s, because that was the sensor technology at that time. And now they're all over. And to retrofit them with something else is actually quite expensive, very expensive. And so in that sense, technology is best when it is programmable, when it is scalable to when the next wave of technology comes in. So I think that has to be an important selection criteria in the kinds of systems you want to build. Thirdly, with technologies, as I said in my talk, and some of the other speakers also mentioned in my session, the issue of regulations and policies, setting those up, the guardrails against cybersecurity or privacy violation, or even ethical issues with automation, these are considerable, and no society or country has the end-all solution to all of these, because the technology is evolving so fast. Today, actually, President Biden signed an executive order on AI blueprint for America, and even there, they take account of the fact that this stuff is evolving so quickly. How do we make the best choices? And so I think these issues of mixing together criteria such as what is the most useful given the overall vision of the city to be a world-class city, vision of the city to stimulate an innovation ecosystem and bring about economic growth. The vision of the city perhaps not to spend endless amounts of money upgrading systems as technology changes. All these issues have to be taken into consideration. The fourth thing that I heard, one of the speakers talked about data infrastructure, and that is such a key aspect and is central to all of these issues. I do believe there is a need for a long-term, maybe even a 20 to 30-year plan, strategic plan on what to do with this data infrastructure. What are the data feeds going to be like? What are the scalability and privacy issues? What kind of work packages can be carved out in specific analytics areas or domain applications where perhaps new economic development strategies could be carried out? I think these are very critical. And lastly, I want to make the point that South Korea, again, one of the earlier speakers said just now, it's full of smart people. I mean, and I feel less of a need to bring in international teams of companies when you can really grow your own locally. And I made the point earlier that workforce development, learning the skills and analytics needed, the management that's needed, the governance issues that is needed, all of this together in future university collaborations and educating your own local workforce to really shine and thrive in this new ecosystem would be essential. And for that, collaboration with universities, which you already have, but perhaps even enhance them even further, maybe set up some sort of a research lab, or if you don't already have it there, which can attract the best minds in the world to spend maybe 6 months to work with your local workforce, to have international hackathons where you bring in talent from all over the world to solve your local problems in collaboration with your citizens. I think these are really the way to go. And with that, I'll end this part of my comments.
예, 감사드립니다.
Yes, thank you very much.
피요시미타 타쿠리아 교수님을
Professor Piyushimita Thakuriah, listening to her comments,
트랜스포메이션에 의한 그 미래 세계에 있어서 가장
I was drawing a picture of the future cities and in the great transformation era, and in the smart city that is led by digital technology, data is the key, and data is collected through an array of sensors. And this data is processed and produced and made usable to many private entities. So in the future, privacy issue and the ownership and intellectual property rights, it will be a very important issue. I'm not sure if I got the city correct. I think it's Montreal in Canada, where an MOU was signed to push for a smart city. But the mayor signed the MOU, but then the project did not come to was not proceeded because the citizens revolted, saying that they refused to open up their personal data and personal information in the making of the smart city. So they had to do away with it. They had to terminate that project. So I was reminded of that case, the importance of data and data collection. And so since we are on that topic, the issue of privacy and personal information protection, I'd like to put that question to Christopher Petit first. Would you like to share your opinions regarding that?
Yeah, I mean, data privacy, as you say, is a very, very significant issue. In fact, right now, in Saudi Arabia. They've got their smart city around Neom, and they have a whole working group working as we speak around what does it mean around data privacy and cybersecurity. And there's so many dimensions to that. But I guess we do need to maintain privacy, and the EU have done a fantastic job with their legislation to really try and embed key principles around the use of data and the privacy and respecting that of individuals. There are technical solutions out there to actually help manage that, because it's a tension, because a lot of the modeling and simulation and decision making can't be done on aggregate data. If you're looking at the work that our colleague from Luxembourg was talking about this morning around, you need to have precise data, case-based data that's very clean, very fine scale. So we need federated systems, we need cyber-secure systems to share appropriately individual data about people, but not have that released, and there are sort of linked data facilities and other techniques that you can run queries on individual data, but you get the results back at a high level of aggregation, or you don't compromise that person's privacy. So I think it's more so with AI too now. We're putting a lot of data. If you look at ChatGPT or other engines, if we mindlessly sort of put queries in and start to feed databases into such systems, I think we have to really think about what does that mean for people's data privacy. So I think it's good and it's great to see, what's going on around trusted AI and cybersecurity solutions. We need to really think deeply and make sure whatever smart city solution, whatever technology solution, puts people's privacy first, but also those who have got that fine scale data understand there are solutions that you don't necessarily compromise someone's privacy, but you can run model simulations, queries at that unit record level to get the results that you need, but you don't release that.
네, 감사합니다.
Yes, thank you for the response.
I could add to what Chris just said as well about privacy. I believe that privacy preservation has three aspects. One is technological, and that is partly what Chris talked about just now. There are many different ways technologically where privacy could be preserved. And these are very important issues with relating to things like autonomous vehicles, or also in doing analytics. And many different methods have been created over the years to preserve privacy, but yet allow analytics at a fine grain, like differential privacy and synthetic data and so on and so forth. But there's still a lot of work to be done in that area, the technological aspects. The second aspect is really a regulatory or legal aspect. Europe has a very comprehensive data protection plan, the GDPR. US has more fragmented plans. The HIPAA aspects protects individuals' health records, and then you have individual state and local privacy protection laws, but not a single overall federal privacy protection law like in Europe. But I think it is still necessary to have some guardrails from the legal side about what is allowed and what is not allowed in terms of individuals' privacy protection. The third aspect I feel is the biggest part, and it's something that is not talked about a lot, and that is consumer awareness of how their data is being used. I mean, the person on the street, do they know when they're punching in something in their smartphone that data might be available to somebody else? Of course, people are now putting their whole lives on Facebook and Twitter and social media and so on and so forth. So you would think that people don't care about privacy, but they may not demonstrate that they care through their actions on the internet, but I do believe that if you directly ask them, privacy is of importance to people. And so building consumer awareness of the privacy implications of their online and other activities is the third leg of this three-legged stool regarding privacy preservation, being technology, rules and regulations, and individual and consumer awareness of privacy violations.
예, 감사합니다. 아주 중요한.
Yes, thank you very much. You pointed out three very important aspects of privacy protection and preservation. And Mr. Spencer now?
데이터 프라이버시나
Well, data privacy or
약간 한국에서 이제 그런 얘기를 하게 되면
talking about like the information privacy. So when I talk about these things in Korea, then I tend to laugh, and that is because, honestly speaking, in Korea, the privacy protection, I would say that in Korea, it is not highly respected. So privacy protection in Korea, I would say that it's in Korea now is about where the US was about 100 years ago. So then with that, then utilizing software or the technology, that information, that data is more easily, more efficiently exchanged between those who need it. So in terms of individual privacy, Korea is really just wide open. Let me explain one thing. You know what this is? It's a bus ticket. Bus ticket, I use this. And from the Daehwa station, the metro station, I can go to Gyeongbokgung station. That's where my hotel is. Getting off there, I transfer to the town bus. And then it says, you're transiting. And then I scan it again, and it says you're getting off. So just knowing the serial number on this bus ticket, everyone would know where I went to and what time I used the bus. That is not data privacy. Then, if that's what going to apply to smart city, then I'm not sure whether this is going to work in the US, because something like this will not work in the US because they're going to litigate right away. But then Korea is so interesting. So you see this data is circulating around, but then Korea is a developed society. It is a developed country. Then we have to see this as a developed country. And then now, in a developed country, this personal information is circulating freely. Then what does this mean? There are problems. Then how can we protect privacy? So if we focus on this problem, we can find the answers. Then for Korea, of course, this is a very tough issue. So how are we going to manage personal information? That is a very tough issue. But then now, for 10 years, Korea's best intellect, if they can put their heads together and try to solve this, then they will solve it. Then what will happen? In the global market, Korea is going to be the leader in data leakage and data protection. Goyang could take that place, and that is innovation. Let's say to the US, to EU, Japan. So instead of just being mired in trying to catch up with other countries, if you do that, then there's no answer to that, because that's not what Korea is. Korea is very different from the other societies. Now, in Korea as well, about 30,000 people have lost their lives due to COVID. In the US, 1.2 million, 1.3 million, they passed away because in the US they couldn't control, like in Korea, because in the US personal information is respected and protected. But Korea, they ended up saving lives. They saved lives up to like 900,000, and that should be respected by the US too. So then that is something that you can develop, how we can exchange information and how we are going to solve the problem. The same thing with bio. In Korea, what the experts say is, we have this technology. We have small molecules. We have like CAR-T or NK cell. So that's what they talk about. But then, when I ask, so what disease are you going to target with those technologies? They don't really talk about that. How come you don't talk about the diseases? Because they are to be used to cure diseases, right? So you have to change the angle. So if you are to innovate, innovation is not about following others. It's not that because they're ahead of us, we have to follow them, but you have to go your own way. So for example, you need to do something like the landing on the Incheon beach. Because Korea, in terms of infrastructure, it is already a developed country. So if you also develop the software, then naturally Korea will be the leading country. That's the most important part. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the very interesting observation. And also thank you very much for pointing the way ahead for Korea. And also about data protection in Korea, privacy protection in Korea being very weak. And then maybe we can turn that to our advantage, meaning that we can further develop the ICT industry in that field. And then also in terms of data protection technology, in other words, I mean, that is going to be an important technology in the future. Then maybe we can go a step beyond and make sure that Korean model can be the global standard. So I think that was the gist of your remarks. Yes, and let me just add one more thing. Now, among the major countries, among the developed countries, then there is, so among the countries where data can be so freely exchanged, also like in Korea, I mean, for any, let's say, government or corporation, so in a country like this, in Korea, where data information can be so freely exchanged, but there are no cases of malicious usage by any certain organizations or groups. I mean, we haven't seen that either. So it's very unique, because if information is so freely exchanged, then in other countries, we were able to see that there have been some groups or organizations that have put this to malicious use. But then in case of Korea, no, we haven't seen that. So it's a country with integrity. So that is why you can innovate. So if you can innovate, then you can also showcase very strong soft power to the global market. Thank you.
그 외 두 분 중에
Yes, thank you. Do the other two panelists have anything to add? Christopher Petit?
Well, I guess it's interesting to talk about the tap-on, tap-off card, because I think that, coming from a planning, modeling perspective, it's a tension, right? Because you actually want to be able to get that data. So we created a 30-minute dashboard, 30-minute city dashboard using tap-on, tap-off data. But that data, there's a version of that that's publicly available that's been sort of desensitized, so you can't sort of track individuals. Then there's other versions that you can get a copy of if you sign data agreements and so forth. And then you look at MasterCard now and credit cards. So, that data now is used in hundreds of cities. So what MasterCard can potentially do with that. But it's how do we use the data for good as well, right? So that data, if that's given to transport planners, it can start to then help them understand, are we realizing the 30-minute city or the 15-minute city? And, what sort of measures do we need to put in place to improve accessibility and mobility? But there is that tension there in not being able to sort of lose that control of the data. It was interesting what you were saying about the data being quite free in Korea and not having sort of any significant ramifications. So that's a pretty special spot to be if you're going to be able to then innovate and then take that forward. But I think, we look at that mobility data around our cities. We do need it in some shape or form, because I go to so many different cities and trying to analyze, and the question that came up from our colleague in the previous session was around, well, what are we doing post-COVID? What's happening with the city? And I think having that data to understand, well, how is that changing our city, people's mobility, whether it's tapping on, tapping off, whether it's how many office spaces are vacant now, how many people are coming to our shops, and is that, and when I speak to people around the world, it's different in different cities. In Sydney, people come in Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays, and it's very busy. And Thursday night's the new Friday night, and everyone's out on a Thursday night, and then they work from home on a Monday and a Friday. And that's Sydney. That's not every city. Every city's got a different experience post-COVID and how that mobility has changed. But if we're actually going to plan for our future cities, we need to really understand what does that mean, you know, city by city basis, post-COVID, how are cities now operating and how do we get the greatest efficiency out of the city and change and adapt our cities. So we do need that data, which does get down to potentially individual level data, but we need to be able to do that analytics to help design our future cities and not then compromise it.
네, 좋은 말씀 감사합니다. 혹시
Yes, thank you.
Professor?
And also, Thakuriah, Professor Thakuriah, would you like to add your comments?
Yeah, certainly. There is always cost and utility trade-off with things like privacy. The more privacy you want, the more aggregated perhaps the data would have to be. But I think the one ingredient that I had not talked about before is really the soft side, the cultural aspects. And I think from what I've heard today, there is certainly something very unique about South Korea, and in terms of you know, how smart people are, and the education system is fantastic, and the fact that, you know, you're already taking a leadership role with many of these technologies. It does position you in a very unique place to understand from an analytics point of view how to best plan in a data-driven way for the future. That perhaps not many other cities in the world are doing. Some are, but not others. But because you have excellent data and you have, you know, the skills that are necessary to do that kind of work, or an excellent education system where the skill sets could be taught if they're not already taught. Although I know that there are new smart cities programs and so on in South Korean universities. I think this combination of talent, local talent, data, and, you know, the cultural aspects and the ethics aspect associated with you know, not taking undue advantage of the, you know, high fidelity data being available could put you in a very unique position of learning about the future of cities from a data-driven perspective.
네, 감사합니다. 이게 생각해 보니까
Yes, thank you.
이 디지털
Come to think of it,
또
digital
실질적으로
innovation and the data we need
그 연령
for that innovation. We have to also consider the digital divide, which is another issue that we have to resolve.
고속버스 KTX
Like, for example, we have KTX ticketing or express bus ticketing. It's all done
젊은 사람들은
using smartphones.
할수 있는데
So young people do it quite easily, but the elderly, they're not that savvy when it comes to using their smartphones. So they go to the station or the bus terminal to buy the physical ticket.
수 있는 미래에서
So in the future digital cities that we'll be living in, we have to consider how we can resolve or close the digital divide. And futurists also talk about privacy. And Jeremy Rufkin says multi-layer governance is needed. So public institutions should not be allowed to monopolize information and data. And one mechanism we can do to we can put in place to do that. So including the government sector, the public sector, but also the private sector, and many different entities should come together. It should be a multi-layered governance Like Jeremy Rufkin says, multi-layered governance is needed when it comes to data
경제, 문화, 공간, 디지털,
innovation. And
미래의 도시.
so when we look at the cities of the future from the aspects of the economy, urban planning, mobility, and so on, I think
이렇게 전공은 다르지만 또 얘기를 하다 보니까
there are so many issues that we have to consider, and although we are from different fields, there are a lot of overlaps and commonalities when we think about the cities of the future. So I think there would be a lot of words that you can offer, comments that you can offer regarding the cities of the future, urban innovation for cities of the future, starting with Mr. Nam.
이게 어려운 질문입니다.
Now, cities of the future, that's a very tough question because now in the 1960s, if you look through the newspapers from then future cars, what they would look like. So cars, 50 years later, what would they look like? You would see some cartoons of those future cars, and you see those images and you would be very surprised. All the cars have wings, flying cars.
그게 1950년대
That was from the 1950s, 60s
미국이나 이런 선진국들에서
in the US and also from other major countries as they envision the vehicles in the future. Now, 50 years later today, and actually 70 years today, 70, 80 years today, look at the cars outside. Do they have wings? No.
낙엽 없어요.
No wings.
차는 제가 또 혁신적
Cars, and also
사람 중 하나로
I also studied some innovation, and let me make this prediction.
한 100년간
There will be no cars with wings in the next 100 years. But of course, helicopters could be retrofitted these days. So now they have like helicopter-like taxis.
헬리콥터가 교주된 거거든요.
But then these are not cars with wings, but then this is modification of helicopters. So again, what I'm saying is that the future is going to be different than what we are envisioning today. Now, my advice to Goyang is that the future of Korea and for Goyang
인프라 중심의 미래가 아니다는
might not be infrastructure-based future that we have been working on so far. Why not? Because Korean population is declining, and that is going to actually accelerate. And even if we are to reverse the decline, it will take Korea much longer to reverse and recover. But think about this.
몇 명인 줄 아십니까?
Do you know how many
있다고 알고 있습니다.
Korean Americans are there in the US? Only in the US, 2.2 million. And then in China, many more. So perhaps more than 2 million. And also you have the Korean expats in Japan as well. So if you include all these Korean expats, then Korea can hold on for much longer. Like, even with the 0.5 or 0.7 fertility rate, still Korea can withstand it and overcome. The reason why I say this is because now there is the Korean consulate in Boston, and whenever there's an election, then they have this very strong marketing drive for the Korean expats to vote. I thought that was quite interesting. And that is perhaps one thing that would solidify the Korean global network. So I would say that Korea's future lies in network. All the technology Korea has today, all its developed infrastructure. So if you are to lay out all of this in other countries just for Koreans, then that is going to be a very big power as a network for Korea. So of course Goyang is here, but then there would be another Goyang in New York, in San Francisco, in Los Angeles obviously, Boston, Paris, London. So you will find Goyang in all these other major cities. Berlin even. So all these cities would have virtual presence of Goyang inside them. So that I see as the future of Goyang. But what is again interesting here is
저희가 항상 이렇게 이제 혁신을 한다.
now of course we say that we are going to innovate. We will walk a new path. We will build a new cluster. But one thing that is missing is now, of course, there are other competing cities or competing companies, and how superior are we over them? how much ahead are we than the others? Now, Korea has been catching up for the past few decades, but then also at the same time, Korea did something that others were not able to do. I mean, the Seoul-Busan highway being built in 6 months, that cannot be done in other countries. I mean, that's like the world record. But then who could do this? And then also the shipbuilding, instead of building them in the shipyard, they built it atop the sea on a floating dock. I mean, that is not seen anywhere else. This kind of innovation, innovative mindset, I mean, that came from our very fervent drive to catch up with the other major countries. But then this innovation is really like upside down. I mean, in terms of the order, it was all wrong. But again, that is unique innovation that could see in Korea and Korea only. And I believe that that is the kind of mindset that we need in Goyang as well.
감사합니다. 그러고 보니까 생각나는 게
Yes, thank you. That reminded me of something else.
외국에서 오신 분들은 모를 수도 있는데
I think our international guests might not be aware, but what propelled development in Korea, of course there would be many factors, but I can think of two. One would be the Gyeongbu Expressway. The project was led by the state government, and it was during the Park Chung-hee government in the 70s. But that really was a game changer in logistics in Korea. And in the 1990s, the internet highway was built under the Kim Dae-jung administration. And those two game-changing elements or factors laid the foundation for Korea to catch up with the competition and become globally competitive. And Professor Samuel Richards, during his presentation, he talked about how the internet is much faster in the subway in Korea, more faster than on the campus of Penn State University. Yes, I was reminded of that when you mentioned the Gyeongbu Expressway. And Mr. Christopher Petit, would you like to add your comments to this issue or topic?
Yeah, a couple of things. I think with future cities and coming from the City Futures Research Centre, I think being able to, I mean, we can all crystal ball, but empower our children to sort of have a say about what the future city that they want. So how we do that community engagement, which as planners of cities, I still think we're very challenged to bring everyone along, making sure when we're looking at the future, it's not my future or someone else's future who, you know, has already sort of lived 50 years or more. What's the future that our children want? And being able to help them realize the future. I will say too, just on a technical front, the interoperable city, I still don't think we're there. We've got the connected city, the ubiquitous city, but we don't have the interoperable city. And I say that as a visitor coming here, and I would be very challenged going around Goyang City without having such fantastic hosts. I could not, and at the moment, I've got all these smart devices. My credit card won't work in being able to unlock a bike or a scooter. My credit card won't work on your subway system. So how do we've got some interoperability, but I still think there's a lot more interoperability. You know, language and cultural interoperability. And while we've improved that, I think, you know, imagine walking into a city and you're any sort of global citizen from any language, any background, and you just can quite easily integrate into that city because everything is super interoperable. And I think, you know, that would be success. So as I said before, you've got such an amazing convention center here and park, and, you know, people would like to visit here. I'd love to have, you know, gone on a sort of a mobility tour of the city too. And that's what tourists and, you know, visitors like to do. So having that interoperable city experience, so people could just be coming to Goyang City and just going, wow, isn't this easy? Isn't this fun? And I get to explore the city and all its richness. I'll leave it there.
예, 아주 그 중요한 말씀을 해주신 것 같습니다. 그
Thank you for making a very important observation. So, reporter, journalist at New York Times, Thomas Friedman, he mentioned that the world is going to be flat. So he wrote a book entitled The Flat World. But now, like Nepal or the US or the UK, so whichever country, I mean, they are all connected through the smartphones. But then, as was mentioned just now, utilizing credit card, just using this one credit card to take the subway, take the taxi, and having no boundaries in the economy, having broad interoperability, we need to scale that up. So thank you very much for the very good observation.
Piyushimita, Thakuriah, please.
And then now again, Professor Thakuriah.
Certainly. I was listening to the conversation and I have a couple of remarks. One is that I think the future has to be programmable, and that it cannot be all, building roads and bridges and putting in new infrastructure. And that includes data systems. Data systems should not be built on things that are static, that will cost a lot to disrupt and put in new ones. So this being programmable and scalable are very important. The second aspect is that the gentleman talked about the transformative impact of building a new highway system and laying the new foundations to the internet connectivity. And I was wondering what, in your opinion, the next new disruptive technology would be. I do think automation on a mass scale is going to be very important. And I think automation on a mass scale will change the nature of the labor force. And it will lead to job losses and it will create new jobs. So that reskilling aspect has to be a part of a future city. Because we are probably not going to see many of the occupations and the way we do work persist into the future because of a mass scale automation of work, starting from low skilled work, janitorial work or delivery services, to even high skilled work such as medical sciences. We are going to see a wave of automation, I think, and that needs to be addressed at some level. The second aspect that I wanted to talk about is that when we talk about automation of work, there's something that triggered in my mind about the earlier conversation on digital divide. And the idea that there's always going to be potentially generational gap between older citizens and younger persons in a society regarding the use of technology, and that young people find it easier to learn technologies compared to older citizens who do need city services, but they may not be able to use the latest device and a computer system. Now there is a whole world of senior learning that is out there. In some worlds it is called lifelong learning. In some areas, in some cities, some countries, it's called future learning. And and they range from big to small. I mean, they range from things like learning about a new healthcare system to something perhaps a little less complex, where senior citizens are given mobility training on how to buy a smart card to take the bus. And there are trainers or teachers who train these citizens. So when we are talking about moving of Korean society to a future, a part of it has to be new forms of learning and reskilling at all stages, not only in terms of educating new experts in mobility or smart cities and so on and so forth, but also workforce development and reskilling as society becomes more automated, and also teaching perhaps different generations of people in the same society how to learn or use new technologies so that the digital divide goes away. So there's a very strong educational aspect to this transformation.
네, 아주 그 중요한 말씀.
Yes, thank you for those very important comments.
전적으로 동의하고
Yes, I fully agree with you, especially when it comes to Korea.
출산은
Our birth rate is plummeting, but the population of 65 and over is growing explosively.
상당히 이제 앞서가는 국가에서 말씀하신
So in an IT powerhouse like Korea, we have to look at the importance of education and reskilling so that all generations can benefit in cities of the futures.
이런 주제들이 나오고 이런 것 같은데요.
Yes, many relevant topics are springing up as we carry on with this conversation. What moves civilizations? There are three things. One is energy.
뭐냐 어떤 형태로 바뀌느냐. 석유
How energy, the forms of energy changes, whether it's steam, whether it's fuel, fossil fuel, or whatever. And the other way is communication methods, and the other is mobility modes. And I think the core would be energy, I think.
지금 뭐 자율자동차나 전기
So we have autonomous vehicles, electric vehicles, and we are trying to move towards a net zero society, and we have trade barriers that we need to overcome and eliminate.
도시도 미래에 저희들이 생각하고 반드시
And so we have to keep all that in mind, these important goals in mind,
기획에서는 이걸 이름하여
as we plan for cities of the future. And we, in the field of city planning, urban planning, like Carlos Moreno says, we have the 15-minute city,
건접되면서
where your workplace and wherever you want to go can be reached in 15 minutes. And there are a variety of transportation modes that are available to you.
뭐 이렇게 세포도시라고 얘기하는데 그런 것이
And sometimes it's called, these cities are called cell cities. So these are cities in the future, right? That we are aspiring for.
그런 그 미래 도시들을 뭐 지금도 많이 논의하고
And if we take that a bit further,
논의를 했습니다만은
we are pointing out all these issues that we have to resolve as we go forward. And so would you like to, we don't have a lot of time left, but would you like to say, give us some final remarks?
말씀해 주셔도 좋을 것 같습니다.
You can touch on any topic of your interest.
예, 제가
Starting with Mr. Spencer Nam.
전문가분들과 같이
Well, then, here with the urban development experts,
도시 뭐 스마트시티 이런
and for me to dare opine about
주제가 너무
smart city development or urban development, so perhaps that is too much of a heavy topic for me. But then I was also a student of physics, so I am also interested in this. Now, in physics, there are two theories. One is the location energy, another is kinetic energy. But then now, on this Earth, using the current level of technology, the kinetic energy that the humankind ever need can be all generated. So kinetic energy will not be a problem. But then location energy, converting to kinetic energy, that technology is what is missing. So then, I'm sorry, so kinetic energy being converted to location energy, the basic technology is the battery. And the battery performance is unexpectedly low. So then for this issue, why is this a problem? Wind power and also solar power, so different types of renewable energy. Then now for this energies, for this renewable energy, now they have to be converted to location energy, and that is the technology that we don't have yet. So we create the wind energy, we create the renewable energy, then yes, that is all good. But then now what we need is the battery to store this energy so that this can be converted. But lacking that, then we would make enormous investment into generating renewable energy without much to show for it. So then for the humankind, now also as an investor, I am interested in this because for the humankind, the biggest challenge is how can we make the batteries more efficient, safer and more efficient. So ultimately, airplanes, flying airplanes from New York to Seoul, how can we make it run 100% on batteries? So I would say that that would be one big challenge for the humankind. So it is from that perspective, then, the energy conversion. The energy conversion research is very far along the way in the US, and also I understand that in Korea as well, and also Korean battery technology is well developed, and that is what we need to keep developing. And one more thing, now I mentioned already, Korean infrastructure compared to any other parts of the world, Korea has far advanced infrastructure. Now on top of this, if you are to invest more, so let's say, pouring more investment into this, then according to the economics theory, then it is just about the theory of diminishing returns. So in other words, you are not going to get the same ROI. But now for Korea in this small territory, Korean network has been so fantastically developed. So that is, you have so many opportunities to transfer this to other countries. So I would say that that is where your future lies, about the network, about the soft power, Son Heung-min, BTS, K-food, K-drama. So not only them, but also the Korean network, how you're going to transfer the Korean network to other countries. So perhaps you can look more into this. So I hope that Korea will be able to set the standard for a global network, and that is where your future is going to be. Well, thank you very much for the very good observation, and I'm sorry that I did not do a good job in managing the time. I believe that we have actually gone over the time to conclude, but still we have to take turns, don't we? So then why don't I ask the remaining speakers just to be very brief?
I'll be very brief. I think I look forward to the next World Cities Forum to continue talking about solutions. Thank you.
Thank you. 감사합니다. 예. 마지막으로 피오시티마.
Last but not least, Professor Thakuriah.
All right, thank you so much. My last words are that I had forgotten to mention earlier, I really enjoyed the presentations on the urban air mobility. It is a topic that I'm very interested in, and recently the market in the New York City area has actually opened up with the signing of an agreement between United Airlines and a private company to provide urban mobility services within the New York area. And I know there is a US-wide plan to have unmanned urban air mobility systems be a reality within the next few years. So that part I had forgotten to mention, and it was a very interesting part of this conference. In closing, I would just like to say again that the heart of Future City is really about caring for the diversity of its citizens. And to do that, it would take really cutting-edge advanced technology, but also basic services which can be better served with technology. And that diversity of future needs to be assessed and provided for. And I think with the great work that is going on in Goyang City and elsewhere in South Korea. That would very much be a reality and a very innovative aspect of what you're doing compared to many other countries in the world, which have decided to go more the technology route without caring about the more basic stuff that is needed by everyday citizens. Thank you.
네, 감사드립니다.
Yes, thank you very much.
토론하다 보니까 시간이 좀 짧네요.
Time flies when we are having a very engaging discussion. So our time is up, but thank you very much to all the panelists for participating in this general discussion. Thank you very much. We'll wrap up the general discussion. Yes, thank you. A big round of applause for the moderator and panelists of the general discussion.
현장이었죠. 이곳에서 세계 중심 포럼 모든 세션이 종료가 되었습니다.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of all sessions of the World Cities Forum 2023. Once again, I would like to thank all the participants. And now, across 2 days, under the title of Great Transformation, we went through various sessions: culture and economy, transport, mobility, and now urban planning. So, where we get together to discuss issues of today for all the cities and to seek solutions. So we were able to exchange a lot of insights and valuable opinions. I do hope that the World Cities Forum can continue to provide vision for us all, so that we can provide good suggestions for future policy making as well. I ask for your continued support and interest. Thank you very much, and thank you all for staying with us until the end. And we promise to come back to you next year with better and more improved content. Thank you very much.